Welcome to BTM Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the bourbon, let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged and barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Boys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Fill your heart and light the room. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How is everybody doing tonight? Good Saturday. You know, last night we had a fun stream. It was really good. And, you know, we were talking, and I guess it was ID Crisis. Says, Dave, you got to get one of your pinball machines in your background. So today I spent like 5 hours reorganizing my whole fucking streaming area so that I could get more stuff into the background. Got a table back here just with different stuff and all that good stuff. So that's what I got to do today. I was going to mow my grass, but that went out the fucking window because I started doing this. So anyway, that's what I did today. Tonight we're going to, you know, just have some fun. You know, last night's stream was fucking great. And then NBC just completely blocked my stream. Just no more showing it. No more showing it because we played the transgender Last Supper thing for 30 seconds. 30 seconds of a 5-hour stream, and they take my whole stream down. So we have a Jim Satala here. How are you doing, sir?
How you doing? Just thought I would wear an oldie but a goodie today. Back from 2016.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah. So this whole NBC thing's bullshit.
Yeah, they're hammering anybody and everybody. They're trying to basically scrub it from the entire internet. They don't want anyone to see what the fuck they did. Kind of tells you that maybe they were wrong, but we'll see. I don't know. Looks like some people are a lot more powerful.
Right. But the problem is you can't fight it without live streaming until they let it go.
Right. Yeah.
So
you have a choice, but so maybe someone's going to fight it. I don't know. I know Mark Randazza was asking for people to contact him. Elon Musk is aware of it. And so maybe Elon will fund a lawsuit. Who knows? That would be fun.
Right. So
he's got to figure out what to do with his $330 billion he's got laying around.
Whatever, dude.
I mean, I could think of a lot of fun things to do if I had that kind of money.
Hey guys, how you doing tonight?
Fantastic. How about yourself?
Good. I do like the pinball machine. I'm glad you said where it came from and why it's there. It looks great.
Yeah, and then I decided, well, I've got a bigger table, and I can get more. You see this like Arctic Blast Frosty Cup? Remember the old Arctic Blast that you could get like at 7-Eleven, or not 7-Eleven, but the off-brand Slurpees? Has the polar bear on it. This is a lamp. I could go turn that light on. It's really cool. It's got it'd be red and blue and white, so that's pretty cool. Then I got my Superman and my Batman over here, and my Captain America, and of course my Pappy 15. Got to have the whiskey in there, the watermark.
Well, that's right. Otherwise, you'd have to change the channel name.
I know, man. Tonight, I barely even touched this last night, low watermark. So tonight's going to be some more High and Wicked. It feels good going down, and I don't feel bad waking up, unlike Saturday ago. Oof.
Yeah, so that was all very interesting. The trans opening of the Olympics and all of that. It would be funny if that's actually the reason they're taking it down, not just normal copyright because they're actually embarrassed or whatever that may be. As Jim said, maybe they did something wrong and they realize it. That'd be really great to hear.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where maybe it's they got so much feedback from like people that watch, like maybe they got a bunch of hate shit and they're like, we got to get this shit off the air, man. We don't want people to see it anywhere, or they're so proud of it that they think people should just go straight to NBC and watch it there. It's really weird, Jim. I don't know why they're hung up about it's not even part of the games.
Yeah, it's not even like you took the best of the gymnastics, and
Right.
stole that somehow. It's the stupid opening ceremony. Who cares?
Well, you can play copyrighted material for criticism and comment.
Which is what we were doing.
Use. Right.
Yes.
It's called fair use.
No, they don't believe in that one.
Or for educate. Maybe it was educational purposes. We were trying to educate the public that there were satanic pedophiles running the fucking Olympics. So there, suck a dick.
Exactly.
Suck a dick.
Jim's on fire.
Yeah, he's like, let's not talk about the good shit.
I got a bunch of Red Bull, cocaine, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah. So let's get Mr. Julio in here. How you doing, buddy?
How's it doing, fellas? Thanks for having me on, Dave. Appreciate it.
No problem, man.
Soft, soothing tones of Julio Scissors.
That's right.
Yes.
The background looks awesome, Dave.
Oh, thanks.
It's
Yeah.
an upgrade for sure.
I thought he was going to say my background looks awesome. No.
Yeah,
Last thing I heard from you was suck a dick. I just jumped in. I'm like, what the fuck was that about?
I've had this with the guy for like a year. I bought it. I bought this pinball machine at a yard sale for $150, and then I had the guy refurbish it. He rewired everything. He put in LED lights instead of the old regular bulbs. They did a whole new paint job with the original decals and all that stuff. So I got it back today. It took a year almost, but I'm glad. It's a 1976 pinball machine, and it works good.
What pinball machine is that? That's not the Atlantis one, right?
Buccaneer?
No, that one's over there. It's called Buccaneer. And it's got a wood top, so it sounds like you're in a skating rink. You know what I'm saying? Remember the old pinball machines are not very fast. There's a few bumpers. There's a few of the ding ding dings. That's what it is. But it's fantastic, especially for $150. You know, and what I put into for the repairs and
what were the repairs? Probably like a couple grand, right?
Yeah, which is fine. It's fine because it's
I
worth more
wanted
than
to get
that.
I wanted to get when I was in high school, we used to play this pinball machine, and I want to say it was called the Cyclone or something, or the Comet. It was like this thing for like Coney Island, ride the Cyclone, ride the Comet, this thing.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I think it was Williams. I don't know. I mean, but this is the '80s, so you know. But it was like $7,500. I was like, wow, that's a lot of money for a fucking pinball machine that I'm probably not going to play that much.
But it's not, dude. They hold their value better than Eric July's comic. So,
well, that's still yet to be seen.
But you keep buying his books, and they have no value.
You can't keep saying I keep buying them. I'm still just because I'm still waiting on getting something doesn't mean I keep buying it. Just because it hasn't been delivered yet, even though they said it would be delivered by the 27th.
You haven't missed a book of his yet. So that means...
what do you mean? I didn't buy Yaira. I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I did not buy ISOM 2. I didn't buy Alpha Core.
You bought this for Baron. Yeah, you bought this for Mike
Baron.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let's get Nicholas in. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. How y'all doing? Thanks for having me on, Dave.
Of course. What are your thoughts on NBC cucking everybody that played a 30-second clip?
So, as far as I'm aware, I haven't actually tested this or researched it, so I'm just going to completely talk out my ass here. But I think that they actually removed it from their own coverage as well. Like NBC's not even showing it anymore.
Yeah, they've taken all the videos down
of their own. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, then they're embarrassed, right? That means they're embarrassed by the product.
Well, I think so. Obviously, America wasn't the one to put on the show, but we are in the midst of a very pivotal election, you could say. And I think if I were to guess, I think that has more to do with it. They don't want to, because it's not going to rally Democrats or anything like that. I mean, they're just gonna hoot and holler and go yay. But it will rally, obviously, as it already has. It's going to rally Trump's base,
said Nicholas, what you said. On the other end, it's the same thing. It's a bunch of conservative Christians clutching their pearls online. I'm like, really? Who cares?
Well, no, see, that's the thing though. It's not really just Americans. There's Christians all over the fucking world that are pissed.
That's fair.
And Jim, again, we talked about this last night. I don't think the Muslims appreciate that shit either. They still believe in Jesus.
That I'm kind of upset about.
They fucking kill people over it.
They believe in Jesus too.
I'm a tiny little bit upset about the fact that there's a certain group that always expects everybody to come to their defense when their religion is attacked. But they don't ever say anything when Christianity is attacked. But Christians are always supposed to defend them. I don't want to say which group this is.
Oh, there's some do. I mean, there was this Syrian girl on Twitter.
Oh, I'm not talking about Muslims. They've been coming out, and I'm not talking about them.
Oh, okay.
This other group that will remain nameless.
I sent you a link, Mike.
Because we like being on YouTube.
So you were right. The Olympic Committee took down all the videos of its opening ceremonies in Paris after being reminded grooming is not an Olympic sport yet.
Oh, God. Excellently said, by the way, Mike. Yeah.
I just sent Mike a link. We haven't had him on in a while. So
I like Mike Partika. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good egg, man. We made fun of his videos and he still comes on, and then he's a great reviewer. When you watch his reviews, he's really good. Low watermark. He's honest. He's fair.
Yeah, I watched all of his comic book reviews in the last couple of months, and they were
I've been taking notes on his reviews to figure out how to do my own reviews.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know, because I tried. I don't want to get into it. I've tried to record a review so many times, and I'll get like 5 minutes into it, and then I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, no, I can't. That can't be in a review. Shit. All right. Stop. Shit. Damn it. No, stop.
Andrew, thank you for the $2. Wasn't that all weird stuff done by France? Yeah. I don't know if it was done by France.
Well, the Olympic Committee is not just France. It was done by the Olympic Committee. Like,
It's
The
worldwide.
host nation is in charge of the opening ceremonies. Every
Oh, the
Olympic.
host nation is? That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
It is. Yeah.
But it still has to get approved by the Olympic Committee, though.
Have they had 4 bombings
On
on
paper, they're never going to deny something like that.
Didn't they have 4 bombings also yesterday in Paris?
I heard they had a
Jim?
blackout tonight. I don't know if that's
Arson
true.
attacks on their train system or something.
Yeah, there was
Whatever.
4 attacks on a train system. There's a bunch of stuff going on. You know what? As far as I'm concerned, after seeing that, Muslims, go for it. Enjoy.
Oh, look what I got today, Jim.
Awesome. Was it got a flask in it?
No, I didn't buy the $180 box one.
I didn't. Mine didn't cost $180 for the flask.
It is now, dude. That shit is expensive.
It was a cheap flask anyway.
I mean, this is just strictly Blu-ray. I didn't get the Blu-ray DVD combo because the Blu-ray DVD combo with the flask is $180 fucking dollars. This was $80. I was like, I'll eat the 100. I'll save the 100.
Is there a reason you would get the Blu-ray DVD combo of anything? I mean, don't you either have one or the other? Why would you want? Oh, am I stupid?
Well, sometimes it's cheaper, Julio. Sometimes it's cheaper.
You would think the DVD would be cheaper,
right? And throwing a DVD in should not cost an extra $100. That's the weird thing. How you doing, Mike?
Hey there.
Hey,
Hey,
How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Sure.
Just fine.
All
Hear you
right.
just like we always do.
That's right. It's all tinny, and I'm sure.
Hey, at least Julio went out and bought a mic, a nice Chinese.
Eventually. I'm just
Would you spend $20 on that mic, Julio?
$30.
$30.
And you sound good, Julio. So
Friday or something.
What's
yeah,
that? No,
so
I got
there
it
you
all.
go, Mike. Target.
Temu,
You sound
Temo,
like Julio.
whatever the fuck it is, Chinese mic. It works.
Oh no. You better watch and make sure that thing doesn't catch fire.
That's so far so good.
It's gonna be like a flamethrower, like jetting in your
Hey,
face.
he lives in an apartment, dude. Whatever. You know.
I saw some freaky videos on Twitter. I follow one of these guys who lived in China for years, and he'll post links to electric car fires, electric bike battery fires. And there was this one video where this guy was carrying an electric bike battery into an elevator, and right when the doors closed, that thing went off.
I
and
saw that.
It
Yeah.
carbonized him.
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, but we should have those lithium batteries everywhere in our house, everywhere. They should be in
Yeah.
our cars, our planes, ships on the
food.
ocean. Yeah, definitely.
Speaking of apartment fire, I live in a first floor apartment and there's a fireplace in my apartment.
Nice.
I thought that was so odd. I don't know. It seems like a hazard to me. Like
Why?
I put
Is
the
it
TV
gas
in.
or
Is
is
it
it gas
gas?
or is it an actual
No.
fireplace? Oh,
To
It's
fucking
wood?
like go chop some tree. Yeah, I thought that was weird, but
well,
that-
after the solar flares hit and there's no power, you'll be able to stay warm.
There you go.
you got to
True.
hire somebody to chop the wood, though. Julio ain't doing that shit.
my son lives across the street. I put him to
Oh,
work.
there you go. Andrew for another $5 says, Muslims, why aren't you Christians mad about the ceremony and do something? Christians, because if we do, we become what the left accuse us of being. It's very true. Very true, Andrew.
and that was my first response too. When I saw
Yeah.
that Syrian girl posting that, I was like, "Oh yeah, we're not going to do what you do."
Right. It's
But we'll
Yeah,
let
but
you
doesn't
do
that
it.
doesn't that make you mad though that they will stoop to levels because they want their side to win so badly, and we stop and say, you know what, we're not going to sink to their level, and then we lose elections. I don't know.
or the
Call me
fight
crazy,
or whatever,
but-
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen?
We created the Babylon Bee, it all balances out.
Oh yeah. We created Ben Shapiro, his network. Yeah, thanks. That's changing the world.
Gina Carano, she's got her career is just as good now as it was before.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's she's on the only reason she's on people's minds is she's a martyr for the right. That's it. Other than that, nobody cares. So I have not seen the new Deadpool movie yet. Have you guys? Anybody in the chat?
I can't watch Deadpool movies in the theater because every time I've watched a Deadpool movie, there's a moment where my brain reaches critical mass and I just have to stop the movie and laugh for 5 minutes.
Because you're having a good time.
Oh, it's just the humor just builds up
Yeah,
until finally my brain short circuits.
That's Ryan Reynolds, though, right? He's good. The guy.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go see it though. Maybe tomorrow, but I hope I don't have to babysit. I don't have to babysit. Maybe I'll go tomorrow. Because, you know, that's
Just
what
for,
grandpas do.
Now, I did see the Marvels finally.
Why would
Oh.
you subject yourself to that?
I was curious about it. Now, I saw the Ms. Marvel series that preceded it. And, you know, it's kind of okay. I think I liked maybe 4 out of the 6 episodes. And then, of course, Captain Marvel was at Dog's Breakfast. And what was the other character, Monica Rambeau? She came from WandaVision. So I wanted to see how all of this matched up. And what I really liked about the movie was how they included the whole body switching thing, like from the old Captain Marvel comics, where you had Rick Jones and Captain Marvel switching bodies whenever they clanked the bands together.
Okay.
And they managed to include that in the movie in a way that made it interesting, where every time they like used their powers at the same time, they'd switch bodies. So they had to like train themselves to like coordinate with one another. So I kind of liked the movie, except for one really bad scene where they go to this planet and the planet is made up of people who all communicate through song and dance. It's like, who thought this was a good idea? This is the whole women running Disney thing to a T. No man came up with this idea unless he was just flaming.
Not a man writing a comic book movie. I mean, what the hell are we doing?
Well, did you see the female penguin in the new animated Batman show?
Mm-mm.
They just announced.
Oswalda.
Yeah,
Oswalda.
Oswalda Copperpot.
We saw a new Spider-Man character last night too, right? Spider-Boy or something?
Spider-Girl.
No,
Deadpool too.
Yeah,
They
they're
turned her
gonna
into a
have a
woman,
new
too.
Spider-Girl character.
Yeah.
Not the same one that they had for I read that whole Tom who was it? Was it Tom DeFalco was the writer and Ron Frenz was the artist? Were those the one, or was it Pat O'Leaf, or did they switch off? But that was a really great series back in the day. That was back when they were doing that whole MC2 thing.
Mike, do you know a lot about indie comics?
Not quite as much. I mean, I was a Marvel and DC reader for years and years, and I never really hit the independent comic scene until Valiant came around, and that was around 1990 something.
So yesterday my wife comes home, and I showed them last night, but I'm gonna see if you know anything. You ever heard of Miss Tree?
I have. I've heard of that one. It's not one that I've ever picked up, but that's by Max Allan Collins.
Yeah, Bax Collins and Terry Beatty.
Yeah, it's well known on the independent scene.
So she bought 3 of them. Sexy, huh? And then they're made by Eclipse Comics.
Yeah, Eclipse Comics could be a little on the risque side.
That's fine. They look fun, something different. Looks more like spy stuff than superhero stuff.
Yeah, I think she's a private detective or something.
She kind of looks like what Archer looks like today. Like just and I love Archer, the animated show. I love that show. You ever watch it?
Archer?
Yeah.
I probably watched a couple episodes of it, but it wasn't one that I got hooked on.
I liked it. After about 1 season, you're like, oh, I get it. He's just a bumbling idiot that's super smart too, but he's a drunk on top of it. So it's pretty good.
I should watch it.
Hey, Dave, could you bring up one of those comic books again?
Yeah.
Like hold it up again. Turn it to the side. Turn it to the side.
Yeah.
Do you have any boards on those?
No, these just got in here yesterday, man. Come on. Shut up.
He was looking
Shut
at the
up,
one that
Chad.
was really bent. There was one of them that was like really crooked.
Hey.
My OCD was going on.
Hey, I got the Ghost in the Badlands stuff from Razor Fist, and one of them was a soft cover, and it was not packaged well. And I'm going to tell you what, it was packaged in shrink wrap, and shrink wrap bends the corners really bad. And it was just in a box with shrink wrap.
No
So
board, huh?
No board, nothing, just in shrink wrap only.
That's a bad shipping job then. That's
that's
not
a
cool.
bad
Horrible
shipping.
shipping job.
Yeah.
I mean, Eric July would never do anything like that.
No.
Now it is gigantic, so it's not just a regular board or
It
regular
doesn't matter though.
box.
You still don't want it to be all fucked up.
But have you seen any of this, Mike? Look at this.
No, in fact, that was just recently suggested that I review that, but I have not yet seen it.
This is the black and white. The soft cover is black and white. The hard
Uh-huh.
cover is color.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Let me grab. So this is the hard cover.
Yep.
And I'm gonna tell you, man, this dude, George, he can draw. He's actually got some skill. And you notice there's not 10 gazillion word bubbles, Mike. It's like, oh, we get to let the art tell us some of the story. That's nice. There's some words to get us along, but oh my God, can't wait to get into another good Western. I hope it's as good as Bronze Star from Baron,
Mike
right?
Aaron and
Yeah.
Pat Broderick.
Mm-hmm. That was good.
Yeah, I saw Pat Broderick at a convention probably a year or two. Well, how many years ago would that have been? Maybe 3 years ago. I got him to sign some of my Lords of the Ultra Realm comics.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, and one of my Captain Atom comics, too, I'm sure.
Captain Atom, yeah. So, Jim, what do you have pulled up here, buddy?
Well, before we get into that, I just was wondering, did anybody see what's like the Krasensteins, those Midas Touch people have been posting on Twitter about the villages in Florida? There was like 20
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that.
20 golf carts with the people, and they're like, look at all the support for Kamala. And they were in a parking lot of us, and there wasn't a bunch of people, it was just cars. It was just 20 people on golf carts talking. I saw a couple signs for Kamala, and they're like, oh, Florida's going to go for Kamala. It's like, keep dreaming. Because
Yeah, I worked the Central Florida region in politics, and the only party that's ever going to draw a crowd in the villages is going to be the Republicans.
well, I'm saying it was a terrible crowd. But then if you go to say, like, I don't know, that Republican bastion of Minnesota, you want to pull up what I got here. This is Minnesota. This is the overflow crowd.
That's the overflow.
Yeah.
You better bring this home.
Yeah. This is outside of the venue.
Unbelievable.
Is this near Minneapolis, Jim?
This is St. Cloud. I don't know Minnesota, geographics, how far away it is.
I know they're sick of their state turning into a caliphate lately, so
Yeah.
that's probably why.
I don't know. If they want to spend a bunch of money trying to flip Florida blue, good for it. I mean, you've got a small problem here. We kind of track all our ballots, and they check signatures.
And you look for hanging chads.
Yeah, and
remember that?
and nobody can just
fast.
grab a bunch. Only family members can turn in other people's ballots. You can't just come in with a whole bag full of other people's ballots. That's a
No
crime
way.
in Florida.
You can't get paid to turn in ballots?
No.
What?
So, yeah,
I can't
so
go
it's
knock
fun.
on people's doors and have them fill them out? I can't do that?
How do their homeless
That's a
survive?
newer. Is that a newer law though? Because
well,
I did a shitload of it. So,
I thought that's how the homeless survived, was by like turning in ballots a nickel each.
No, it's down here. It says only family members or people who have like power of attorney can turn in ballots.
Well, good for them.
And since they got
you
rid
can
of that,
take a sealed ballot. You can take a sealed ballot. That was how I operated under. You could take a sealed ballot with you, but you couldn't take an unsealed ballot.
Okay.
So we literally employed people and volunteers to go around to people's houses because the voter databases, even whether you voted or not, they're accessible by the parties. You just track them. Okay, that they haven't turned theirs in yet. Okay, so here's all the people in this neighborhood who haven't turned in their ballots yet. Okay, we need you all to go to every single one of these doors and ask them if they filled out their ballot yet. And then if they have, offer to take it.
Thanks again for the 5, man. Anybody else saw DC's new logo? It's just the 1976 logo. It's going to be for both the studios and the comics. I didn't know they changed it. It's good, though. Have some uniformity, right? Let's not have brand confusion with different logos. Have you seen it, Mike? You're a
What
DC guy.
the new DC logo?
Yeah, the new old.
Yeah, I don't know what they're trying to do. If they're trying to like say, you know, we're getting back to that old '80s feel or something. I don't know.
Well, hey, they got to do something, man. I mean,
I am so
for all the hate that
uninterested.
Marvel gets, DC doesn't get nearly the hate, but they don't get the attention either. It's really weird. Like, yeah,
I don't even know what they're trying to do right now with this new all-in / absolute initiative. Apparently, Darkseid has something to do with both of them. Like, Darkseid has created a new universe, and in that new universe, superheroes are the underdogs, and so that's kind of going to be the theme that goes through all the absolute DC titles. But I'm just like, you already did Earth 1. And now you're doing another version of this that I guess ties into the DC universe in some way. I don't understand why I'm supposed to care. And all of these other regular mainstream DC Comics characters have gone too far in their own directions for me to latch onto them again. I can't connect to them the way that I used to be able to.
Hey, so what is a new DC movie coming out? Is there one coming out this year? Does he got one coming out this year?
The Superman one? Is the Superman one supposed to be this year or next?
I don't know. You'd think they'd try to get it out there as fast as possible, as much money as they paid this guy to tear everything apart.
Isn't
Aren't
the
they supposed to
Batman?
be doing another Batman? Yeah, I thought another Batman is in the works too.
Oh, well, but that's not part of his universe. That's the other confusing thing with DC, right, Mike? Like, you got this Robert Pattinson Batman stuff going on. You got the Joker stuff going on, and then you have the other universe stuff going on. It's really, really confusing.
I don't think there's anything slated for this year. So Superman Legacy is supposed to be 2025.
2025. So nothing's coming out for DC this year. Probably
Not that I
smart
could see.
though, right? They could use a break from just throwing money down a drain low watermark. Ugh.
Yeah.
You don't care about the movies, though, do you, low watermark?
Well, not particularly. I mean, it depends on what it is, but no, the movies in general, no. No, I'm all into, Olympics showing drag shows. I mean, that's that's my thing, In fact, I'm still scrolling through Twitter where they haven't taken down all of the drag show stuff, which is interesting because if they're taking it all down off of YouTube, but they're leaving it all up on Twitter.
No, they're taking it down on Twitter too.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just watching End Wokeness showing the man in the beard dancing down the red carpet, and that's still there.
They keep knocking them down. People keep reposting them, but they keep taking them down using DMCA's.
They're taking down Snoop Dogg walking the Olympic torch.
So,
but did you see the thing Snoop Dogg was wearing?
No, I didn't notice that. What was he wearing?
Let me find it. He was wearing basically the Baphomet head around his neck. Yeah, it's fucking weird, man. I don't know. It's just like
Baphomet.
Whatever. I don't
It's
know.
French.
It was a gift from Martha.
What is it? What are we talking about?
Like a goat's head.
Oh.
That's what Baphomet is. Similar.
Oh, interesting. Why would Snoop be wearing that?
It's right here.
Because hell is the only thing that smokes more than he does.
Huh.
Oh god.
It looks like Mardi Gras Baphomet.
I don't know what it is. It's just weird, though. Just
Show
odd.
me your sins.
Well, it's a billy goat, which is sort of what the classic head of Baphomet does look like.
Well, he may be saying he's the goat.
Yeah.
How they say.
It's just odd.
Yeah.
Jesus, that escalated.
Something else I just
I wouldn't buy that for that being satanic, though. I would agree that, it's probably trying to say goat or something like that.
I don't know. Everything's just all coincidences, always.
Just like everyone thinks that one guy at the Olympics was a freaking Smurf.
I don't know.
And I'm
I don't
sorry,
know what he was.
it's a great. It's okay.
What do you mean, the lady that had a beard?
No,
The bearded lady?
no, the blue guy. It was Bacchus or Dionysus.
So
Uh,
Simply's got a point. Point is, it's not an accident. You do not accidentally wear a goat's head pendant for a photo shoot. You don't do that. I mean, who the fuck does that? That's
Yeah, but
weird.
it doesn't mean that it means what you would like it to mean, though.
Right.
I don't know that. It could mean that.
Good,
It's possible.
Yeah.
Why do we always have to give the other side a benefit of the doubt?
See, obviously
They never give us the benefit of the doubt.
Obviously, that's a white power symbol.
Obviously. That's actually what David Duke gave him that.
What was the blue guy, Nicholas, you were talking about? They have like Dionysus.
Yeah, it's like the Roman and Greek god of like wine, festivities, stuff like that. Because obviously there was a lot of Greek symbolism in that show. There was French history and Greek symbolism that I noticed in that. I didn't even watch all of it, just going from the little bit that I did see. But it was a lot of Greek symbolism, French symbolism.
I'll be damned. The girl
because
from
it's a
Willy
Greek
Wonka
event,
lived.
essentially.
That was the girl from the Olympic thing. God. So
wait, what did... I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm confused. I didn't know Greek history and Greek myths and all had to do with trans and gays, and because that's all that was. And drag queens.
Well, I think the drag queen stuff came from France, but like Nicholas was saying, the Olympics. I mean,
that's actually a German.
Well, no, the
thing.
Olympics is Greek. I know that. Everybody, the whole thing, the whole marathon is.
Well, Zeus once turned himself into a swan, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So it's all trans.
The Greeks invented
There you go.
pederasty.
Yeah, well, yeah. Sodomy comes from Greece, yeah. And the whole thing about wrestling naked with little boys, I guess that's Greek too. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe we should get rid of Greece.
Shit. Kane County Toy Show is tomorrow, Joe? God damn it.
And technically, they always use grease to lube it up, so.
Ironic. Yeah.
Grease.
What a coincidence.
And I saw that movie, Grease Lightning. That was pretty gay.
Hey, Joe, you got to DM me your booth number. DM me your booth number if you're going to have a booth, and I'll come by. It'd be great. I'll go tomorrow because I got nothing to do.
What did you go to eat today, Dave?
I was going to take my wife to Schaumburg, but she had to go
Schaumburg
to her girlfriend's birthday party. So I ended up working for 5 hours on this new fucking background today. And then I got a hamburger and some chicken wings from the Mexican restaurant in town. So that's what I did.
From the Mexican restaurant?
Yeah, he's his Mexican food's fantastic, but his burgers are fucking incredible. They're incredible. And I felt like having some wings.
Let's see. Does anybody remember what this from a TV show? Berwyn.
Berwyn? No.
No one knows who Svengoolie is?
He hosted
familiar, but I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, he always did like horror movie show. He like dressed up like painted face and everything, and
he was like Count Floyd from SCTV.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a Chicago thing.
Do you remember that show Fridays?
I do. They had the best musical guests on Fridays. King Crimson fucking played.
That's where Michael Richards got his big start too. He was the big brother who played with the army men and would destroy his sister's fucking dolls and shit. That was so goddamn funny. Fridays was fantastic.
He was also the pharmacist that kept taking all the pills.
Yeah, he was so good, man.
Yep.
He was great. So if you go down Orchard Road, there's a bacon and bourbon restaurant I saw today on your way to the show. Ooh. Okay. Jim is a cult leader. Yes, he is a cult leader. Dan Blackroyd. So we all know that Nick was on Chrissy's show yesterday, right?
Today. He was on today.
Today, yeah.
Was it today? Did you watch it?
I watched it. It was uneventful. You know,
Was it?
basically it was they danced around whether or not there was ever any type of extramarital stuff going on, which I don't really care about anyway. It's none of my business, whatever they did. But
Right.
basically, Nick said him and his wife and April were all at the tattoo convention and all got tattoos, and they're just all friends. And so maybe that's what's going on, and that he can't talk about anything because,
Court.
Yeah, I mean, he
So
wasn't going
he's-
to talk about anything substantial. I mean, he couldn't anyways. But Chrissy was her usual self. She does good interviews. When she interviews a person, not a Simcast or anything like that, when she does an interview, she's usually pretty darn good at it because
Well, I
she
do have
seems to care. She tries to put effort into it, figure out what to ask, and she knows her subject usually.
I do have a 5-minute clip from Katie I want to play. I haven't seen it, but it's Katie, and she usually cuts pertinent stuff. And it's titled Air July or some shit like that. So
Yeah.
let's Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Hey,
You want to say something to Mr. Partika?
Yeah. Like I personally wanted to thank him for for reviewing my comic.
Well, thank you for submitting it. I appreciate that. I appreciate your bravery.
I like it. Just a nice, simple story. I liked it when I read it. What do you think? I didn't see that review of yours, Mike. What do you think?
Well, I put it in kind of just under the wire of what I'd want to see in a comic because I felt like the story threatened to have some substance, but was just shy of that mark.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think a good deal of it has to do with the fact that the protagonist is still such an unknown. We don't get really any aside from his name, which kind of I don't know. It has implications of maybe what his past was like, but we don't really get shown any of that, and because of that, we have no real hooks into the character other than okay, well, this guy has been chosen to get powers. So that's kind of the thing that I'm hoping to see in issue 2 is at least a little bit of revelation about the guy's backstory, so that we can kind of get a feel for okay, who is this character and why him specifically?
Why was he chosen? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I like the fact that he's just some guy that had nothing going for him, and somebody says, "Hey, tick, 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 come with me, dude." Like, what? What are you talking about? I'm nobody. But I'm just a simple man. I don't read too deep into things. I mean, I like The Simpsons because it's easy to watch. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a whole lot of depth.
Has anyone else
Simpsons
seen anything about this Highlander remake that's coming?
Oh,
no,
dear.
please don't even say that, Jim.
I didn't. I saw something that they're remaking Highlander. I didn't know.
are they going to improve the premise of it?
I don't know.
That's
Yeah,
impossible.
great movie. I loved it.
Love
Well,
it.
I love the movies.
I hope they
you know,
hurry up.
But it's the dumbest premise in fiction.
You think so?
Well, they screwed up by after the first one. It should have been the end, and that was it, or whatever. And then when they had Highlander 2 and Highlander 3, it was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Highlander is actually one of those movies that proves that the director's cut is not always the best cut.
Yeah.
Because there was an American cut that was the one that I was watching back in the day. And I if I ever have the chance to get like Highlander on VHS, so that's the American version, I'm going to get that because the additions or the things that they threw back into the movie for it kind of screw it up, or they screw up the scenes that they're in.
I think the opening 10 minutes of that movie is so. Let's start off there in like a wrestling match.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
with the Fabulous
With the
Fabulous
parking lot.
Freebirds versus the Fabulous
there you go.
Freebirds versus the Von Erichs, I think, or
Nice.
Somewhere in Florida.
yeah.
And
It
they
was
Roll out
supposed
the
to be New York City.
parking lot.
Supposedly,
Yeah.
supposedly in New York
Madison
City.
Square Garden.
Yeah, Henry
Yeah,
Cavill's
it's
supposed to
Madison,
play the
yeah.
Highlander. So
Yeah, there's supposed to be
Why?
there's interesting parallels between Highlander 1 and Highlander 2 in the opening scenes, because in the Highlander 2 he's at an opera and he's like flashing back on stuff that happened on planet Zeist or whatever.
What did you think of the TV show? I thought it was okay. I mean, it was goofy.
About- The TV show kind of reminded me of Star Trek: The Next Generation in that it took a season before it kind of really hit its stride. And both STTNG and Highlander, you had to give them a season to figure out what worked and what didn't work, and then things started getting interesting from there.
Like we should do a Star Trek stream. I have thoughts, but I don't want to.
So when the guy was delivering my pinball machine today, Julio, I asked him, what he had in stock right now, and he's got a Star Trek: The Next Generation machine completely redone. I'm like, fuck. He said, super nice, man. It's got the turrets that you get to aim when the ball gets locked, and you can shoot on the table and all that. Oh no, don't tell me this, man. I go, how much? And he goes, this much. And I go, you take trades? Because I'll trade 2 for that one. He said, yeah, I'll take trades. Yeah, no problem. I'm like, okay, we'll have to talk, because that Next Generation machine, and it's completely redone inside and out. So he repainted the outside case and all that stuff, and got the decals and put them back on properly. So that might be a thing. But it ain't cheap, dude. That fucking machine is expensive. He has a Lethal Weapon 3 machine too, and it looked nice. But
you said they're like $7 or $8 grand for a table.
Some of them, like the Lethal Weapon 3 one's $4,500, but the Star Trek is $95.
Whew.
But it's like 3. It's in the top 10 list of games for pinball machines, like in history. It's always in the top 10, so it just holds its value. And when they got new glass for it, new bumpers, new everything, it's all been redone.
I like watching restoration videos on YouTube of that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah.
I want to say the one that I remember most of all was an Addams Family.
He just sold his Addams Family machine.
Did he? And that was one that I remember. I played a bunch of that.
Me too.
And the one he sold was the Addams Family Gold. Okay, and it's a very rare Addams Family. It's the same game, but it's just the gold version of it. And the guy that bought it, the material that they wanted, that they made the game to make it gold, they don't make it anymore. So the guy had it plated in fucking gold. He spent $5,000 in gold to put into the pinball machine.
Oh my God.
Holy fuck. And the guy lives in Chicago. He lives in like a bungalow, a 1-room bungalow, Jim. And he said he never plays it, but he just loves looking at it. It's just, you see it and he just loves to look at that. It's like a piece of art for him. It's his piece of art. So that's awesome. It's called the Hardware Sustainable Gastropub and Brewery. Cool. Let me get that in my book. Joe, make sure you DM me your booth number, dude. I'm going to stop by your booth. All right, so let's check out Nick and Chrissy, because Low Watermark says that Chrissy does good interviews, and I'm sure. And Nick looks really happy in this, Low Watermark. He looks like he's happy to be there, so that's nice.
God, a lot of these are like very irrelevant. From John Cannon, do you feel guilty trying to ruin Eric July for content purposes when you found out he offered to pay your rehab costs?
Wait, he offered to pay my rehab costs? That's kind of funny. That was a good move.
Very generous.
Yeah, it was very generous. I don't know what my rehab costs are at this point. No one's asked me to go to rehab at all. And I don't, again, a lot of people have weird ideas about how things work or should work. And it just doesn't work that way. But I never tried to ruin Eric July's career at all, actually. In fact, I just said I don't like the art several times. And he came on the show and we had a discussion. And he said things that I think didn't help him, but I didn't want him to. It wasn't something I desired. And this, the funny thing is, so my statement, I hope they make $1 million, has been turned into like this super negative thing, because I've said it about a couple people and then we've become not friends. Mm-hmm. But I always meant it when I said, I hope the Rippaverse makes $1 billion, which I literally did. I still do. I like independent creation, and I always said I don't care if it's even good. It's irrelevant to me because I think people invest in the creator, and that's the whole point of the indie community. It's like I'm buying a book from someone I like and likes me. And that to me, that was always kind of the rebellion against Marvel and Disney, is as these big companies are sitting out there telling you you're a piece of shit, but then please buy the stuff that you like because you love it. There are these other people saying, hey, I don't think you're a piece of shit, actually. Like, and I have this book and you can watch me and like, you can laugh along with me and we can laugh at stuff. And then you can maybe buy my comic. I love that model. I think it's great. And somewhere that got lost. I disagreed with.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a big issue with what he just said. That like what he's basically saying is that like, you know, buy a comic from Eric July simply because you like him personally and not because you think the stories are good. You know, because with that mentality, then you're just promoting crap, and that creator has no incentive, you know, to get better or change course when he needs to.
But you have to understand. Nick's thought process on this stuff. He don't give a fuck about comics. He could care less. He just wants Eric July to be successful. I've watched him enough talk about this topic, and he's like, dude, I don't care about this book, but I hope he makes $1 billion. And he always wants. Andrew, if he knew you, he'd say the same thing about yours. He says all indie creators, you know, people are buying it, and they're trophies a lot of time. Mike, we've talked about this before, right? When you're buying a lot of these comic books, you're buying it to get back at the mainstream or whatever. And that's how I fell into the Eric July trap the first time and the only time. But Nick's always, am I wrong, Low Watermark? Nick's always had this opinion about comics.
Well, it's about the whole, you know, it's the same reason we all got into it, the alternate economy and people who are not mainstream, you know, supporting them, trying to give, you know, something else a chance, you know, and we all kind of thought that, you know, Eric was going to do that as well.
Well, I think if we,
yep, go ahead, Jim.
I think if we really wanted to get the pinnacle of opinion on this, we should actually go to Eric July himself, who spoke on what's going on and exactly has basically summed everything up in the words and boiled it down into a short 30-second video that
I think I may have seen this. Yes, Jim, do you have that?
I have it right here.
Oh.
My attitude is I'm focusing on Riververse Studios. So now that, you know, I got this business to run, worth millions of dollars, a lot of creative stuff that I'm doing. I got a lot of time dedicated to stuff. Now we just get you the fuck up out of here. These fucking dipshits, get his ass the fuck out of here. 2024, we're not playing those games. Too laser focused. We getting you the fuck up out of there. That's the way I'm approaching 2024. We just get you the fuck up out of here.
Who made that?
Yeah, that's great.
Lathan Devers.
Lathan made it. Yeah, I love Lathan Devers, man. He's awesome.
He doesn't make much, but he makes great stuff.
I offered him to come on the show. It's going to have to be a special daytime show, though, because he's in England, you know, I guess. And I don't think he stays up as late as a lot of the guys over in Europe do. Like, I think he might have a life other than the internet. So that's
probably waking up when you're finishing up. You could catch him on the backside.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Have you seen how drunk Watermark gets at the end of a stream? It's embarrassing.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
And that Mike Partika, dude, he just never stops. Holy shit.
Right.
I'm a teetotaler. Come on. God, I can't remember the last time I did have something alcoholic.
Yeah, I don't have any respect for Eric because I don't think he's honest at all. That's a perfect video you just played, Jim. That's like a perfect opening for anybody. If you want to just be slamming on Eric all the time, just open with that. Holy shit. All right.
Yeah. I think EVS should consider adding that to his intro.
Yeah.
You know, it is true that, you know, a lot of people who bought like ISOM #1 bought it for the same reason that people who don't go to Chick-fil-A regularly will occasionally go to Chick-fil-A. I mean, they go because they look and they see, you know, the conservatives under attack, and they think, well, if I buy a chicken sandwich, that's a finger in the eye of all the people who are opposed to me.
Yeah,
But
and don't take Nick's words offensive, Andrew, because he just doesn't care about the comics. He cares about movies more than he cares about comics.
Well, yeah, I know, but the thing is that like, it's not just him that has this kind of mentality. Like it's the same reasoning, you know, when you know when a lot of conservatives say, say buy American, buy American. Well, how good are the American products? Like, because if they're crap, then go buy a better product, even though it's not made American. Buy the better product, not just because it's buy America.
I think it's because, like, I agree in principle with what Ricada said, and like what you all are saying, and I also agree with Andrew too.
Sure,
but because we're at a crux right now with independent media. We came, especially for people that are in our 40s or above and stuff like that. We remember when that really wasn't a thing. Like the closest you had to independent media, really, for most people, was like cable access shows and stuff like that, or pirate radio. So seeing that develop, while also in a major time of cultural change, people really latched on. They wanted to support somebody who they agreed with, who they felt was on their side, but which is good to a degree, as long as everybody is acting in good faith, so to speak, that they're not just using that to sell you a bunch of shit, like what the Ripperverse has done, like what the Daily Wire has done, places like that, where they're just grifting.
I think what you're saying is right, when in especially in the sense that I don't think any of us would mind if Eric July was getting paid all this money because people liked him, if it wasn't for the fact that he's promoting it as, this is good quality stuff we're putting out. It's that kind of thing where he's like, I'm sorry, the reality just does not match the image you're trying to produce. Like these are not good comics.
If he came out and said, guys, I know this stuff isn't the best. We're just getting started. We're going to improve. Stick with us a while. But when the very first comment came out against him and he got defensive about it and started saying it was fantastic, it's insane.
And Nicholas, you bring up a good point too about this. Like, these indie guys can't get reviewed by mainstream people. So any other review they get from like their fans or just people like Mike, or, you're not mainstream, Mike, you're just a guy on the internet talking about comics, having a good time. They don't want to hear your voice because you're not worthy of even commenting on anything that Eric July or any of these guys have done. You're not worthy. Well, then how are you going to get better? Because if they're not going to listen to their purchasers and people like Mike who actually have some comic book knowledge, or Andrew, I mean, Low Watermark has old comic book knowledge that he loves and he likes to see and stuff. But if these guys aren't going to listen to us, they're never going to try to get better. They're just going to, like, Eric hasn't changed one bit of his art, and it's always sucked. His art has always sucked. There's nothing good about it. And even Nick said that, Andrew, in that statement. He goes, all I said was the art sucks, but I want him to make as much money as possible, because he said, I ain't reading this shit. I'm not reading this fucking book. Especially when I saw the art.
Say one thing is that, he actually did devote, I would say, considerable resources to making sure that Yairo was not as bad as it could have been. Because without Kane and White's interventions and all of the redraws that took place, and I refer to Ethan Van Sciver's analysis for talking about what Deborah Carita did and versus what other artists did. I mean, if it had just been her comic, then that would have been a much worse.
Oh God, I wish he had put it out. I wish he had
my
put
screen
that
for
out.
a second, Dave. Oh. This is Kane and White's Absolute Superman that he drew.
That looks cool.
Art, I guess looks cool. I
it's a hidden finger. It's a hidden finger. You can sort of see it.
Do what?
The hidden finger.
I pretty much know everything that Joe's is thinking. I think
Is that
what
like an art terminology or?
Well, I'm saying is this is good.
Yeah.
This is really good. But I want you to look at this art closely at his style, and then tell me that he did not fix
Yaira.
Well, look at the helmets at the guys on the bottom. There's something in that style that reeks of Yaira.
Look at all the like.
The cross hatching and
that is Kanan.
Well, this is what EBS basically said. He said this page right here is completely Kanan White. This is not Deborah Carey-Taw.
Oh,
yes,
right.
Yep.
This is the last page of the book, and so because of that, Kanan White should have gotten an art credit in the beginning of
the fact that Kanan White is not drawing all of fucking Eric's books, or maybe not all of them, but the majority of them is just stupidity on Eric's part.
Yeah, have him do all of it.
I mean, I could think Eric is an asshole and not like him, and if he was putting out books that look like this, I would buy them.
Well, the thing is Kanan's doing work for the other companies, so I'm guessing they either pay better or this is just what he's contractually obligated to do.
Or he loves Superman and he wants the fucking job.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean,
I would
Superman.
Like I can't wait to make my own Superman comic in 9 years. When Superman goes to public domain.
Gonna have to stick with the triangular S though, I think.
But like I think you can like rework it to make it look better. You just can't use like the modern version of the S shield. Like you'll pretty much just have to do like a triangle with an S, and you can stylize it, in any way you want. You just can't make it like a pentagram shape.
Well, this whole Mickey Mouse thing, nobody's really taking advantage of it because they're still.
Oh dear God! Have you seen Eric?
There is a video game. There is a video game that's coming out. That's basically like I think it's called Mouse. Where it's like basically like Steamboat Willie style shoot 'em up game.
Have you read Savage Dragon lately?
No.
Oh dear God! Well, for one thing, I had no idea that Savage Dragon is basically pornographic now.
Joy.
It's disgusting what he's done with Steamboat Willie. I mean, basically, the mouse is just a giant perv who's like after the Savage Dragon's wife, who like is on a nude run through some Pride Parade event, and the mouse just like Joe Biden's her.
Have you seen Freedom Tunes like a video like pretty much discussing of sort of like what everyone's doing with a Steamboat Willie.
But aren't they getting struck for it? I heard that they still
no. Hold on. I think I can look for it.
All right, let's get.
While you're looking, didn't they do a similar thing with Winnie the Pooh lately? Wasn't there a couple of guys making horror movies with Winnie the Pooh and Tigger and all that?
Yeah.
Just wait for Steamboat Willie. Wait.
There was also a comic book series that just finished its 3-issue run called Pooh versus Bambi.
I like to see that.
what if Pooh and Christopher Robin and Tigger and all these were actually like half human were animals?
Oh yeah. Wasn't that?
Or like part of a killing commando unit.
That looks fun. I would watch that. Wasn't like The Rock like Bambi or something, and like Vin Diesel was Thumper?
It was a comic book, so it wasn't video.
There was also a Saturday Night Live parody of that.
Okay.
Yeah, where Dwayne The Rock Johnson was like a buffed up Bambi, and I think Vin Diesel was like a buffed up Thumper.
I'm surprised they were able to get them on the same set.
Julio, when's the last time you watched Saturday Night Live? I haven't even thought about it in 20 years.
The 90s? when
At
Dana
least.
Carvey and Eddie Murphy and them were on. Yeah. Other than that, I haven't
I
watched
have
it.
the video shared.
How
Dave.
about you? How about you, low watermark? When's the last time you?
Oh, at least that long ago. Yeah, Dana Carvey was one of my favorite. He was still doing Bush Senior when I was watching, so that long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even think about that goddamn thing at all.
I was fortunate enough to see one of the most controversial moments they had on the show, which was the Sinead O'Connor's ripping up the picture of the Pope.
Yeah.
And then the next week they had Joe Pesci on with the taped up picture of the Pope.
Hey Dave, I have the video shared.
Okay. All right.
Share screen.
Yeah. We'll get in a second. I'm going to finish up with Nick real quick. All right. So let's go back to Nick.
Some of the stuff with Eric and Riley, and I still do, but I don't hate Eric or anything like that. If he offered to pay my rehab costs, it's very presumptuous, very funny, but it's maybe a nice gesture, I guess. I had not heard that until now. That's good.
So you're nowhere near needing rehab.
No, shockingly, again, as part of all this, they make you do things like chemical use assessments where they have someone go through and determine if you require like services. And rehab just isn't on the menu. I know it's really hard to believe, but yeah, there isn't rehab on the menu at present.
Okay. From Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, can Nick explain? Okay, this has to do with Ethan Ralph, who I don't. That's not even relevant.
Clipper. First of all, I didn't send Ethan Ralph to do anything. I have no idea about the Alyssa Clips stuff. I heard someone say something like Ralph said that he went after Alyssa Clips on my behalf. I have no idea about any of that. I don't send anybody out to anything. I've also never demanded Alyssa to take down anything. I asked her to take down a stream clip a long time ago and just said, hey, can you please take this down? And then she did, and then she put up another clip of a different stream of the same thing, and I said, well, okay, but I've never copyright claimed her or anything. I actually, when I asked her, I said, I'm not going to be.
I think that was the Farron clip when Farron was on with Nick, and Farron rolled up and showed her hamster to everyone on stream, and
yeah, she laid back and her legs were flopping, and
Oh
my!
Yeah.
And did he do it for his sake or her sake?
Well, she asked Nick to take. Nick took the stream down, and then Nick asked, her, hey,
Alyssa,
go ahead and take that down.
But it got reshown so many places. She must have.
So it was, sometimes stuff like that, you're better off ignoring it and hoping it just goes away.
Karate Stick says Trump SNL was the last time I watched. Yeah. Nick is a simp for Eric now, Angela. I don't think so. I don't think so. This is what he's always said about Eric. He never said he hated him. He just didn't like his fucking book, or his art in his book. That's about it.
Be a dick and strike you or claim you or anything like that. Just asking if you would please take that down. And she did. But like I said, she put another clip up from another show covering the same thing, like right after. And it was like, well, okay. But yeah, there's never been a demand. I've never threatened her. I actually specifically unthreatened. It's like, look, I'm not gonna do anything about it. You don't have to. Just asking you to.
Okay.
Okay.
Guess what place Cody is in right now, Dave, in the race?
First?
Oh, come on, first. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
Well, I just made a video about that.
He's in 8th place with 60 laps to go.
That's very respectable, dude.
It is. I was just like,
pretty good.
That's very respectable. I mean, top 10s in NASCAR are not easy to come by.
Yep.
Not easy. So, like I said the other night, he'll never win a race, but I still got respect for the man doing what he's doing, especially starting at such a late age.
Yeah, even if just running first for a couple of laps is a great achievement.
Yeah, just
does
getting
he still, does he still have like the Cyberfrog car?
No, he's Tim Pool.
He's a Timcast car.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's so boring.
Him ruins everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why we can't have nice things.
We were supposed to get a Salamandroid car, but who knows? I don't know. I
That's
don't know if
later
I
this
would.
year?
I don't
Isn't
even
that
know if
later
I
this
would
year?
actually. I don't know if I would actually even buy any more cars. I spent like $1,000 on fucking race cars.
Top 10's respectable. Top 3's impressed. First, prove Dave's wrong. Yep, not going to happen. When it happens, I'll eat my words. But like I said, in that statement the other night, simply, he's only going to win if he's in the lead during a rain delay and they don't restart the race. Other than that, there's just too much other big money out there that they can do just a little bit more to those cars, low water mark. And you've seen it
he
your whole
could
life
be
in
in the
NASCAR.
pit, Dave. He could be in the pit getting a tire change, and then the entire rest of the fucking thing crashes, and they're out of the race. And then he just go out and go, wee, I win. It
Get
could
those
happen.
Turtles at the race cars, like in Mario Kart.
Could happen. An asteroid could strike the fucking racetrack and hit all the other cars.
And then Godzilla!
Where's he racing at, by the way?
Salem.
Oh, North Carolina?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a short track. So those are hard to race on, dude. I mean, holy shit. Quarter-mile tracks. Woof. Nothing but, 130 miles an hour into every corner for, 100 laps or whatever. That shit's not easy. It's exhausting. All right. What do we got here, Andrew? Is this Freedom Tunes?
Yeah, with the with the whole like Mickey Mouse coming to public domain.
Okay.
There, I drew Mickey Mouse, but bad.
Why?
Huh?
Oh, why turn me into something ugly?
To stick it to Disney.
For what?
Strict copyright enforcement.
Maybe if you didn't make everything disgusting, they wouldn't feel a need to be so strict with IPs made for children.
It's art. It's deconstruction.
Would a great carpenter give their work over to be deconstructed?
Well, no, but this is different.
You think removing the magic from everything makes you insightful?
But this doesn't make any sense, Dave.
Stop it. Who are you to crap all over my style anyway?
Disney's the one fucking making everything gay.
Right. Right. That's right.
So is this? Am I not understanding? This is a joke, and it's like
okay, like it's criticizing those who take say like Winnie the Pooh and like
basically
make like,
rule 34.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, the people that own the IPs are fucking them up like crazy. That's part of the problem. Look at everything that's been happening. Disney, Marvel, Warner Brothers, Paramount, they're fucking up everything they own. So I don't really give a fuck if what anyone else does at this point.
Wait for the end of the cartoon because that may be the point.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I bother you by deconstructing your deconstruction?
Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't think there were deconstructionist artists at my time? There were. You just don't remember them. I've been around 95 years, and I'll be here 95 more when your copyright expires.
Huh? No!
No! Happened sooner than you thought, didn't it?
You monster!
I like Seamus. That I just didn't understand. I was like, wait, what's he doing?
Well, that's not Seamus.
Seamus is Freedom Tunes.
Yeah.
No. Is it
Seamus
Seamus?
Coughlin? Yeah.
Oh, I
Seamus
thought.
Coughlin, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Luke, the guy that lives in the camper, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Luke
Is he still around?
Radowski.
Is he still around?
Well, he lives in Miami now, I think.
But does he go on the show still?
Yeah,
he's got his own show. He'll go on Tim occasionally. He's got his own thing going. He's actually doing. He has what's his face that the other libertarian dude on all the time, Clint Russell.
The All That Remains guy.
Well, no. All That Remains guy. That's
Bill
that's a different dude. Bill Labonte. He's on with Tim Cast all the time, but like it's like Clint Russell is on with Luke all the time. Luke Radowski, We Are Change.
Yeah, but I just don't remember the other guy.
Seamus is the guy that him and Luke always argued about spoons or something. I remember.
Yeah, like the wooden spoons.
So what is Ethan talking about? The Chris Tyson DM drop?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of DMs getting released supposedly, and I don't know. But if anybody's interested in a Black Bloody Rainbow the Brood articulating action figure, I have 10 of them.
What?
And I will be selling them. Probably cheaper than I paid for them.
Jim, you turn this into the fucking EVS show. You
No,
got an
I'm just
eBay
saying.
link?
Did you not get your shipment?
I haven't got my shipment yet. No.
Mm.
You all see what EVS was telling people to respond to all the haters out there with? So just
No.
post pics of all caps merchandise and comics.
Well, here, I could post a picture of this merchandise that I bought for $40 that the wrap is falling off of if you want me to do that. Is that what he wants?
Well, I think
Which I wasn't going to do, but they don't respond to fucking emails.
They do not.
It's not like I've spent about 10 grand on EVS shit over the past 4 or 5 years. No.
So I
You
got
sending it to the right email?
blue and a red can.
Oh, yeah. His email and his wife's.
Yeah.
And then one comics key.
How about this? Does that work? Is that?
But it's not going to make me. I still like him. I like his stuff. It's just aggravating.
Yep, it is.
His customer service is very lacking.
Well,
I'm sure he'll get back to you after the Phillies game's over.
Well, he's streaming right now.
Yeah, the boys in the warehouse seem to screw up an awful lot. If even half of the stuff that they ship the wrong things out, and sometimes they ship the really expensive.
There's part of the
stuff
wrap I
to
just
wrong
picked
people.
up off the floor.
Fucking Travis.
It's a great cup and everything, you know. I don't know.
Did you put it in the dishwasher?
No.
Did you scrub it with
No.
abrasive?
No.
Did you pee on it? Did you
No,
pee
I
on it?
did not.
No.
What are you?
That's your
He's a
problem. You should have put it in the-
But
you should
in
have
all
put it-
fairness, he actually did respond to me about this. This wasn't what I was complaining about. He did offer me a refund for this.
For the cup?
Yeah.
Because it peeled?
Yeah.
I've never had a wrap on one of those cups last long.
I have another one too, but I ain't using it. It's just I'm saving. I bought 2. I always buy like at least 2 of something. That way I can use one and have one to save because I'm a fucking retard.
So you got 2 Ferraris? One with 0 miles and one with your driver?
Shut up,
Oh,
Dave.
shit. Oh, shit.
He's the dad from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, that's
Well,
a good problem to have, though, if you can do that. It really is.
Whoa! What was that?
Was not me.
That was
Jim's
Jim.
Jim's like, shut up, Dave. Shut up. Shut up. I have to be honest. Shut up.
Ixnay, Barney, Ixnay.
No. But I tried to get like every hat he had signed by him because I was gonna do something with them. And so
Right.
I was missing one hat, so I ordered the hat. And then I got a hat I already had, and I'm like, well, this isn't the hat I need. And sorry, we're all out of that hat. I'm like, well,
Don't just send me a fucking hat. Give me my money
like,
back.
well, they're like, well, you know, do you want to keep the hat or do you want to send it back to us and get a refund? I'm like, I'll just keep the hat.
Yeah, because it's a pain in the ass to ship it back. I hate that, man. I hate when they put it on me to ship back. Now, you know, like those mattress companies, you know, like Purple and all those guys, the mattresses in a box and all that stuff. All those companies. So we tried out 2 or 3 of them before we found the mattress we liked. And every time we'd call the company back, we'd say, okay, we're going to send it back. And or you can come pick it up. And they go, you're really not in our pickup area. So if you could donate it to a charity and just send us the proof that you donated it, you can keep it or send it to the charity or to a family in need. Okay. So all my kids have brand new mattresses for free. It's so fucking weird. These mattresses must cost nothing, Nicholas. They must cost nothing if they're willing to just not even bother picking them up. Just send us a letter saying that you gave it to somebody that needed it, Julio. Holy shit.
So Eric July printed 2,000 short boxes at $40 a piece. That's what it's here.
2,000? That's on Nicholas's Christmas list, isn't it? The ISOM short box. And you know Mike Partique is going to buy at least 3 of them.
What? God, I haven't needed a short box and I don't know how long. I've got a short box that I think is empty right now because I just don't buy that much anymore.
I mean, that's a quick 80K, I guess.
I got a plastic locking short box for way less than that.
I know. This is just cardboard fold up shit. This is a pizza box.
See, it might. I mean, I don't. Is it going to be like silk screened on there? I mean, how are they getting? Is it just a wrap? I don't.
It appears to be printed on.
It should be printed on for $40.
You know what really surprises me about this thing is that it's something ISOM, and I keep thinking, doesn't that mean that he's got to pay a fee to the ministry?
If you notice very, very clearly, it doesn't say ISOM anywhere on the box.
That's true, but I mean, he's advertising it as
he is advertising it, so that could be a problem because he's not supposed to use all capital letters ISOM.
Well, I mean, unless he pays a fee.
Unless he pays them, yeah.
Yeah, but it would most likely be substantially less if he's just doing it in the advertisement as opposed to onto every product.
Yeah, and he started wearing the hats again too. You know, he had gone without an ISOM hat for a long time, and in the last couple of months or so, he's been wearing ISOM hats on and off.
Well, I hope that means ISOM number 3 is coming out soon because God, I want that to just finish up.
Well, I thought that was done last year.
Well, I mean,
he said it was. He said it was done.
Well, the writing or the.
He said the book was done. He said the book was done.
Oh.
So
I guess he's waiting for one more windfall to justify the licensing fee.
Well, apparently, anytime he drops ISOM, it's going to make him $1 gazillion. So he better hurry the fuck up because he keeps going down, down, down.
I want it to be released just so we can all see exactly what it does. If it only does 9,000 or 10,000 copies, then what?
Yeah,
that's still good though. Don't get me wrong. 9,000 or 10,000 copies.
It's not
it's
good for any. Not for the last book in a trilogy that he can't continue anymore. You'd think that his super fans would want to buy everything possible for that.
Not to mention that you also got to factor in all his overhead.
Because
like other independent guys can get away with a third of his sales and still be making a living. But he's employing upwards of 20 people, if not more.
And he's hiring artists. Yeah, he's paying everybody to do everything. He's doing nothing. I mean, he's made half of what Inglorious Rex made, Jim, with this last book.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but if you can get EDS to sign him, you can make some money off of him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're at 10,000. They're almost to 10,000 books on Gooding, right? Or no?
No.
9,000?
8,400 or something?
I thought someone said they crossed 10,000.
I'll look it up.
You're gonna look it up?
Yeah.
That ISOM box. So comes as a single large sheet that you fold.
It's 2 pieces. It should be 2 pieces. The top and the bottom should be a separate piece of cardboard.
But it comes
kind
flat.
of a weird shape. It's flat. It's a weird shape too. So I mean, storage wise, you're gonna have to be careful with it because you can't dent. If you put dents in it or anything. So now it's up to 9,500. So that's a lot. It jumped 1,000 books. That almost makes me wonder if there's something weird going on.
It's definitely something weird going on.
No nonsense. That's just people. They hit another payday finally, and they all said, "Let's go and buy another copy."
But man, I mean, what did Inglorious Rex do, Jim?
I thought it did 18,000. I don't know.
No, I'm talking about total sales too. It was
I don't really look at total sales because that could be skewed by a lot of other things. I look at the books sold.
So 18,000 books is really good then, right?
Yeah.
So is this good for Ripaverse, who has, all those employees, whereas Shane has him and his wife?
If he does this every 45 days, 10,000 books, it's a sustainable business. He might have to lay a couple people off, but it's not going to go bankrupt as long as he doesn't keep spending money on stupid shit.
Those artists aren't cheap, though, dude. Those writers aren't cheap.
They're probably under. I mean, the Soska sisters are probably on salary. So as long as you just keep them writing, you're not. It's not like you're paying them per book. You just keep working every day, you know. The
And what?
Brazilian people is probably a contract. It's probably a set price for a book. You know, number of, or per page or whatever. He's paying them 300, but probably not even. I don't want to sound like an asshole, but he's probably not even paying $300 a page to the Brazilian company.
Probably, but they're also not.
Otherwise, you
drawing
wouldn't
a
be
lot of
using
it.
them.
Right. Right. So yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand how you think if he does this every 45 days.
Who knows what Kane and White's? Sorry, Dave. Who knows what Kane and White's contract is? Maybe in his contract for his salary, he has to do so many covers.
Well, didn't he just get named the?
It said that and something about him just being named art director, but I thought he was art director last year, so I don't know if maybe.
Yeah, he's been art director since December.
Yeah, but the statement they put out the other day didn't say that. It was really weird. It was convoluted. It's like typical Eric July statement. They're always convoluted.
Yeah, if you go to the Rippaverse website, are you still at the Rippaverse website? If you go to the Rippaverse website and just pull up this box and read the statement about the box, like the news release about the box, it says either our newly created art director or our soon to be art director. It's very weird. And this was saying that they did this again. So they put out a short box already once.
I don't remember that.
I don't
remember it either. That's why I was asking. It's a weird statement. Like we promised you.
Is it under Store Gym or what?
I think it was in like announcements or something about the short box.
All right. Let's see. Protect your books with the ISOM collector. Okay. This one of those annoying websites where the top scrolls before you click it. Oh, I hate that shit.
It's not in this. It's got to be some kind of an announcement. I think it's in news. Yeah, it was in news. Right here.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Oh, wrong one.
It's right here. I got it. It's right here. What are you doing?
So, like the popularity of the Rippaverse short box. So, where does that means it's been successful before low watermark, right? I mean,
says who is soon to be our art director. This was published 7/25.
That doesn't make sense.
He said during 2023 ISOM 2 campaign pre-order, they introduced our custom Rippaverse short box. So I guess during ISOM 2 there was a short box, Jim, and you didn't get one. You have an incomplete inventory.
Well, let me cry myself to sleep. But it says, right, the first Rippaverse short box featured a stunning collage by Kane and White, who is soon to be our art director. So that means as of 7/25/2024, because this was published July 25th, 2024, he wasn't their art director.
They probably copied and pasted from an earlier release.
Well, that would make sense.
They copy and paste a lot of shit over there.
Yeah,
that does make sense, Nicholas. But that's the problem with not having an editor in the house. Nobody catches the dumb fucking mistakes.
But see, what I'm saying is this the same exact box that they sold before?
But this is an ISOM box, not a Rippaverse box. So it sounds like the Rippaverse box maybe had a lot of characters on it versus just ISOM. Maybe it had.
This is the first Rippaverse short box. See, well, this doesn't say ISOM on it. It says Rippaverse Comics here, and it's got this weird cross that's changed a little. Kane and White and some other name here. I don't know what this other one is.
That had to do with the settlement, I think, turning it into an axe.
Okay, so the design captivated fans, leading to the rapid depletion of our stock. Despite our initial promise, again, that the first short box would be a limited item, we recognized the demand and decided to offer fans another. So again, the
This
guys,
isn't the
Mike,
same one though, is it?
I don't. That's the question. Is this the same box?
This doesn't look like the same one, because I thought for some reason there was something that they didn't want to put or show us on one side because they said it was going to be like spoilers or something. But I don't see anything here that would be spoilers.
well, yeah, but let's say it is the same box, and all those people bought it when it originally came out because it was limited, and now they're re-releasing it. You just fucked over the people that thought their boxes were limited.
Yeah.
It sucks, man. What the fuck? You keep making my stuff unvaluable because you don't respect the customers and your print numbers, dude. It sucks.
I got the original Rip-A-Verse box video.
You do?
Yeah.
Hold up.
And that's not it, right? I mean, that's a different box.
It's a tutorial on how to put it together.
Cool.
Yeah.
You mean Eric's gonna hold? Eric didn't make the video though, right? Because Eric won't hold our hand. He won't do it. This has to be like somebody on YouTube, right?
No, it's him.
No,
this is
wait,
different,
it's Eric.
right?
Eric's holding our. It is the same. No, is it?
What's
same?
the date
No,
on
different.
this? Does it say?
It's 10 months ago.
All right, so there was a short box that. Oh, and look at the box. You can see it there.
Yeah,
it's
different.
not the same. It's not the same. It's got different pictures on it.
Well, that could be one side of the box where you got like the other side of the box is.
Oh yeah, it could be.
But now we can see the other side of the box right here laying down. It's not
the top
same.
is different, and the top is different because the top just says Rip-A-Verse Comics across the top.
And so that they've got Bloodruth on this, and that's probably why they didn't want to show it.
They didn't want to show us this awesome Bloodruth.
Yes.
Chick.
Yep. That's probably it. 10 months ago. Sure.
Do we
You can get a Marvel character short box for $12. Of course you can.
Yeah.
Of course you can. But Eric's got to get $40 and still charge you $15 shipping. $15 to ship a box, Mike. Oh, Mike dropped.
And the thing is, it should be easy.
They're dropping
to
like
ship.
flies, guys.
It should be easy to ship that because it's a flat nothing. It's bigger than his normal comic book box, but it's just a sturdy cardboard box you put it in, so
Dude,
it can't be folded.
I got my stuff from BJ or BA Turner, right? He has big wall posters that are part of the package, and they're probably would be bigger than this. Total shipping for all my books and posters for BA was like $18. Okay, and there was like 4 boxes worth of shit. Eric has Rip-A-Send. He's going to save everybody money on shipping, and it's $15 for this. What does that tell you if you're looking to go? Like, Eric's making money off shipping, dude, guys.
A lot.
It's not. He's making a lot of money off shipping. God damn, I hate this guy. Play the video, Julio.
What's up,
please.
everybody? This is Brandon over at the Rip-A-Verse, and I'm gonna show you how to make the short box.
Oh,
First,
that's Brandon.
what you're gonna do
That ain't
is
Eric.
you're gonna flip this over. You're gonna fold these flaps in.
That's actually a lot
You're gonna
smaller
push
than
this-
a.
It's a short box. It's not a long box.
No, but I'm saying that's actually doesn't look even right for a short box, though.
Yeah, it's all
I mean,
right.
a short box you should be able to fit like 150 regular comics in.
His are only 50.
Yeah, he's got the short buzz box.
It's like a Rip-A-Verse Happy Meal.
Yeah, he's got the short buzz. It's not the short box.
Welcome back, Mike.
This part.
Yeah, I've been trying to
Just
figure out
ignore
what
all
the
that
guy
stuff
did
we
to
said
myself.
about you.
I
So
went.
this-
I went to the part where it said like, what was it? Stop Mike and Cam, and it like, I thought it deleted me altogether, and then I saw it just went and like muted me. StreamYard. I don't know.
Oh yeah, when you hit if you hit remove on your picture, it takes you out. But if you just hit stop cam, it just makes you go, off, like your avatar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, I've
So
removed myself enough times to know. So
Everybody,
this
this
is not
Brandon.
Eric doing this video, Mike. This is Brandon. This is the big thug that threw Riley out, but Riley wouldn't leave, right? Isn't that him?
Yeah,
Well,
Brandon.
yeah.
Well, he didn't throw him out. I mean, he just walked up to Riley to see what he was doing, and then when he
Well,
realized
he
he
tried.
wasn't doing anything,
He said, "You're not welcome here, dude." And Riley stood right up to him. He's like, "I'm here. Make me go."
he bucked up
For a
on
little
him. He bucked up on
guy. for a little guy, Riley, stood right up to the guy.
He's like, yeah.
Anyone else think? I just noticed something too. You know, all the signed graded comics that Eric sold.
Mm-hmm.
They're signed by Eric. They're not signed by the artists.
Well, you kind of have to get them like from Brazil signed, wouldn't you?
But I'm just saying. I mean, generally speaking, if you want a comic book, I don't know. I guess he's supposedly the writer, but
they'd have to go through every single program.
Yeah,
credit every 3D asset creator.
Exactly, Nicholas. They'd have to go through a whole laundry list of fucking, contributors to that website to get their signatures on one book. Eric, I love the whole ripoff verse where Eric's talking to Kara about writing Isom 3. It's so fucking funny, man.
That's a good one.
I almost want to play it again. I probably will. All right, let's get back to it, Jimbo.
I'm not controlling this.
I got it.
Brandon over at the Riververse, and I'm gonna show you how to make the short box. First, what you're gonna do is you're gonna flip this over. You're gonna fold these flaps in. You're gonna push this part down. Remember, the flaps have to go in this way. And you're gonna push the flaps down, flip over the box, and as you can see, there's a tab that you're gonna pull. I know you guys can see that really well. There's a tab here. Bring the flaps up. And also on the other side. And you're going to push that last part down.
Wow.
Now that's complete. The next thing is the
pause
top.
it real quick, Julio. Yep. Mike, does that look like a normal size short box to you? Jim thinks it looks a little small.
It doesn't look wide enough to me.
What do you think, Mr. Partika? He's muted.
He's probably.
And the cardboard, honestly,
that
looks
was
thin.
the perfect time for a bathroom break.
So, does that look like a normal short box to you, Mike? Like lengthwise?
I mean, it looks a little small to me, even for a short box. I'm saying it doesn't seem like it's wide enough. Like if you actually put bagged and boarded comics in there, it doesn't look like.
Well, I'm sure it's going to fit a standard comic book size, but in terms of like how many it can contain, I don't know. It's pretty close.
I'm looking at I got two long boxes behind me, and that does look like that should be half the size of a long box, right?
Yeah.
Now I know perception's weird with these camera angles, but that does look like a lot less than half of what a long box is. Like it doesn't look as long as it should.
Maybe it's just perception. I don't know.
Maybe it's the art. I mean, it's not just a white box. It just has nothing there.
I would imagine they might have had to make it smaller to account for the weak cardboard.
Welcome, Chris Bacon. How are you, buddy?
Hey.
You're going to buy a $40 box and pay $15 shipping. Come on, man. Don't be a hater. Let's send Mr. Bacon the link. I sent it to him last night, but I think he was busy. He's probably hanging out with his beautiful wife, eating some Texas barbecue or something. Maybe he'll join us tonight. We're just chilling tonight. We don't really have a plan of action. We're just hanging out with Mr. Partika, watching Brandon fold a box. Now, let's see this brilliance here. This has got to be something special.
With these two parts here, what you're going to do is you're going to fold this part up. Bring these parts in.
And in the art of box folding.
I like to do them one at a time because it makes it a little bit easier.
It's like the Bob Ross.
How else would you do it other than one at a time? He doesn't have 4 arms.
Ripagami.
What the fuck is he talking about? I'd like to do it one at a time. But you know what? What this is telling me? There's not a little piece of white paper in every box just giving you a diagram on how to fold it. You know what I'm saying? There's not just that little instruction sheet that says, "Hey, dude, this is how you fold the box." Because some people don't know. They don't know how. A lot of the Ripaverse guys that bought books, they're not comic book fans, and they're going to buy this stuff, and they're going to be like, "How do I even fold this box?"
It's a banker's box.
Man, it's not that different. I don't know.
I mean, trust me, I folded enough pizza boxes to know It ain't fucking rocket science, but if you don't know, you don't know. But there should be like just a little white sheet of paper in the packaging, low watermark. Here's the instructions.
Yeah, but Dave, that would cost another $15, and he wanted to keep this inexpensive for people, you know?
$40, dude. $40.
$40 for a piece of cardboard with get some wrap on it or something.
You can get 3 Marvel character boxes cheaper than this. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You're going to push this part in. Same thing for here. You're going to bring this in like this. Same thing. It's all done. And then you have your completed short box.
That looks like a shoebox size.
No.
Your
perspective is just weird.
All right.
Yes, that box. Is it 1 box or 2, Jim? Did we
one box? One box. One.
Because somebody in the chat said 2, and you confirmed it's 1, right?
It's one box.
Yes, Motto. And by the way, Motto, thanks for jumping in on the show last night after Jim abandoned me.
That was not last night.
No, I said the other night.
Oh.
He was sick.
How often do you abandon him, Jim?
He was
every
sick.
day. I was sick of Dave's shit.
He was sick of his own shit. Flu. He couldn't stay off the toilet. So yeah, Motto, it's crazy. $40 a box and $15 shipping plus $3.30 in tax if you live in Florida, because Jim put it in his cart and that's what it showed. And you don't even have state tax, Jim. So it was federal tax for $3.30, right?
No, there's sales tax in Florida, 6.75%.
It's $72 to get it to California, is what Dick Masterson posted.
That was a shipping error.
Yeah.
That guy, did you see how that guy's explanation of that was? I live in a very red state, so our shipping costs are higher. It's like
your shipping costs are higher because you live in a red state and you're in California.
Okay, no matter what shipping company you're talking about, whether it's United States Postal Service or any other company, doesn't matter what state you live in. They're not offering subsidies to any of these places. And
the post office doesn't get a break.
I mean, the government actually doesn't even fund the post office. Like, it's actually, at least it was, self-sustaining.
But doesn't it lose money every year? Isn't that the thing with the post office? It never ever is profitable.
Okay, I'm not a Republican, so excuse me, but it was the fucking Republicans that decided to steal from their pension fund many years ago.
Well, who stole my Social Security? The fucking Democrats. So we're even.
Who's
Even Steven.
Fund?
The postal workers' pension fund. In Motto ordered a mic. Awesome. Look at this. Julio, we're getting everybody mics.
And Motto sounded good the other night, but it was too loud. The quality was good.
He's on his phone. Yeah. It's amazing how good phones do this shit. But you have no control over anything. So it makes it tough. But if you're not doing it all the time, like Mike's on hit. Mike, you do all your reviews on your phone, right?
On my laptop.
Or your laptop, right?
Yeah, it's just the laptop mic.
So you don't have an external camera?
No, this is an Alienware machine. I just use the webcam and the I use oh god, what is it called? XSplit Broadcaster to capture the PowerPoint slides.
Oh.
And then so it takes care of the audio, and if I need to adjust the audio I go into CapCut Pro and or CapCut. I don't know if I don't think I have the Pro version.
I doubt you do.
Yeah, because I'm cheap. I keep telling y'all.
You seem like a thrifty kind of guy.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I was jealous of how good low watermark always sounds. That's why I got a mic.
Yeah, but low watermark's a smooth operator, dude.
I know.
He's the sound guru, though. I mean, if it wasn't for low watermark, I'd still be echoing.
How does mine sound? Because I didn't
sound good.
On mine.
Let's get low watermark's perspective. How does Nicholas sound to you, low watermark?
He's speechless.
Low Watermark went to go to the bathroom too, didn't he?
It sounds terrible.
Yeah, the quality is not bad. It's just I think the volume could go up a little higher on Nicholas. Mike's sound isn't terrible either. I mean, you can tell the tinny sound from the laptop, but again, the volume is a little low. I think a little more volume on both of them would actually help a little, but the quality is not terrible.
Right. Yeah.
That's
Nicholas,
better.
Yes.
Yeah, that's much better. Yeah,
Much better.
Right. I turned it up because I got one of those Elgato dynamic mics. No, the microphone. I got the Elgato face cam, which I've had that for a while for my music stuff. And then I have a brother who's also a musician, and I'm borrowing his probably way too expensive universal audio interface. So I better damn well sound good.
And Mike, you can control your audio output, can't you? Don't you have like some kind of with the Alienware? Don't you have some kind of control over your output sound?
So as to do what with it?
Well, maybe raise the volume
Your
up
gain a little bit. Raise your gain.
Let me see here.
You could also, it's not going to be something you're going to be able to do right away, obviously, but if you use something like, I don't know XSplit myself, but I know with OBS, you can use that as like your back end, so to speak, for the webcam before it goes to StreamYard. And you can run it through a series of filters, like so you can do gain staging.
And OBS is free.
I noticed that mine was like set to 94%, so I just put it to 100%. But the only thing I'd be able to do other than that is like put on the microphone boost, and that's when I really start getting some like audio issues.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not bad as
It's
it
not
is.
bad.
The problem is without either special software or equipment, you end up with a volume problem. Before I got the microphone that I've got, and I was trying to use headsets and various other microphones, I just couldn't get the volume up. Everything I did, I tried early videos a long time ago, and it was way down. And I hit every boost I could. So, yeah, volume can make up for a bit of it as long as it doesn't get all tinny or distorted.
Yeah, everything you do when it comes to the microphones too, you should make tiny adjustments.
Yes,
and check it out because try to pay attention to what you do because it'll get away from you, and then
and then you're Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future.
Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
But I would check out OBS because it is like everything's free for it for the most part, and it's what like Streamlabs is based on.
Yeah, I have OBS. I've tried using it,
and you can stream with OBS, but I don't know if everybody else that wants to join you has to have OBS to use it.
Well, no, because OBS is going to connect into StreamYard, so you'll basically so like how I do my streams now. I'm actually doing mine right now through the NVIDIA broadcast thing, like I said the first time I was on.
Yeah.
But you can also run it through OBS, and then when you get to StreamYard, you would select OBS virtual camera.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure about the audio part, how that would work, because NVIDIA takes care of both for me, but it might do the same.
Well, that's kind of cool. I thought OBS was its own streaming service, but it's just a platform for you to manipulate your sound and your video before you get to StreamYards or something like that, right? Okay.
Yeah. And you can add tons of plugins and other stuff to it.
Well, that makes more sense. That makes more sense now because I was always worried that it does look complicated, but there looks like there's a lot of stuff you can do in there. Low watermark to actually enhance or whatever you're doing. But hey, it's cool. I like it. I might try it out and see how it works.
Because that's what I use for my music visualizations when I do the live streamings with that.
You use NVIDIA stuff the other night. You were saying, right? You were using something.
But I don't know. It's hard to explain. I don't know how it works.
There's gamers NVIDIA and regular.
I use the studio NVIDIA, but I don't know if I don't know.
What does it do for you?
I don't know.
It's the drivers are so with studio drivers, they're certified for professional applications.
Because I'm professional.
Sure.
But for the most part, from at least what I've read around in my own experience, when you're doing streaming stuff, it doesn't really
I'm
matter.
here, Kevin.
It only really matters if you're starting to do like much more intensive stuff, I believe. Because streaming isn't really all that complicated these days, like for software to do.
Right. And I know people bitch about StreamYards all the time, but I don't know why. It works every time I try it. So
It's easy to use. It does. It's, you know, they're constantly trying to make fixes and stuff. It seems like they're integrating, like, you know, Rumble and Locals and Kick and all that stuff into it. So I don't know what else, you know. OBS, it's just kind of where, like, you have to, like, set it up, and you have to, like, have all the sources named and then where you're going. And I tried doing some stuff with OBS, and it just was
There
beyond
is
my... Kevin,
if
you
you
like the new
stream-
background, buddy? Is that what you like? Is that what you're asking? Do you like the new background? See it? I had to move my whole office around today, so
That really is a badass background.
thanks. I worked hard. It took a long time today to get this shit done. So streaming from my rearranged area, buddy. That's where I'm streaming from. I'm sorry, Jim. Go ahead. I just was seeing Kevin, talking to him.
A quick shout out to Biff Bam Boom Comics in the chat. I'm going to be reviewing their comic, The Naturalites.
He was supposed to be on the show Tuesday, but I guess he got busy. He's more than welcome to join right now if he wants to. So yeah, if you just want to come in and hang out on a Saturday night and talk shit, that's what we're here doing tonight. So Mike, what are you reading right now that you're enjoying?
That I'm enjoying? Oh,
yeah.
Let's see.
I don't need negativity. I get enough negativity from the fellowship.
Let me go grab it. Hold on a second.
All right.
I'm actually going through the early issues of Swamp Thing. Now this is volume 2, and a long time ago they came out with Swamp Thing: The Bronze Age Omnibus, and it was a $100 volume that I think I picked up for like $75 through mycomicshop.com. And it was, you know, like massive oversized pages with all 24 of the original Swamp Thing issues plus House of Secrets 92, which was the first Swamp Thing appearance. And then it also had Saga of the Swamp Thing 1 through 19 plus the annual. And just before Alan Moore started his run that like catapulted it into the, you know, stratosphere. But what they didn't have, and the reason I went and I picked up the soft cover volumes, I knew I shouldn't have bought the hardcover volume, and honestly, I should just know this by now. Never pick up a hardcover volume when you know they're going to have soft cover volumes, is because in volume 2, not only do they include all of the remaining Swamp Thing issues, but they also include like a Batman Brave and the Bold thing featuring him and Swamp Thing, and they also have several Challengers of the Unknown issues that featured Swamp Thing. So they fill in. It's like they'll publish this hardcover, and you think you got the whole freaking thing, and then they'll publish the soft covers, and they'll throw in extras that you have to have. Especially since one of these things is the previously unpublished script and pencils for Swamp Thing number 25, which they never released. So I'm basically just going through this, and when I'm done with that, I'm probably going to let go of my omnibus to get some credit over at mycomicshop.com or maybe Titan Comics is local to me, and see if I can pick up something else for it.
So you're enjoying it though, huh?
Well, I liked especially the first volume because Len Wein, who I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but Len Wein, who created the Swamp Thing, did the first 13 issues, and then David Michelini picked up after that. The David Michelini issues are okay. I mean, and issue number 14 kind of wraps up a thread that Len Wein started in his run, but you know, it's kind of take it or leave it kind of stuff. But the fact that it's all part of one complete set. And I do like the I've already read the omnibus, so I know I like the Martin Pasco issues, which contain some good humor as well as the body horror that's just a staple of Swamp Thing comics in general. That was before he got all, you know, elemental stuff and all. I don't know how familiar you are with that storyline.
Not to derail everything, but
not at all, Mike.
pull up.
I like to learn so I can find out what I should be looking for. That's why I do this.
Yeah. Saw this.
This was just at San Diego Comic-Con, so. So they wouldn't bring Robert Downey Jr. back as Iron Man, so they're bringing him back as Dr. Doom.
Huh.
Why?
Well, if he's behind a mask, you're not going to see much of him anyway. Or maybe he's just doing this to present. I don't know.
Why does Downey Jr. need any of this in his life anymore?
Considering how much they're willing to pay him.
Yeah.
No, but I mean,
I only work for the money.
But you pay him for Iron Man, like Iron Man.
He's Iron Man. That's just fucking retarded.
He'll bring people to the theaters, right? If he's in a movie, don't you think?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. You're starting to really piss people off with this stuff. Is what's happening. It's
I mean,
like, what the fuck?
You're talking about Henry Cavill playing a new Highlander. What the fuck are we doing? You know, everybody loves Henry. Everybody loves Henry. He saves everything. He did not save that shit that he quit, The Witcher. They didn't let him save that. What's he doing this? What's he working on now? Warhammer, right?
Well, he's supposed to be, but that might not. That
might not come through.
You know what's really bad is that I've always said that a Fantastic Four movie should not have Dr. Doom as the lead-in villain. It should have the Mole Man as the lead-in villain, and then move to Dr. Doom as kind of the Joker for like for Batman. You know, they did the Scarecrow first, and then they did the Joker. You got to build to Dr. Doom. You shouldn't just have Dr. Doom right up front.
Let's hear what they say.
In the Marvel multi-universe, we give you the one person who could play Victor Von Doom.
I don't think what's his name, Julian McMahon, did a bad job back in the.
No,
I think it was pretty good.
The one person. I don't know. You know who I like? I like that Orlando Bloom guy a lot. He's actually a pretty good actor, and they don't give him enough work. He needs to be in more stuff. He could play that role. That dude can act.
James Purefoy.
What about Christoph Waltz?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
He would be great as Dr. Doom.
Yeah. Kevin,
I think he'd do a fine job acting, but the physicality would be a little weird.
For $20, Kevin, thank you so much. Use this toward buying something for the new setup. Sounds good to me, man. I'm going to a toy show tomorrow. I'm going to see Joe Juxtapose there. Maybe I'll pick something up, and if I do, Kevin, I will put it on the shelf and put your name on it. Yes, thank you for the 20. That is very generous. I'm going to keep it up here, and you guys talk. I've got to write Kevin's name on the board.
Okay.
We have our $20 super chat board, and Kevin's going up.
I know we can't show it because your stream will get blocked, but anybody who is a fan of Star Trek should go watch the Section 31 trailer. It is the cringiest shit you will ever see in your fucking life. It's dire.
Star Trek fucking they copyright everybody. It's not even.
I know.
I've heard Jeremy and Gary talk about it all the time. Like they want to play the trailers, they want to play it, but every time they do, it's not worth it because they have to fight it every time.
Camelot finished in 7th place.
Hey, that's good.
Good.
But it ain't first.
If you ain't first, you're last.
So is that Robert Downey Jr. is really playing Dr. Doom?
That's
There's supposed to be a movie called Avengers Doomsday.
But doesn't anybody go, "Hey, you look awfully like a lot like Tony Stark"?
Is that what they're going to replace the Kang Dynasty with?
Yeah, most likely. I thought they should have still kept the guy. I didn't.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they could have brought Tony Stark back. They
He's a
had the whole
good actor.
multiverse thing with the TVA. They just did this Deadpool thing where Wolverine came, back, and they could have just brought Tony Stark from another dimension or something.
Hey guys, we have a new person on the show.
Hey,
Sean.
Hey.
Ooh, you're coming in real
Hey,
quiet.
your mic is super low. Super low.
I'll be right back. I got to take the dog out.
Yeah, your volume's super low, Sean.
Still low?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been in situations. My computer's been really like all over the place.
You need to get one gun over there.
Yeah, I do.
This sounds on point. How you doing, man? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Yeah, been real busy doing the campaign and things like that. I had some computer issues early on Tuesday. That's why I couldn't come on when I wanted to. I had some computer issues.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, you have a book coming out, right?
Yep, Cody Valiant issue 1. It's 25 days left of the first 30 days on Indiegogo. It's
you can check out my review of their Cody Valiant 0 on my channel.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. I definitely want to hear your opinion on that.
You've already done the review,
you told me
Mike?
not to review Cody Valiant #1 because you said you changed some of the art or
Yeah.
other scripted stuff. So I'm just doing the natural lights.
Yeah, just the natural lights. Yeah, like the part that the one I gave you to review is completely different from what we got now. It's
okay.
Like my dad went back and redid the art and all this stuff, so it doesn't line up. So you won't give the best review of it because you don't have what it looks like now. So it wouldn't really help like to sort it, like to give you like a really good understanding because like he went back and redid everything. So
Your dad did?
He went back and redid all the art. Yeah, I'm the writer. I'm the son. I'm the writer, and he's the artist. And I gave Mike like a early copy to review. This was like a couple months ago, and then like my dad like overhauled everything since then. So it's really just wow. Yeah,
Wow, that's pretty cool, man. That's super cool that you and your dad work together. That's really nice. Holy
Thank you.
shit.
Yeah, it was father and son team. It's just the two of us.
Isn't that great, low watermark? Julio? I would love to do something like that with my kids. Holy crap.
great, yeah.
I just have no artistic ability at all. But that's fantastic, Julio. Holy mackerel. Man, so how long have you been doing comics?
Like as a business, we've been doing it since 2018, but I've been making comics since I was 12. I'm 32 now as of yesterday. My birthday was yesterday. So I'm
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
And
happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a labor of love, like creating all our art and different things, just trying to stand out and create new, interesting stories. Because it got to the point basically where we got tired of complaining about what everybody else was doing. We just went in with our artwork. Like we got our cool characters, designs, things like that. And let's just tell our stories, and that's what we've been doing. We're 8 books in so far into our universe. Cody, this Cody book will be number 9 so far.
Oh,
And
you have 8 books already since 2018?
Yes.
You're outperforming Eric July, and he's got a full staff. What the hell's going on here?
It's between me and my dad, 2 comic fans. They're like true comic.
And you guys probably have full-time jobs too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're in St. Louis, right? I see your Indiegogo page.
Yep.
It says you're in St. Louis.
Yep. Born and raised.
Let's pull up your campaign real quick. This just went out. Just started.
Yeah, it started back
All
on the 21st, and just been doing our thing, promoting it, getting it in as many eyes as possible as our unique style. And this is just a passion project between just the 2 of us. It's a love letter comics and different things like that with both our own spin to it. And that's the thing with our universe. Like we want to put our own spin to it. Everything's the shared universe, everything's connected. Like you can read this book, Cody, and understand everything else going on in the other books. Like it's little Easter eggs and things like that that connects you to the broader scope of what we're trying to build. We're trying to build a cohesive built universe just of all the characters that we came up with. Like characters like my dad created, like when he was like a little kid, and then all my characters. So it's a mishmash of 2 generations of characters, and that's what birthed this universe.
So there's like real conversations between 2 different age groups, 2 generations, and you see things differently. That's kind of cool.
Yes.
Is Interstellar?
Yep.
Is that you too? I like
that
that's
one. Me too. That's
looking at your page right now. She's all right.
Yeah, thank you. She was part of the first Cody campaign. She was the backup book in the first Cody campaign.
I'm gonna play your trailer then. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's see here. Let me get presented. Play this.
It's far superior to a lot of stuff that I've looked at.
This one goes for the.
Trust me when I tell you, I live for stuff like this.
Cody Valiant is not like any
That looks cool.
Thank you.
book I've seen before.
This is next level stuff. I mean, I've seen some of this stuff. I don't remember art like this in a comic or anything along those lines. It's different. It's unusual, and I'm digging it quite a bit. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want that.
When is this going to be launched?
So this is sci-fi, huh?
Yep, sci-fi. This is a space western. This is something that's just my dad came to me with a character. He only had it in his head. He only had the name Cody Valiant, and he's like, I want to create like a space western. And then I sat down. I was like, okay, because usually we talk every day. I just got off the phone with him like before I came on, and we were just talking about like the next crop of books that we're working on. Like after this, like it's constantly we got a factory of like ideas and things that we're trying to create with our shared universe. Yeah, but Cody but Cody basically he is the flagship so far to our universe. He's in deep space. He's our space character that gives you the deep space part of our universe. Like he's the best way to describe him. He is like the gateway to space. Like we usually when we create a character, we make a certain character that is just that represents all of that, and then you will see other characters in our universe that fits into that mode. So with Cody, since you follow him, so you see all the space characters that will eventually come to Earth or things like that is through Cody. Like you'll see glimpses of them through here, and then they show up somewhere else in somebody else's book, and that's the cool little shared universe type of thing that we're building.
So if you support this campaign and you buy the collector's box, are you caught up on your universe with all the books?
Yep, the collector's box, you caught up with everything so far that we've created, all the books.
Now the art is he drawing? Is he hand drawing everything, or is he computer generating a lot of this stuff, or what?
He's digitally painting all of this on his iPad. It's a whole process of him. It takes him like a day to do like a whole page, like layouts and things like that, and put all the little details and stuff that he wants into it to make it feel real cinematic. Because that's the thing, like what our style basically is my dad's like, he was a big fan of like Alex Ross, and he wanted to do something like that. Like he loved like the hyper realism type of feel to it. He wanted to make this feel like a movie, like you're reading the movie. That's the whole thing so far. It's like you're reading the movie. This is like, if we did a Cody movie, this is how the movie would look like. This is Cody. Like this is his life, his universe, and then he's just getting the tour guide for it. Yeah, and with this particular issue, like the first issue was like where he was battling like a bunch of like space biker gang called the Oinks. And this one, he's facing up with two other bounty hunters that are like on his level, like his peak level. And he's got to maneuver his way out of this situation with somebody that's actually putting a bounty out on him. So the bounty hunter has a bounty out on his head, and he has to survive. Two of the most deadliest bounty hunters so far in our universe.
That sounds fun, man. What do you think, Mike? It looks interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I will definitely be reviewing it at the time, and I've got the earlier copy of it to look at too.
So are these ready to go? Are you just waiting for the campaign to finish?
Yeah, waiting for the campaign to finish. The art is done. Like I'm going through it now. Like we're doing like little minor details, make sure like everything, the art looks right, like the characters, like because like certain details on certain characters, you gotta make sure like her, she has like this little cool little like a triangle shape on like her forehead, and then we're just making sure like that's like right on every image and stuff like that. Because sometimes like when you got tunnel vision when you're doing art, and it's like okay, like because sometimes my dad he get in his zone and then was like he's like it's finished, and I was like Dad, you forgot this, that, and then he's like okay, it's not finished. I gotta go back and put that on things like that.
You mean you guys self-edit and you actually do it? Like I heard Eric July say. I heard Eric July say the other day, low watermark. You know, the details of the art and the dialogue isn't that important. We just need to get the book out. I couldn't believe it when I heard that. I was like, what? That does matter. We have to have a story that matters, and the dialogue needs to make sense. Low watermark. Is that crazy?
Yeah, he definitely got the priorities straight there.
Yeah, it's I try my best not to get on Eric like that, but it kind of shows like
we don't.
Passion. It shows the passion and love like between the two projects and things like that. It's sometimes you can just tell by somebody's passion, like okay, they're really trying to build something that's really special, and that's something that me and my father have been doing forever. Is we want to build something special, something that's right. It won't be perfect, but we want to make it as highly enjoyable as possible. That's the biggest goal. Like I want to do this. I want to create something fun, interesting, something to really look at, something to get the juices flowing of what comic books in the future will look like, and then that's what 3B Comics, Fifth Boom Comics is.
Wow, what do you think about this art, low watermark? It's interesting, right?
Yeah, I think this is really good.
How about you, Julio? You intrigued?
Julio had to leave.
Oh, he did? What, did he get more DoorDash?
Well, yes, he did go for food.
God damn it. Jim, are you? Oh, he's taking out the dog. I like it, Mike. I think the art's interesting. How about you, Nick?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I like the use of colors. I had saw a little bit about this. There's a little bit of controversy.
Yeah,
on Twitter
I just saw that. I thought that was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Controversy about what?
Yeah, it's some controversy that they somebody's trying to attack Katie through us, and we kind of collateral damage to it. It was Matt Barr. I just read his tweet basically saying that he was trashing Eric about 3D assets, but our book is full of 3D assets. When I'm literally watching my dad paint each little brush stroke of Cody's hair, I'm like, okay. It's quite funny. It's funny when you're seeing it from in-house, and then people on the outside just don't know what to expect of it. It's quite funny. Like my dad's hand painting is like my dad's complaining about his back and stuff. Like he's trying to give the best version of his artwork, and then somebody just randomly don't know what is just attacking it. It's funny.
Honestly,
he had the perfect response to Matt Barr, though.
Yeah, I thought there were 3D assets involved too, except I've never had a problem with that.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing. We was doing this like before AI, before that, because I knew it when my dad started to do it, and I was like, okay. this is something interesting. You either gonna like it or you really not gonna like it. It's one of the two. I don't get offended by it. If it's not your style, it's not your style. But my thing is, don't attack it. It's like if it don't look good to you, it just don't look good to you. And then if it's real interesting to you, we hope you can just come check us out, give us a chance. And we've had a whole bunch of people that gave us a chance. Some liked it, some loved it, and didn't like it, and that was it. On to the next person. It's something that's accessible, is really fun, interesting. That I know when I see somebody's face that they enjoy what they're looking at when they see the artwork and things like that. And then it's some that is too jarring for them. That's perfectly fine with me. I don't get offended one way or the other, but just to attack somebody that you really don't know over something like this, and it's quite funny.
So what was the perfect response, Nick? Nick, what was the perfect response?
He just posted a link to the campaign.
That's awesome. That's super awesome. Like, dude, it's your work. It like you just said, Sean, different strokes for different folks, man. It doesn't matter. But I mean, what's it, $15 for, or $20 for, or $15 for a zero issue?
For the zero issue, $15. And then this one, the number one is this is gonna be a square bound because it's like over 64 pages. So you can get both of them in a little bundle set right there. You're gonna get the
for 35.
For 35, you get the both books that, because we want to with each campaign give you a chance to catch up with everybody else on the next issue that's getting ready to drop, and then like that. We also have digital versions of it that for the digital readers. I want to make it as accessible as possible, just to showcase. And then we also in a few local comic book shops, and they love promoting us and things like that. Like it's a real cool feeling when you see your book sitting next to Superman, Spider-Man, and all that stuff, and people actually supporting and buying it. I recently just did like a free comic book day. One of the shop owners invited me in to sell books. Initially, I was kind of nervous sitting next to everybody because I was like, okay, I want to know how my books would sell next to, like, I'm in the big dog's house basically. I'm next to Spider-Man, next to Batman, next to Superman. It's like, okay, is my product is really good as I hope it could be? And then after the first sale, it was like a domino effect. It was like, okay, people are really digging like the things, like the best things I always say. I love the page count. I love the colors, the brightness, the wow factor to it. Like, I've never seen anything like this. And then the customers leave like with like a really passionate, happy smile on their face, like with the things. And then I meet up back with them at a few of the Comic Cons, the local Comic Cons that we do, and they talk about all the new things, possibilities with our characters and things like that. And then they can't wait for the next one. And then that's always like a really good feeling when you run across people again. And then what you think about the books and things like we're working on, and that's the best thing so far is like with Cody, is like everybody's response to him. He's been really cool.
That's nice, man. It's nice too that you're going out to these shows, you're doing all this stuff, because it's not going to grow with you sitting in your house, right? You got to get out there and meet people. You got to really get their feedback. So is this you and your dad?
Yep, that's me and my dad.
Nice. That's super cool, man. That is super cool.
Yeah, it's a passion project. Like I say, like I keep saying, it's a passion project for us. Like we talk about this every day. Like, how can we make Cody better? How can we make this character better? How can we make this universe better? And then it's a combination of everything that we both grew up on. Like, the best of our generations come together. That's what it is. Like, my dad was more traditional with the comics, and mine's was more, my influence was more anime, with a little bit of comics, and then the meshing of the two kind of it works really well with it. Like with Cody is the first, like, one of our characters that particular property that it was whole grown between the two of us. Like, he just had the name and he had an idea of what to go with it, and then I put my influences in there because I grew up with like Cowboy Bebop, Outlaw Star, a lot of like space western animes, and then I showed it to him, and then he was like, okay, now I got an idea what to do with And then it wasn't until I really did like the little animation I did for Cody that my dad like overhauled everything, because I just had in my head like this scene of like Cody fighting in a bar. So I was thinking of like something really cool to showcase, like this is Cody Value, this is the character, like wow, okay, this is what we want to do with him. And then after he saw the little animation I did for him, and then it was like, okay, wow, I gotta overhaul everything. After seeing this, he's like, okay, now I know where to go with. Because when we first started back in 2020 with Cody, like before we like he just had the name, but it was like he was like wanted to do this like the early part of the pandemic. He was like, I want to do this with this character, and then we just slowly been building towards them and things like that. And I've been learning animation on the side because I'm trying to venture out in as many fields as possible to just expose us to as many people as possible with our characters. And it's been getting really good responses, and I appreciate everything.
That's great, man. I think. What do you think, Jim? This art is pretty unique. It's almost like a, like you said, a movie in an art form. It's pretty impressive, Jim.
It's like, is it like photorealism?
Yeah,
his dad draws everything.
He draws everything. Like that's his style. He's like he wanted to do his best version of what Alex Ross was, and then just make it his own thing, like mold it into his own thing. Like that's he hand did all those characters. All those are the oinks, like the Alien Viper game.
That's amazing.
It's amazing, dude. I mean, like
yeah, he did those. Like after I did my animation, he went back and redid points and stuff. Like if you see the animation, that was the original looks of them, and then like my dad built on top of my like what I had. He's like, okay, you gave me the foundation, and I'm about to build upon the foundation and make it better, make it bigger, make it more fantastic, and
make it comic book. Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, that's what I'm gonna make it. Look at this looks like photorealism shit right here.
It does. That's why I was.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
That's him hand painting all that.
That's like I'm trying to remember the artist from hundreds of years ago. Though it's basically it's mastering color.
Yeah,
I think more than anything. I forget the artist's name, who is really renowned for his use of color, and he did do some techniques, like he used like mirrors to project images onto the canvas.
Yeah,
so you can get better. But I mean, that doesn't color it for you.
No, you still have to do the work, right?
It was some Dutch artist. Like, name just escapes me.
Here you go, Jim. For the collector's box bundle, you get 7 books.
Yep.
You catch up with the whole series for $150. So is this
Sean?
Is this a second run of this campaign, or is this the first run, Sean?
This is the first one for this one. This is the second Cody campaign, because we ran the campaign for the 0 issue that I just closed out on it like a couple months ago because I was getting ready for this one. But I always wait, like with our campaigns, I wait till my dad's almost or like 99% done. Like, because that was like the biggest thing, like we learned from other people, like we want to make sure all our things are done. We want to make sure we're like when the campaign's running, we're doing cleanup work. Nothing, no artwork's done. All the pages are done. We're just doing cleanup.
All the lettering, everything's ready to go. Yeah.
Yep. That's all we're doing. Like doing the thing. Campaign runs, and then after the campaign's over, basically sending it off to get our proofs, look at it, and then after that we just print it and then ship it out, just like that.
Well, the link's in the chat, guys. This looks great. It's very unique, Jim, for sure. Man, it's so nice to know, Nicholas, that people, like we were talking earlier about indie creators, and when Nick was saying he wants everybody to be successful, this is a father and son doing this together, Jim. Isn't that great? Wouldn't you love to have like that relationship with your kid where you could create something this cool? Holy shit. And this is their 8th book doing it. It's crazy. And you've got another 20 books already in your brain, Sean?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes. Yep. Like we're halfway done on like I don't want to spoil it too much, but it's our first horror book. It's the character name is her name's Allie, and she's kind of we like the thing with that one is like it's gonna be like a really cool like little horror book with magic, dark magic and things like that. Because the way her world is, like she's gonna be the avatar basically for the magic part of our universe, and like each character is gonna give you a different genre, a different thing, and we just got a whole bunch of like cool little ideas and things like that.
And I love this. I love sci-fi too. So Jim, that's a win-win for me already. This is a sci-fi set. Yeah, expect a new backer as soon as this is over, man. That looks fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Hopefully we can get some more people in the chat to check it out and maybe support the digital copy at least. Let's get him to his $1,000. That's all he's asking for to get this out the door. I'll be right back, guys. Jim, you guys talk within each other. I'll be right back.
Hey, Sean, where'd you get that character's hair from?
The hair. That was my dad. My dad, like he thought I can't remember what particular show he was thinking of, but he wanted something so retro for Cody that it works, like it stands out now. And that's what he came up with, like the basically the little fro for him. And it was kind of funny, like when he first did it, and I looked at it and I was like, okay, that's an interesting way to go with it. But it makes practical sense basically, since he's in space most of the time. He can't really cut it too much, or like certain styles and things like that. So my dad's like, okay, I'm gonna give him like a mop of her on his head, something so retro, something only saw basically in the 70s, and then it's like it's so brand new now because it's a little foreign to him. And then I hit him with, okay, and I was like, okay, that's gonna be Cody's hair, but I want to give him that jacket. The jacket was like an anime jacket, basically. It was like something that, like when you see Cody, when he runs and when he does his fighting and things like that, he fights in that jacket. The jacket is like basically a cape to him, like Superman's cape. Like it's hard to draw Superman without the cape. The jacket is Cody's cape in the sense, because I like cape-like things, like with certain characters, like a scarf or something, like it insinuates something like that, gives you like that feel of like a cape without a traditional cape. Because a lot of the characters, I wanted them, especially like the younger modern characters, I want to give them something that makes them feel new, feel fresh. Like not too much, because like the thing is, like I want to create with the characters, I want to give them something that gives you like something like regular clothes, but also impressive, fantastic with their clothes, like their outfits, their costumes, something that's practical, makes sense, but also kind of fantastic at the same time.
And it's definitely very striking. It'll definitely serve to distinguish it in people's minds, I would imagine.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I wanted to create something that it's like, okay, this is striking. This is his look. Like, if he didn't have these items, he wouldn't stand out like the character that we know he can be. And we want to create elements to him. And then the universe, basically, since he's so far out in deep space, the thing is, Cody is the alien among aliens. Aliens view him as the alien, basically. Since he's so far in deep space in our universe, he's the alien to them.
What part of the United States are you in?
St. Louis.
St. Louis, okay.
Yep, St. Louis.
That's
St.
the
Louis,
Midwest.
Yep.
Just in case you don't know, Mike.
Said I'm cheap, not geographically unaware.
I didn't know if you could afford a map. I'm just,
Google is free.
I thought you still worked with a fucking BlackBerry where there was no Google available. So.
I used to.
I used to love my BlackBerry. And then real phones came out and it's like, oh shit. These little tiny buttons ain't worth a shit when I have a nice, screen I can type on. Oh man, Low Watermark, I'm kind of excited about backing something that's totally this unique. This is going to be cool.
I know, something new and different from what we've seen before here.
And then I'll do a review on it.
Thank you. Yeah, I love to see everybody reviews on it. Like,
not really review, I don't really do reviews. I do opinions. I'm not smart enough to do a review. I just tell people what I think. I'm not going to sit there and critique the nitpicky stuff like Mike will, because he's been doing this a lot longer than I have.
Yeah, but that's my biggest thing. I want your honest opinion on what you see, your truest opinion on it, because that's the biggest thing. Like we want to do is we want to make it as good as possible. So that's the big thing. Like with Mike, like it was like, okay, I love like Mike's nitpickiness to an extent, like with the things, because I know that's things that I want to get better at. Like I want to get better at doing this. Like I want to put out my best foot when my universe. It won't ever be perfect, but I want to put out my best foot. Like with, okay, this is the best presentation of what I'm trying to build, and that's the biggest thing. Like I love about Mike when I first saw him reviewing everybody's books and things like that. It was like I love like the little details that he does when he breaks things down. And I was like, I seen it with like I watch all his other videos on like critiques and things like that, and the little things I pick up and I put in my own work and things like that.
Well, that's what it's about, though, right? You got to listen to this. So Joe Juxtapose has a question for you. Are you and 3B going to be at Fan Expo Chicago?
Still, we plan on being in Chicago one probably sometime next year. We're planning on we're starting to venture out. Like we're going to be at Cape Girardeau in November. We're going to be there again because this is the first one. Like we slowly starting to venture out into other states around us. Like we've just been doing like our local tour, like every show around the city, and now we're starting to venture out and slowly go into other states and things like that.
Yeah, like tomorrow in Kane County, Illinois, which is basically a Chicago suburb. It's 3 times a year they hold toy shows, but there's a lot of comic guys there too. That's something you might want to look into. There's so much foot traffic, dude. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable how many people go through that place. And it's so big, Mike, you can't get through every building because it's a one-day show and there's so many vendors in these buildings, Nicholas. You're like, fuck, you spend 45 minutes at one booth and you're like wasted one of the 8 hours that it's open, and there's another 1,000 to get through. There's so much stuff. And toys. Good Lord, the toys.
Yeah,
toys are where it's at.
Yeah, that's basically what we're doing is we're slowly starting to venture out into other states and things like that. As we because the main goal, like, we're just trying to build up as much inventory basically of like different books, different things like that. So when everybody comes to the table, like, oh, I like this type of book, you have this type of book, and then like that. Like we want to create as many different genres because like in the last show we was sitting at our table and somebody came to us like, do you have any horror books and things like that? I was like, no, we don't have a horror book yet. Oh, it's in the works and things like that. And it's like, okay, cool. But they still checked out something else that we had at the table. But that's where we started slowly thinking like, okay, let's try to tap into as many different genres and connect it into a different part of our universe. And then slowly but surely like that. And then so whenever we run across anybody like, oh, do you have this type of book?
You want to be like a comic book company. You want to be a company that if you're a fan of this, like if I like Archie and fucking Jughead, I want to be able to buy that from you, like a comedy or just a fun book versus a sci-fi book versus a horror book. You want to be able to offer that to your customers because you guys are creating it.
Yep, exactly. That's been our mindset, especially after that. We try to get as much feedback from everybody that comes to our table and checks us out. Okay, this is just part of the process of just getting better. We want to make sure we have just a good variety of everything, and give somebody something new, something fresh that just opens them up to possibly exploring something else that's on our table. Because like if they like this, and while we're working on the next version of that, here, check this out that we have. That something that keeps you going in time, and then it's been slowly like that.
Oh boy. Nicholas, what the hell is this? What did you just send me, dude? What is this?
I think this is probably what EVS is probably streaming about. Well, I sent you a couple things. But...
No, but what is this? Chris the Meme God just put my nudes in NSFW.
That's the Mr. Beast guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that just came out a little while ago.
Okay, guys. What's up, Crusader? How you doing, buddy? USA Crusader.
What's going on Saturday night, guys, in USA?
You feeling better?
Oh, yeah. That was like the next day. I heal really quick. I have one of those amazing immune systems because everything about me is amazing. Immunity is just one of them. So thank you very much for asking, though, Dave.
Well, hey, man, being under the weather sucks. Ask Jim. He was under the weather for about 12 hours as well.
Technically, we're all always under the weather because the weather's always above us.
I hate you so much. I mean,
everyone laugh at the funny joke. Ha ha!
So, what is this? I don't know what NSFW is.
Not safe for work.
Can we make not safe
Are you
for work?
kidding me? You didn't know what that meant?
Dude, I'm not a retard on the internet.
You're probably clicking on stuff all the time, and then suddenly there's a big pair of titties on your screen at work. And
I've never seen anything nude on Twitter ever. I've never seen.
Really?
Never, ever.
I seek it out every day.
I have never.
I see hardcore pornography. I'm not even looking for it on Twitter.
Dude, somebody told me that there's nude shit on Twitter like a month ago. I was like, really? I didn't know that was a thing. They're like,
you have a setting turned on then that doesn't allow you
I
to
do
see
have
it.
a setting that like it'll say like this content is not suitable. I'm like, I'm not trying to stop anything from coming over, but I don't know how to turn it off.
Right.
Because I don't really
turn it off. You'll get a great experience. Trust me.
Yeah, I don't want to see that shit.
Just do what I did and get banned for life from Twitter.
Yeah, that's one way.
You didn't start a different account, Mike?
Well, I don't want to say whether I have a burner account or anything like that.
Well, no, you have a publisher account. You know, they're publishing your work. That's what Cody does. He just has, he has a publisher.
If I ever create a company where I'm doing this kind of stuff professionally, then I'll create a Twitter account for that. But I'm not there yet. So
Chris, it sounds impossible, but I don't, guys. You guys know I don't get on Twitter much. Today's like the most tweeting I've done in a month, low watermark, and it was all about fucking Razor Fist being a faggot, blocking people for just.
Oh hey.
Yeah.
I saw your post earlier, and that's what really prompted me to come upstairs and hop onto the stream, believe it or not, because I could have continued staying down there drinking and watching 80s wrestling, but I'm like, no, I'm going to come upstairs. I want to thank you for doing that, because here's the biggest I don't know, regret with Razor Fist. I think he has a lot of potential of all the big channels, right? But about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, he leaned in and went full on grifter with all this shit. Kind of following the Geeks and Gamers model of, hey, let's build this low IQ fan base, right? Let's feed them this stuff and that stuff, and let's block people that kind of get in our way. I do have Ghost of the Badlands sitting right over there on my love seat in the studio. I've read half of it, and I'm going to be honest with you. It isn't bad so far. I'm going to finish it up, and I'm going to give an honest video review. I'm not going to tag him or anything. If he finds it, great. If not, don't give a shit. But he's made a couple of comments, because I'm a big Western guy. I don't know if you guys know that. But I'm actually writing a Western short story now for a new Western magazine and an online publication. It's going to be awesome. But the point is, he made this comment that like, oh yeah, Westerns are always rooted in the supernatural. It's like, maybe some of them are, but not in general. So he leaned, with you look at High Plains Drifter and shit like that. But 1.5 years ago, he leaned into this, and that's when I started kind of like drifting away from him, because I think he was one of the last ones to really, be anti-Hollywood, but I don't think he really gives a shit anymore. And I think he's more siding with Ripper than he is anyone sensible. I don't want to say EVS, because what EVS is saying is not really EVS's opinion. It's more like the sensible opinion, right? That this is garbage. It's a big grift. It's what it is. It's a merchandising campaign in the form of a comic and a quote unquote universe that is going to have canon and all that bullshit. So
for Eric, you mean, or
yeah, for Eric. But that's the point. The fact I think he's taking his side and all this stuff. He streams with FNT and Geeks and Gamers affiliated channels all the time and stuff like that. He doesn't stream with EVS, so I've really soured on him.
Razor Fist at all?
I mean, he's a smart guy. He knows what he's talking about. He does get into the, no offense to anyone here, but into the conspiracy stuff a little bit too much. I think some of it's just an act, to again grift more. But I think he's smarter than probably pretty much all of them, all the big channels and stuff in that sphere. But at the same time, I'm just like really soured on him because of his behavior over the last year and a half.
Hey Tim, when you got your Ghost of the Badlands, did you get both the hard copy and the soft cover?
No. I just got something I could read that wasn't electronic. I got that one,
the black and white one.
Yeah, I got that one. Yeah.
So I got this one too, the hardcover.
No, I didn't do that.
But I mean, dude, I got to give the artist some credit, man. The art looks really good.
Oh yeah, George, Greek last name. That's what I call him.
It looks really good. And
it reminds me of mid-90s Vertigo art, and that's not like a criticism. I think the art is pretty decent. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, and there's not too many panels per page. There's not too many word bubbles per page. You're letting the art be part of the story. I'm liking that part of it, because some of these books you're just like overwhelmed with fucking word bubbles. Stop talking. Shut the fuck up. Damn Blackroyd. Did you guys stream together last night?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a problem because once again, guys, I don't create drama. Somebody sent me this link saying, I want you to address this. And that's what I do for my fans. But La Reina Creole was making this very passive-aggressive, indirect remark toward us because we don't like spending money on Hollywood and stuff. And she was referring to us saying, oh, how dare anyone tell you how to spend your money and all this bullshit. I'm like, well, you know what? Spend your money any way you want. But when you claim to be anti-Disney and anti-woke, but you're up the ass of the parks and everything else, then sorry, but your Culture Warrior card needs to be handed in, and you're no longer somebody that I respect as, this counterculture. You're part of the problem at this point, just like WW Pro and all the others. So we talked about that. Talked about Deadpool. It's like, oh, you can't watch The Acolyte. The Acolyte. The Acolyte. Everyone's talking about The Acolyte, right? Obviously a Disney production, yet, but let's go see Deadpool and Wolverine. Because this is one we approve. A Fellowship-approved movie you can go see, right?
Right.
And you'll be okay if you see that, even though the money's going to Disney. Like, it doesn't line up, guys. And it just disgusts me. I haven't given a dime to Disney or Hollywood since The Summer of Love over 4 years ago. And that's a badge of honor I have.
Yeah, I think the whole thing they're doing with the Robert Downey Jr. is Dr. Doom is just to give people member berries and suck them in.
Yeah. It's funny how and this is playing right into the Fellowship leadership hands, because all the outlets, NPR and Entertainment Weekly, they're all panning the movie because, it's just, it's pandering and they're giving the fans what they want and they're not really doing art and stuff like that. Well, that plays right into the big guys, the big channels' hands, because all they have to do is say, well, look, the media doesn't like it, so that means it must be good, and we like it.
Right.
But what's funny is I played the girl, the blonde New Yorker. What's her name? I always forget her name. Does all the movie reviews, and she has the high-pitched voice. Grace Randolph.
Grace Randolph, yeah.
I played a clip of her saying she liked it, and I'm like, oh, look, here's a tweet from Fat-Az saying that he likes it. So are we on her side now? Because they hate her so much. none of this makes any sense. A lot of us caught on like in 2021. Should have caught on earlier, but we've been indirectly talking about this stuff for at least 3 years. But now it's time to start directly talking about it. That this shit is nothing but a grift. So,
well, like you said, you at least do 7 to 10 positive things you recommend for people a week when you do your stream, right?
Well, and what we do is, like, if I'm on alone for a while, right, and I talk about a topic, like I bitch about something, I'll go, but hey, this is related, so I'm going to do a trivia thing, and I'll read it off and make the audience guess, and whatever the guess is, that's my recommendation. Like, I had one last night, and I read off the clues, and it wound up being Greatest American Hero. It's out there on Roku channel to watch for free. I did a clue. Blake, remind me what else we did last night on
Debbie Does Dallas?
No, but we talked about Debbie Does Dallas because it was fun. But a couple of other ones, I do that every week. And then at the end of the show...
Jim produced that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jim, he supplied all the hookers and the porn stars all the coke they needed.
We'll have to connect later, Jim. But video game no one ever heard of. River City Ransom, one of the best NES games ever made. That was an amazing fighting game.
Yeah,
it was difficult for sure, but it had like the Double Dragon play style, except you could consider it like an open world game because you could, take different paths. It wasn't like a fixed path. Anyway, we do it every week, and then toward the end of the show, we have a whole segment because I started the Alternative Factory videos in July of 2021. Well, now it's a segment on Friday night shows, and everyone on the panel gives a recommendation of something old, so you don't have to watch the new stuff. So we do that every single week. So yeah, we're going to talk about the issues, but we're also going to recommend something else.
Guess what me and Jim are going to start in 3 weeks? We're going to start weekly reviews of Justified.
Yeah, me and my wife need to watch that soon. We've been meaning to for like 10 years, but we've never gotten around to it.
Jim's seen it 2 times a year, every year since it came out, so it's going to be fun.
Timothy Oliphant's cool. What's his name?
Walton Goggins.
Walton Goggins that played Shane on The Shield. He's good in everything he's in, so should be good. I haven't seen it yet. I've seen scenes and stuff like on clips, but I've heard it's amazing. So
6 seasons, man.
Hell yeah, dude. And The Shield's good too if you haven't seen it. 7 seasons, shouldn't have had 6 because it was like, oh, we're just running around and we're not moving the plot for a whole season. So yeah.
Jim says, and even Low Watermark, didn't you say The Wire's awesome as well?
I've heard that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Baltimore, right?
I've tried twice now to watch The Wire, and I get so bogged down in boredom that by episode 3 I just give up both times.
Of season 1?
Yeah.
Wow.
The first 3 episodes, I mean, it's like you're getting introduced to the characters, and I can kind of see what they're doing. They're doing it in kind of what I would almost call a Mobile Suit Gundam style, which is like where you wind up building up characters on both sides of a conflict, and you get to know them, but you don't bring them directly into contact with each other just yet. It's like you let them have their own dramas, their own stories, and those kinds of things. And then finally, when you bring them together towards the end, you were so emotionally wrapped up in both sides of the conflict that you don't want anything to happen to anybody, but you know that people are going to drop.
That's exactly how that season plays out if you watch the rest of it.
I'll try it again, but I let my Max subscription go because I just had too many other things that I could spend money on. But one of these days when they do another like Cyber Monday special or something, I'll resubscribe. That was really the last thing on Max that I was going to watch was The Wire and maybe House of the Dragon because I don't know. You guys do the reviews on House of the Dragon. I mean, do you think it's a good show?
It sucks. It fucking sucks.
The production is very good. Like the set production, everything. The filming is great. It's just they're dragging the story out for some reason.
House of Dragon.
Oh my god!
Just dragging on and on.
It's a very good show.
House of Women never shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
That's a big problem in society right now.
Ugh, Jesus, man.
Allowing them to vote too.
Basically, they go like, "There's going to be this big battle," and then all of a sudden the battle's over. They don't show you the battle; they just show you a couple dead bodies and some stuff, and go, "Man, that was horrible."
And then the next
let's
episode,
talk about it.
The next episode,
did
they
that in
cry
Game
for
of
the whole
Thrones, too.
episode, mourning the person that fucking died. Shut the goddamn hell up, dude. There's only 8 episodes. There's only 8 of these things, and nothing's fucking happened in 6 of them already this year.
You know what really surprised me that I did not like on Max?
You like it, Nicholas?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm easy to please. I'm easy to please with certain things. Give me some lightsabers. Give me some dragons. I'm happy.
But I want the dragons to do something. I want the fucking people to do something rather than talk about doing something.
Dragon sex.
All they do is talk about it. They don't do it.
They probably blew the budget somewhere else.
You know, and they got $60 million for this shit. How about
They could definitely do dragon sex with $60 million. Yeah.
They could definitely show like a guy getting stabbed with a fucking sword at least once. At least
They
once. Let's see.
Yeah, they probably
ahead,
blew it on catering. Probably blew it on catering.
Probably, dude. But it's beautiful. The show is beautiful. I mean, and they're very good, Mike and Tim, about even low watermark, giving you this beautiful panoramic view of the whole set that they're in every time, just so you can see the work they put in to make sure you see that this is what this room in this castle looks like. And you're like, well, fuck, that's pretty cool. But then I got to hear some bitch whine that they won't let her go fight because she's the queen. Well, that's kind of your job, is not to go get killed. Stop bitching about it.
It just really seems like a fucking soap opera at this point.
Oh, it's fucking Days of Our Lives.
I'll tell you something to watch instead that's semi-fantasy related. It's the, 2007, 2006 Robin Hood series from BBC. That's a fun one. Watch that instead, because there's like an ongoing story, drama with the Sheriff of Nottingham and all that stuff. It's a fun show. Watch that instead.
Well,
no lesbian scissoring either.
Get your Max subscription and go watch the Royal Tenenbaums. That shit's funny. That's a funny ass show with Danny McGuire.
Wait a
Holy
minute.
shit!
Now, is that the movie?
No,
or
you're
is
thinking
that
of you're thinking of the Righteous Gemstones.
The Righteous Gemstones. Yeah, the Righteous Gemstones. Go watch the Righteous Gemstones. Watch Eastbound and Down. Watch Vice Principals. It's fucking fantastic. They're all great series. They're all Danny McBride stuff. They're easy to watch. They're 8 to 10 episodes.
Walton Goggins is also in the Righteous Gemstones and in
He's in all of them.
Vice Principals.
I think he's in
I have a
Eastbound
feeling
too.
I'm going to stick to The Wire and then I'm out.
No, dude. They've got. What else did I watch on? You can go back and watch Sopranos.
Oh no! I mean, I watched like the last episode of that, so I was like, okay, I know how it ends now.
What do you mean? I don't know how. I watched that episode. I still don't know how it ends.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, The Wire. I want to see. I mean, the one that I can recommend on Max that I thought was really good was one called In Treatment that had. I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but he's an Irish actor, I think. And he plays a psychiatrist who sees 4 patients during the week. And so on, like, the way they did it was like Monday he'd see 1 patient, Tuesday he'd see another, and same through Wednesday and Thursday. And then on Friday, he'd be the patient seeing a psychiatrist. And so it was really interesting to see, like, not only his helping the 4 people who he was with on a regular week-to-week basis,
And just how fucked up he was as a person.
How much he had to unburden himself. So there were 3 seasons of that, and those were real good. And then they came out with a 4th season, but it had a whole new cast, and I was just like, if it's not the same cast, I don't even care.
What was that HBO show about the family that owned the funeral home? 12.
Oh, 6 Feet Under?
6 Feet Under. Oh, my wife loved that show, dude. She loved that shit.
The show that I was really surprised that I didn't like at all was Peacemaker. James Gunn's Peacemaker.
I liked Peacemaker. I had fun with Peacemaker.
I watched the first episode. I'm like, what the fuck is everyone saying such good things about this show for?
It was just pretty good. It was just silly. It was fun. It was, it was violent. It felt kind of like The Tick, like just silly, over the top stuff. And I love The Tick. The Tick is Ticks. Every time they make The Tick show, it's good, but it always gets canceled because nobody gives a fuck. Isn't it weird? Sean, like there's so much stuff that's been made that's good, but it doesn't survive because 8 people watch it. But those 8 people will remember it till they fucking die. Tim, you know those shows. You've had those in your life.
It's kind of weird. It's certain shows you just know that it's like it's really good, but you know it's gonna get canceled, or like Swamp Thing. It was like they canceled it before the first episode dropped because they blew the budget. But I sat down and watched it. I was like, this is what they need to put their money in right here.
Well, you know what?
Watermark, if you were going to recommend like a series, the old series for people to go watch, comedy, drama, whatever it is, what would you recommend to the chat? Like just a series.
Me.
No, low watermark. Low watermark.
Yeah, and I have no idea, Dave. There's just too many. I can't off the top of my head just pick one of them. So I don't know.
So would you recommend Magnum PI to people?
No, I kind of did like the, was he Robin, what was the name? Robin Masters or whatever.
Right.
Was Higgins Robin Master? I liked that. I don't think they ever actually answered that question. No, that one wasn't great. It was okay.
What about, would you recommend House to people? Did you watch House?
I watched the first 2-3 years of House. I thought it was pretty good, but then it just got, as they do in every show, everything's got to get bigger and bigger and bigger. The
love
it
interest
gets crazier,
bullshit,
and everything just goes crazy. They overdo too many shows. They start out, it's good, and then they say, we got to do more. It's do you remember what was it? Criminal Minds. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. The first 2 years had Mandy Patinkin in it. The guy. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my body. Him. All right.
He was in Dead Like Me too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dead Like Me was a good show. Too bad it lasted. So did it get a second season? It was 1 or 2.
Yeah, it did.
It did get a second season. Yeah.
Yeah.
They finally made a movie years later, which was okay, but of course he wouldn't come back for it because he's a snob or whatever. But I mean, they overdo. So Criminal Minds went insane. The first 2-3 years is great, but then they got more horrific killers, and they were doing horrific stuff with that stuff you don't even want to think about. You don't want to put out into people's minds. Hey, you could do this kind of torture on people and it'd be really disgusting. Yeah, thanks. The world's bad enough.
Shit out of that show, and then they finally had an episode where there was a cab driver who was killing people because he needed sections of their skin to try out perfumes on, and at that point I was just like, done. I can't deal with
Did
this
any
stuff.
of you guys see that show that was on Netflix called Mindhunters?
Oh yeah. That's a good show.
It was basically like factual of how the FBI's behavioral profiling division got started.
Was John Douglas a consultant on that? Because I read some books by him on that. I think he was
they
also
go over like the Zodiac guy, and then there's
they visit all these guys in prison.
Guys in prison and talk to them and stuff. It's like wow.
I think the main character is based on Douglas.
Yeah,
and they canceled that show after 2 seasons.
They canceled it too. I was like, what the fuck? It was great.
But again, Netflix doesn't mind canceling shit. Like they just like boom, wow. Amazon is going to give us another season of Lord of the Rings.
Oh God, that was a guilty pleasure show for me. That was one where I could just have it on while I was doing something else, and I was like, okay.
That was I would feel guilty if I ever put it on my fucking screen show for me. It would never ever show up on my screen ever. I
tried watching it. I got like 2 or 3 episodes in, and I said, no, I can't do it. Sorry, I've read too much Tolkien. I can't.
Dude, you could just look at the characters and they're not even believable. You're just like, no, this isn't that.
It's time to say something controversial because the Peter Jackson trilogy is not really faithful to the novel.
No, it's not. It's not.
It isn't. I mean,
it's not at all.
It just isn't. So
it's not. But
and
it's
now
not
from the lens of who cares.
It's not. It doesn't insult it. The,
no, I don't
lore,
mean
though.
because Tom Bombadil wasn't in it. I'm talking about completely changing characters like Elrond and
they changed. They took Glorfindel out of it and all that
Mhm,
with
mhm.
saving Frodo and.
The fellow sheep leaders don't know that, but it's definitely that way.
Well, and they ruined Frodo's character completely because they made him a total bitch in that.
Oh
where
my
in the
God, the
story he was
whining,
actually
the
very
whining.
brave and all that. Yeah. Oh yeah, they messed it up, but they did get some of the stuff right. For instance,
They got some of it right. Yeah.
Well,
And it's fun to watch. It's good. It's good
They
to
made
watch.
me give a fuck about the movies I was watching. Like I never walked out going, "Damn, I wasted my 3 hours."
Yeah,
and that's that's not an easy thing to do. I'll
I
watch the 12-hour extended edition on a Saturday.
But hey, Simply Green, like it depends how you define that. I think changing characters at all is insulting it. Like I'm sorry, like Rings of Power, oh this and that, and it's from the appendix and blah blah blah, and it's like, well, if they change Elrond, a major character in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, then yeah, I think to me, if I'm a huge Tolkien fan and I'm really not, then I'd be insulted at that.
Well, if you ever want a real treat, and you feel like ever watching Game of Thrones again, read Game of Thrones at the same time you watch Game of Thrones, and you will see the ways in which they change certain scenes or characters. And the one that I love the most is in the very first episode, so it's no spoiler at all. But you've got
That's the only episode I've seen. Sorry.
I've never watched Game of Thrones ever.
The very first episode, you've got Ned and his wife talking, and he's saying, well, Robert's come to me to be the hand of the king, and I must go, for it's my duty, and it will advance the honor of the family. And his wife Caitlin is like, but you're going to get killed. And you go to the book, and it's exactly reversed. Caitlin's like, you have to do this for the family, and he's like, but I'm going to get killed.
Huh. I thought you were going to say it's because like a brother fucks a sister in the ass instead of the pussy, but that's another change they probably made as well. So.
They remained absolutely faithful on that.
Let's see, which hole is it on this page? I mean,
can't stray far from
No,
the
but they changed a lot of stuff from the books. I mean, they're changing a ton of shit from the books in the House of the Dragon, but they did a lot of stuff. Like they completely got rid of Lady Stoneheart. They what else? Well, I mean, the books only went so far. I mean, in the books, Jon is still dead. So
Dragons are all non-binary.
Yeah.
Dude,
I've never been much of a person to really care if something's, at least when you're translating it from one medium to another, because there has to be changes to things.
No,
you can't have same kind of pacing.
Think about
what does pacing mean? What do you mean by pacing?
Okay, well, okay. How do you have something play out, especially like how do you play out an introspective passage in a book on screen? It would be really hard if you think about it because it's fucking introspection. So anything that's
Peter's getting
especially
angry.
in book form, everything is expanded out compared to what you can do in film. You only have a certain amount of time that people are going to, because a book you read, you put down, you read, you put down.
Yeah, I mean,
generally TV shows and movies, you're watching on them all the way through. You can't expect the audience's attention to last that long. You can't expect the same kind of audiences even, especially with books. I mean, you very much know you have a very niche audience for that book. You put it on a TV show, these TV companies got to make money, so it has to have mass appeal.
Where that comes into play very well is in Atlas Shrugged. I've seen them try to adapt that movie or that book into even a trilogy of movies, and you really can't because you don't notice it when you're reading the book how long this would actually take if some of the dialogue scenes were allowed to go on as long as they do. But like there's a scene in which like a main character gives what in real time would be a 2-hour monologue.
Right.
It's like you can't do that.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. You can't have like this introspection. You can't have like some, like voiceover when he's walking in the forest or something like that. And that's fine. There are other ways to get around that. It's situational, but when you completely change characters and lore, that's unacceptable.
Completely
and
changing the characters is not forgivable.
Yeah, and
Right.
to real Star Wars fans, when you make the Mandalorian and completely change a major race's culture, then fuck you, Disney. The Mandalorian sucks. The Mandalorians were never like that. So fuck you. Like, all you have to do is make something that will have mass appeal and will be faithful to the lore, and they didn't do that. And all these people are praising Mandalorian, and I have no respect for him at all because of that, because Star Wars and Star Trek and stuff like that are for the real fans, but they can also make it appeal to the masses, and that's what George Lucas did, right?
Tim.
That's why it's the biggest franchise of all time, because he was able to do both.
Tim, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but
I was not.
I got my new pinball machine delivered today. It's behind me. See, I have a new background now, right?
I can barely see it. Maximize yourself or whatever.
All right, so my background's
Whoa.
completely different, right? So I got my new pinball machine today, right? So I'm very happy, but I'm talking to the guy who sells me the pinball machine. He says, "Yeah, I have a Star Trek: The Next Generation machine. If you're interested." Oh, you motherfucker!
Yeah, I played that one actually.
It's got the
played that
turrets that turn, so you can shoot the ball in the direction you want. Oh my god! And he's completely redone the whole machine. Paint job, all the bumpers, all the sensors the lights have all been updated. And I'm like, yeah, how much?
Right. Turtle. Yeah, that's badass. I love pinball. Love pinball.
Yeah, it's my third one in the house. I've got Atlantis and I've got the Getaway. The Getaway plays ZZ Top's Tush. Or Lagrange. It plays Lagrange. Da da dun dun dun. So you're in you're basically a getaway driver, and you got to shift gears while you're playing, and it multiplies the score and all this stuff. It's fucking fun.
I have plenty of room in the attic, the walk-in attic, right through that door right there. Eventually, I want to get some shuffleboards, some pinball machines, and shit like that. Have like a little party room. So
I spread the word for you too, Uncapped.
What's up, Uncapped?
Yeah.
Guys, want to do some detracting?
Yeah,
sure.
I always do. You should have seen my impression last night of Ripper. I thought it was pretty good. About being apolitical.
The next big major book, though it won't. I mean, we have other I told y'all we're gonna have a couple of active collections.
Why the hell? Like, his T-shirts are also so generic. Like Goodjing Services, and it's got a picture of Goodjing there.
What he just said there makes zero sense to me. Have you noticed? I think he did this with.
Hey,
Gooding,
pause.
He called.
I love how Shane was really uncomfortable 3 months ago, and now he's just talking about it. You know what I mean?
Oh, he
lets
fantastic. Go. Yeah, he lets go.
Yeah.
Calls them collections now.
Yeah, what does that mean when he says that? What does he mean?
So I'm sorry. I know what he means. But is he the reason? Is he so? God help me. Somebody's gonna clip this, but is he so fucking retarded that he doesn't understand collections or single issues collected, and that you can't just?
Oh, is that what he means? Like a trade paperback collection?
Yeah, but he doesn't understand just because you're doing that page count and you're printing it as a collection. Meaning it's square bound, it's same page count, same paper stock, it's manufactured the same way. That doesn't mean it's a collection, because a collection means it's collecting
a bunch of issues together.
That's
not what I thought he meant. I thought he meant the campaign had 4 different variant covers, which is a collection of an offering.
No, because I heard this before on Gooding, and it's also a term he's trying to distinguish from what is a big campaign. I heard this come out of his mouth a couple of times, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying, but for the love of God, I hope he doesn't think that's a collection. Because
that's not what a collection is. A collection would be hey, this is Batman number 1 through 6, and it's in one book. It's a collection. But I don't know. When he says that, I just kind of I just do this, and I never thought to even question it, Shane. Thank you for making a point of it. People are saying it's a collection because it's collecting dust in his warehouse. It's collecting silverfish. So it's Ethan's superior. Oh, what is this? You guys, that's got to be Odin.
Oh my God!
All right, here
what
we
the
go.
hell?
Let's get back to this.
You didn't see the cover Ethan drew for Inglorious Rex 3?
Yeah, I did. And I'm just wondering what the hell's wrong with the guy.
It's what Shane wanted, I guess.
Oh my God!
Like that's what you get for his friend rate.
Yeah.
Screw you, Nicholas.
Next big major book, though it won't. I mean, we have other I told y'all we're gonna have a couple of active collections this upcoming month in August.
Oh, good.
Expect more than one. But
more than one in August, dude. Oh no. Shane, why would you do that? Let me ask you a question. Why would you put out more than one of these comic books in a single month? Can you think of why you might do that?
You got to pull in more revenue. You need more money coming in. You maybe are starting to look like you're upside down, or like in they call it in the industry, they call it standard attrition, like meaning don't panic, the numbers are going down. This is what every series does. But he's probably seeing it and he sees the chart and maybe time's running out, so he's got to eventually, like
Jim,
if you look at that chart and you
look at his go ahead.
you can't beat the chart. This is just how like I'm in sales, right? So like, and my boss always tells me, Dave, don't panic. It'll just do the work. It'll come back, because you'll have a slow week or two. And he's like, I don't know. Don't panic, dude. It'll be all right. Eric is panicking. He's selling $40 short boxes to try and create revenue. He's doing campaigns now every 30 to 45 days when he could just do 2 campaigns a year, make them really, really good, and stay at his $1.5 million range and be fine. But he can't help himself.
He's kind of
here's what this is. This whole, I'm going to sell boxes and this and that and bookmarks and whatever else. It's Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers streaming house is what this is. Well, we got to have a house and HQ where we stream from, which you don't need because everyone can stream from their own fucking house, right? That's the advantage of doing YouTube, and you can have StreamYard or whatever you use. That's what this is. We've got to have a warehouse. We got to have employees. We got to make this a legitimate business. For whatever reason, he got it into his head. He had to make this some kind of real business and not something where we do a campaign, and then once we're done, guess what? We don't have any employees that we have to keep on staff.
Yeah.
Look at the look on his face. That is a look of worry, gentlemen. That's what that is.
Low Watermark has said it for 6 months. He doesn't look happy. Right, Low Watermark?
No.
And that's a big thing because he used to look happy. I remember we did some old streams, watched some old streams, and Katie pulled some up, and he was laughing and joking. Really, not laughing at Az's stupid stuff. He was laughing and joking and happy. This guy has looked miserable ever since this thing started.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, but he has to put on a face, for everything. Although he now has to fake it.
It's kind of to that point now with him. It's he's overwhelmed with everything, and then he's undercutting his product. Like he doesn't believe in what he's.
He doesn't have any faith in what he's produced, dude, at all. He's not like you and your dad, dude. You guys, you sell what you sell, and you work to make the next one even better. But not Eric.
Mo money, mo problems.
Go ahead, Sean.
Getting back to the word collection, I want to say that I think I heard somebody talk about how collection may refer to like the basic package of your 4 covers and your poster and your T-shirt, and maybe I don't know if that's like all he's doing with this particular campaign. And if it's just a small collection of things for sale like that revolving around the comic, that may be what he means. But that's just a theory I heard.
Eric doesn't know English, guys. He doesn't know what words mean. He fucking legitimately doesn't know what they mean. You can hear. We talked about a video last night that he was saying words, Jim. We were like, "That's not what the answer is, dude. That wasn't what was being asked." And you just say words you think that make you sound smart that have no context for what the fuck you're talking about, Eric. That's why Jim has 4 hibbity jibbity bullshit T-shirts, because he's full of hibbity jibbity bullshit. He has no clue about the English language, Sean. It's awful, dude. You watch him enough and you understand he's probably been an idiot forever. It's just more impressive because now he's the CEO of a multi-million-dollar comic book company that's worth about $200,000 a campaign now. So, oops. He should have treated it like Nerdrotic treats his plushies.
Yeah.
Let somebody else produce it, sell what you sell, and move the fuck on. Not like a legitimate business, because, dude, you just have a readable plushie. That's all you have, Eric. But what you did is you created a shitstorm in the comic world for no reason, because your books, Mike, they're mid, right? They're mid books. Mid at best, right?
They're lower mid.
The best that I have rated any of them is like a 6 out of 10, and that is like as low as you've got to scrape in order to get me to be interested in the next one.
Right.
Some of my
go ahead.
Well, some of my favorite movies are like 8 out of 10 at best, and some movies I like are like 6 out of 10. I have a pretty stringent rating system, but these Ripperverse books, I'd give like a 1.5, 2 out of 10. Like, that's how bad they were.
The worst I've seen was ISOM number 2. That I put at a 3 out of 10. Yaira I put at a 4.5 out of 10, and Alpha Core and ISOM number 1 I put at 6.
Wow.
Yeah, I've read all those books too. It's like the characters are fundamentally broken, like to the extent like Isom in his first book, like when he would like he's fighting Sanswan, like he's struggling with Sanswan, but then he uses his full might on a guard and explodes the guard's chest. Like
Yeah, you know,
and
the thing is that's just that was like a hyperbolic artist's interpretation of what was going on. They really should have pared back, and if they had an editor, they would have.
Exactly, it's a fundamental thing. Like, you want me to like Isom, but he's like basically like the Spider-Man type of thing, where Spider-Man kind of holds back on his punches and things like that. You're welling on regular people, but struggling with people that you supposed to be using your full might on. It's kind of that weird power scaling thing, and I knew where Eric wanted to go with it. Like the first Isom book, I always like tell One Gun and my dad basically is like the first book should have been, in my opinion, should have been just Riververse 0, and then showcase everything, the possibilities of what he wants to create. And then the Isom 2 should have been just the Isom book as his own series, because like between Isom 1 and Isom 2, the genre switched so far, because it goes from Isom 1 is the street level, then Isom 2 we fighting like hell monkeys. We fighting like
wait, hell what?
Hell monkeys.
Hell
monkeys.
It would have been fine if Isom was like meant to be like this stoic anti-hero, like like the Punisher or Daredevil, but the way he promoted it was that like Daredevil,
Nightwing,
he made it look like like this is gonna be my Spider-Man or my Superman. The way he promoted it, and then once you actually read the story, it's more like a Daredevil or Punisher book.
See, I don't ever remember Eric promoting anything about the characters. He just said he had a comic book coming out. He would never show us preview pages. He would never tell us about the lore of the characters.
You know what I do remember though?
What's that?
Remember the promise, the canon promise and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was sold on like, whoa, what a great idea and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But then you see what comes out and you're like, oh man.
Yeah, and that's the thing also, like with your like when you do like a campaign type of thing, he walked himself into a corner that he backed himself into a corner he can't get out of without without basically showing everybody that he's like he doesn't know what he's doing. It's like 'cause he makes like these big promises and things like that he knows he can't get or can do, and he overwhelms himself on situations that don't need to be anything like this. It's like the statue and things like that. It's like
well, the other thing is he doesn't
he
doesn't reward his customers when he gets to certain goals within a campaign. He rewards himself.
Yeah, and then,
what
everything
the
he's
fuck,
doing is
dude?
fundamentally just like really weird. Like
yes, Crusader.
It's like, okay, we hit this milestone. Okay, now it's something that you can buy instead of just something he could offer like refrigerator magnets, trading card or something.
Or how about the document cards are part of it of the fucking campaign? And once we get to this level, you get all 9 cards or whatever they are. Not $85 for the set that are garbage. Those document cards are the worst, Mike. They're terrible.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Another thing, like the look on his face. I don't know if you still have it paused there, but
oh yeah, I just wanted to get us on stage while we're.
Well, he's probably so worried and desperate at this point because he knows if this winds up failing as an enterprise in general, that people are going to talk about it. EVS is just going to like have a field day and everything, and he'll look like a complete buffoon. Not that he already doesn't, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he sees the streams coming where people are just owning his ass, and he's like, "Fuck, we've got to get this thing going." You can just look at his face; you can see it written all over it.
Well, here's the thing, too, Tim. We're already sick of Eric July, low watermark. It's boring. He's a bore.
Here's the thing though. If he can put out a quality book, I'm going to shout that thing out to the to high and low.
It doesn't help him though. There's too much fucking hate within. We're not. I mean, this is indie stuff, and people have picked sides. That's why he's at 8,000 or 9,000 books, because he went from 64,000 to 9,000. And if there was 64,000 of strong fellowship, we'll do anything, he'd still be at 50,000 books at least. He can't do it. He's done. He's fucking done.
And
ISOM 3 might make $1 million at the most.
I'm sorry, I was reading Dan Blackroyd's comment.
I've been pretty good on my fucking predictions for these books. Like I said, Yaira was going to do about 1.4, did 1.5.
Well, we all thought that Gooding was going to do about 600,000. I thought.
Yeah, I said the same thing.
You did.
Yara felt like that was going to be the last $1 million one, and then I think ISOM 3 might be the last $1 million one, and then
I don't think at this rate he's going to get $1 million out of ISOM 3 unless he can come up with some kind of crazy, a bunch of shit for people to buy.
It's
like
going to have to be a
statues
bunch of t-shirts and all that stuff. Right. He's going to have 14 posters. He's going to have a bunch of stuff. Yeah, we did talk about Robert Downey Jr. playing Dr. Doom. Joe Duxtapose, what do you think? We think it's bad. I don't know what the chat thinks.
It makes.
I would wait just to see what happens. I mean,
like I wanted to chime in on that. Like, to me, it makes no sense. Unless they're planning to like never show his face. And they just want to use Robert Downey Jr.'s acting talent. But like, if they're gonna show his face, it's gonna confuse the hell out of the normies.
I think that's gonna be an issue too. Yeah, it's unless he's got to come from the multiverse, and then.
Oh, this is a other variant of Tony Stark that became Dr. Doom. But even then, like it's so convoluted, to the normies, that they're like just not gonna get it.
Yeah, because they said he's going to play Victor Von Doom, so he's not playing an evil Tony Stark.
Dan.
Yeah, we already know there's no Fantastic Four in the regular.
Yeah, there is. There is. Like, there is going to be a Fantastic Four movie coming out, and it is part of the MCU now.
Get the hell out of here.
Well,
it'll be a gold-plated,
I can't say
gold-plated pallet jack. That's what it'll be.
I just know that in Doctor Strange 2, when Reed Richards was introduced, it was just like, who?
Yeah, dude.
I'm signing off, gentlemen. Yeah. Have a good night.
All right.
See ya.
See ya.
You know what oh man, maybe they could come up with something where Tony Stark didn't actually die.
And his real name was Victor Von Doom.
No, but then he turned. Whatever happened to him when he did that, he became Victor Von Doom or something.
Yeah,
Well,
but guys,
wasn't like Kane. Wasn't like Kane the Conqueror like some sort of like version of Tony Stark that became evil or something in the comic?
He was a version of. Well, wait a minute. He was a version of Doctor Doom, or he was like a descendant of Doctor Doom in the comics.
He was like the way I remember it is that he was either a descendant of Tony Stark or a descendant of Doctor Doom. But I think he will. But I'm almost certain he's like related to Tony Stark.
I don't remember that story as far as King the Conqueror goes.
Yeah.
Somebody Google that. But guys, in a way, they've already won because
I thought it was Doctor Doom's like son or grandson.
Google that.
That would have been like great.
In a way, they've already won because they're getting you guys to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, I'm
don't
looking it up.
fall for the trap.
Well, we're not boycotters over here, or at least I'm not.
I am.
Okay.
I watched the
He's actually related to Mr. Fantastic because his real name is Nathaniel Richards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what?
Yeah. At least according to his Wikipedia page, Kane the Conqueror, aka Nathaniel Richards, is a supervillain appearing in American comic books published by Marvel Comics, created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. The character appeared in the Avengers number 8, September 1964.
I wouldn't trust Wikipedia on that one.
So
yeah, but it's like the best source I could find.
Like a descendant.
That being said, I would not trust Wikipedia on that one.
Well, okay. Here's Kane the Conqueror according to Marvel's own website. Yeah. His real name is Nathaniel Richards.
So this is on Marvel.com?
Yeah. Nathaniel Richards was born in an alternate timeline, Earth 6311, aka Other Earth. So
where are you seeing that?
Marvel.com/characters/Kane/
in comics profile. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
What the fuck, Jim? Did you see this?
What?
Holy shit. Discount milk. No, he's not. His penis isn't big enough. I'd know.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Mr. Beast. No, I know his penis size and it's huge.
How do you know, Mr. Beast? How do you know?
So, haha, at Mr. Beast joins in the comment on my penis size. I love it. What the fuck, man? Like, so they're talking about Chris the Meme God's penis, not some kids, right? So I guess that's
yeah, but clearly Mr. Beast or whatever his fucking name is knows all this stuff was going on the whole time. So,
and now he's fired the guy.
He's still gonna have a problem.
Who's he gonna have a problem with though? Because the fucking
he's got a lot of
the 14-year-old kids that watch it don't know.
It's the advertisers and he's got a lot of stuff going on. This could end up actually getting his channel nuked off of YouTube.
Or at least demonetized.
Yeah.
So I talked about Mr. Beast a little bit last night, and here's what I have to say. Like, if you're out there and you have a platform, then tell your viewers, just tell them if it's true that you're never going to wind up in a situation like Mr. Beast, so it's okay to follow you. That's what I told my followers, guys. Like, there are no skeletons in my closet. I'm not hiring people that want to diddle kitties and stuff like that. Like, Mr. Beast, I just want to punch him in the face just because he has a punchable face. But at the end of the day, he does charity and all this stuff. And yeah, but, you could tell he's kind of a dumbass. And it's proven out over the last couple of weeks what's happening in this situation. So just if you have a platform, tell your viewers that, hey, you have a clean record. You're not that type of person. You don't interact with people. You don't platform people that are potential risks. And he is responsible for that. It's his platform, and he had that individual on him. So that's my advice. If you have a platform, is to tell your viewers that you are a moral and ethical person, and you're never going to wind up in that situation. So it's okay to send donations and stuff. And that's what I told him, because I'm that way. You may disagree with what I do, and you may say, oh, you're the most horrible person in the world because you have this political view or this approach and stuff like that. But that doesn't mean anything. That's your opinion. But when you have somebody on your staff doing that stuff, then it's pretty objective that you are a piece of shit and you should have prevented that from happening. Rant over.
I just try to avoid, saying political things, on my XP Comics social media, like at all costs, because I want the company to be seen as completely neutral.
Apolitical, like Eric July, right?
I checked on that article, and I just wanted to, for clarity's sake, the Nathaniel Richards, who is Kang, is apparently a descendant of Reed Richards, who is the son of a Nathaniel Richards, who is not the same as that Kang. So it's not like Nathaniel Richards, the Kang Nathaniel Richards is like the namesake of Reed Richards' father. They're not the
Right. I just saw the last name Richards.
And I sent us all into a paradox.
Well, yeah, I just saw the last name Richards and automatically knew, he's related to Mr. Fantastic.
By the way, chat, we're only $20 away from a Sunday night theory stream. So if we get another $20 in super chats, we'll be back tomorrow night talking about conspiracy theories with Tim, because he loves that stuff.
No, I don't. No, I'm a total skeptic. Yeah.
Oh, that's the whole point. Planning on doing the Justified
streams? He sounds like me.
Yes.
Because I'm a total skeptic too.
Yes.
So am I. I don't believe anything.
I'll tell you this: like my creative project, my science fiction, my space opera does not have aliens, or does it?
Right.
Or does it? But yeah, I'll tell you that. I don't believe in the existence right now that in this galaxy there are any other extra intelligent life that is at our level of development or greater. I don't.
But do you think the Egyptians built the pyramids?
No, absolutely not. Human ingenuity.
But my point
is,
is,
anyone who believes otherwise is low IQ.
No, I didn't
dolt.
say the aliens. I said the Egyptians. You think the Egyptians built the pyramids?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Oh,
I believe they built. I believe they engineered them and built them. Yeah, but if you believe aliens built them, then you're a dumbass.
No, didn't say aliens. I think there might have been another higher educated version of humans on Earth before the Egyptians were here, and they inherited that shit. Because look at 3,000 years later, they can't move out of the fucking desert, and they couldn't build a pyramid today if they tried.
So you mean like a previous civilization?
No, I think
those structures are over 10,000 years old.
I think the human race, and you guys have heard it enough, has been wiped out so many times over the millions of years we've been around. It just keeps resetting, and we get a little bit further and further. And now we're in the Wall-E stage of the human race, where everybody's fat and lazy and all that stuff. But and so many people, Tim, if the bomb dropped, they're just they gave up. It's over. They're not even gonna try to survive, because guess no more government there to save their souls and protect them from the big bad whatever.
Zombies.
Just wait for my creative project, because a lot of that's gonna tie into that scenario you just described. It's gonna be awesome.
There you go, Jim. The Earth continues to grow.
There's another good bit here on this video where
no, we weren't done. I'm trying to.
I jumped forward a little. Now they're gonna talk about Tim's favorite person, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers.
But
how do you know he's my favorite person?
It was a joke.
Okay.
What I was saying is, ever since I've had some, I've had what's his name clipping videos for me, a lot of times when we get into these conversations with Watermark,
What's his name? He's clipping videos for him. You don't even know his name.
He's only done it one time, and they're
Okay.
really good. And he hasn't been in the stream like the last 2 nights, but
Okay.
I keep up the screen while we're talking. So when the videos are up, like we're talking about Eric July, but it's got us. The screen is like, some conspiracy theory video that's playing. We get off track, and I don't pull it down. So I'm pulling them down, Jim, as soon as we start talking. You got to learn. If you don't learn, you don't get better, right? And I want
That'll learn you.
I want Dan Blackroyd on the show for the Expanding Earth conspiracy because it's just going to be a shit show because he's just going to make fun of Jim all night. It's going to be fun as hell. He's going to be a little Watermark. He's like, yeah.
Every time your teacher says like the Earth is like 75% water, and you tell them not true because there's more Earth under the water.
Yeah.
So Jim, do you know about the connection between the Expanding Earth and Neil Adams?
I don't know anything about the Expanding Earth except it's retarded.
He hates the Expanding Earth theory because the videos never showed water. He's like, "There's no fucking water. What are we talking about? It's just all Earth."
Well, Neil Adams was actually one of the guys who, and I'm talking about the comic book artist. He's one of the guys who promoted that theory. I actually met him at one of the Comic Cons, and what really irritated me about him was that he had this video going talking about the expanding Earth and all that kind of stuff. So I'm watching this as I'm waiting in line, and then I get up to him and it's like, that video I saw, that was pretty interesting. It reminds me of this book that I read that talked about all of these other like alternate scientific theories, like the idea that maybe red shift and blue shift in the Doppler effect, looking at galaxies, meant they were older or younger instead of farther away or closer. And he's like, "Oh well, this isn't one of those."
I met Neil Adams at a Cincinnati convention.
There you go, last son of K. That's absolutely right. 75 of their surface is covered in water would be the proper statement.
Yeah.
And lizards live in the hollow earth, right? I mean, that's also known. So.
Hey, dude, I just today when I was
lizard men.
And so does King Kong.
Today when I was
the episode Arena from Star Trek.
Dave,
Keep
you gotta
going.
ask
Sorry,
Tim
Dave.
first if he know does the moon spin?
No, it fucking doesn't spin.
No,
Jim.
it's tidal. It's in a tidal lock.
Tidal lock phase.
Yeah, I
That's what they
aced
call it.
astronomy, guys. So yeah,
It doesn't spin, and it's
No,
not
NASA
just,
says it spins.
No,
The moon doesn't spin, but we spin.
What do you mean NASA says it spins?
no, Jim.
It spins at the same rotation as it
does
rotates
not.
around the Earth.
Jim,
It
you're
rotates
getting-
at the same speed. It
You're
goes
getting
as
you're
it's
listening
spinning.
to Obama misinformation with that.
Okay.
Okay. And our moon's not the only moon that doesn't spin. They have a, like Tim said, there is a tidal lock that is not just affecting our moon, it affects others.
Okay.
So
And if it does start spinning, the lizard men will be released onto
But
the
if it
surface.
doesn't, if the moon does not
and we'll be locked
spin,
in a battle with them
then
until
when
the
we
end
would
of the
see
23rd
opposite
century.
When it's on this side of the planet, it would have the opposite side of the moon visible on this side of the
no,
planet.
because the fucking moon doesn't rotate around the Earth. See,
What?
Dude, you have to fucking learn this stuff, man. The moon.
It's like it's like having a compass that always pointed north.
Right.
Oh.
Dude,
Okay.
it's fucking wild.
So the Earth rotates around the moon, is what you're saying?
No, it's in a tidal lock. It's with us all the time. It's always, as we're spinning, the moon's in the same place the whole time. It's as we're spinning. That's why there's different phases of the moon, but it's not spinning. It's just going with us at the same time. Does that make sense, Tim? Is that that's what we're talking about here? Yeah.
Mhm.
That's
Okay.
that's what it is. And the only reason, and they'll explain it, Jim. The only reason there's any shots of the backside of the moon is because, another thing. Did you know that the moon is in our gravitational, our gravitational pull? Like nobody's ever left the Earth's gravity, ever. The moon is within our gravity. So
technically speaking, that's true of everything in the universe. I
Nope,
mean, all mass pulls on every other mass.
No,
but gravity doesn't explain everything. It has to be explained another way. Gravity's not strong enough to do what they see.
And the moon doesn't affect Venus. It's within the point is, like, I was blown away, like, oh shit, that's true. No human has ever left the Earth's gravity. It's fucking wild when you think about it. The moon's not that close, but it's still in our gravity.
And it's inching closer every day.
Right.
No, it's getting further away.
Oh yeah, I thought it was getting closer. Yeah, like it's going further away.
Right. It's backing out. Go ahead, Jim.
It's not like it's anybody's business, but yeah, like I got a little bit of information about what was going on there. Do you want to hear like why and
going on?
Because it's like it really seemed we're watching this clip of Geeks and Gamers Jeremy Griggs talking in oblique terms about NDA Andrew and Eric July and how he used to work for him, but now he works for Eric, and he doesn't feel the need to talk shit. And it was really weird, and I was like, this really sounds gay. Like, I don't think Jeremy Griggs is gay, but this really sounds gay to me.
You know?
And we went through it. You guys who watched that episode, that was Trashcast number 91, where we were reviewing that video, and every single bit of it sounded gay. Like, it was just really gay. So I was like, is he gay? And I got a message from someone who says, hey, I'm listening to Trashcast. Here's what happened with Andrew and Jeremy. Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Apparently, Andrew used to work for Geeks and Gamers, but then 5 years ago, when Mary, Jesse, and Mecca tried to cancel Tom Connors, remember that when they're like, he harasses us?
Yeah, I remember that.
It wasn't 5 years ago. But...
Jeremy Griggs was going to make everyone who worked for Geeks and Gamers sign a contract that was an NDA as well. That said, you're not allowed to stream. It was an NDA, like you can't talk about what goes on behind Geeks and Gamers because Jeremy was trying to protect his ass. If you've got like those three women out there going, Midnight's Edge is harassing us, blah, 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 and whether or not it's true, like it's going to destroy his business. So Jeremy was like, everybody has to sign this NDA. And not only that, not only do you have to sign this NDA, but apparently it also said you weren't allowed to stream with anyone who had formerly worked for Geeks and Gamers for 1 year after they leave. So there was like a non-compete clause in there too from Jeremy, which meant that Andrew wouldn't be able to stream with Mary. You know who Mary is? Merry.
Mary Mayhem?
Yeah. And apparently that was his girlfriend at the time, his fiance now. She's going to marry that dude. She's going to marry that guy. Marry Mayhem.
That's not the first I've heard that there was a
Pardon
thing
me, Jim.
those
Pardon
two.
me. Are they saying that Jeremy's gay?
Seems that's what he's saying.
What do you think, Low Watermark? You've watched enough Geeks and Gamers. Do you think Jeremy's gay?
Would surprise me. And I did see some of the Trashcast that he was referring to, and I watched Ethan kind of listen to this stuff and say, oh my God, he's saying there was a relationship. Because Jeremy went on somebody's stream, and I don't know what, and Ethan was watching the clips of it, and he was talking about Andrew, and Ethan's assumption was, oh my God, he's talking about a gay relationship. Jesus Christ. So I have no idea, but I never got that impression. But I also don't know anything about it. Is Jeremy even married? Does he have kids? I don't know anything about that.
I thought Jeremy had kids, but maybe that's just Ryan that has kids with the bunch
I know
of women
Ryan
that
does,
he's not
and I
married
assume he's
to.
divorced, but Jeremy is very closed mouth, so I don't know. Maybe he's just protecting his family. I don't know. But who knows?
That's fine. I mean, I don't. If he's gay, who cares? Like, legitimately, who the fuck cares if he's gay?
But is it being kept a secret because he feels he's the star of the show? Like old movie stars can't be gay because
right wingers can't be gay.
Yeah,
you know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
know.
Like,
I don't know.
It's a weird thing. But I mean, NDA Andrew, he's harmless. He's just a fucking young dumb idiot. Like he's just like NDA. He goes on these streams and he makes excuses for the Rippaverse. Tim, he's not a like a guy that's going to hurt anybody.
It's weird.
I have not watched any stream where he's on. But I don't listen to like trash casts or to Eric July's live stream at all.
Yeah. What do you think, Mike? You watch Geeks and Gamers?
No, I don't.
I don't either, but I do watch Jeremy on, Friday Night Tights.
I can't even. I don't know. I have a hard time listening to the guy because we're talking about the quartering, right?
No, we're talking about Jeremy from
No,
Geeks and
the quartering definitely is gay.
No, Garrett. The quartering has sex with his farm animals. He's not even gay. He's a guy that has sex with farm animals. Allegedly.
His name is Jeremy also.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
one of them, who's the one who gets their coffee from some gay lesbians in Salt Lake City?
Quartering.
Yeah.
Gary from Nerdrotic.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, because I watch Six Hexadam 666 on the regular, and he is the co-host with Jeremy on the quartering once a week, and I've watched their show together, and it's just like I feel like I'm watching somebody who's one person's high IQ, the other person is just a foil asking dumb questions, and
Jeremy's the ultimate internet fucking algorithm chaser. That's what he is. Other than that, I mean, look, he talks about everything, but he talks about it, Tim, by the algorithm. Like when he talks politics, it's what's hot in the algorithm. When he talks pop culture, it's very, very vapid fucking content.
Low IQ.
It's kind of weird. It's like he goes
Just like the viewers.
He goes from talking about comics and one thing, then he talking about the prices of McDonald's and Popeye's chicken. It's kind of, I think his videos all over the place.
Yeah, and he used to be more fun, low watermark, when he just got on stream, drank, and talked shit and had a good time. Now they all become corporatized, low watermark. It's really weird.
Yeah.
It's performative. They're literally grifting, and not in the good way. They're literally just producing content. Gary always said, we don't produce our stuff. We're authentic. We're genuine.
Right.
No, you guys have lost that. You are exactly what you were railing against.
Yes. So I'm still waiting for Ryan Cannell to leave.
You know what? You're going to think I'm fucking lying, but I was about to say that. I was going to say highlight Blake, but that's what I hope would happen because, he's an algorithm chaser too, but I still think he at least knows what he's talking about on topics. You know what I mean? Like he knows Star Wars. He knows like deep lore Star Wars. If he doesn't know something, he generally doesn't talk about it. And
Man,
you can kind of respect
when Star
that.
Wars Theory started bringing Mahler on, I was like, this is kind of cool because they had just good conversations. And then they brought Ryan Cannell for that one episode, and he made Star Wars Theory look like a fucking basic bitch. That's how good Ryan Cannell is with Star Wars shit. I was like, God damn. Like he knows it all. And he's very well spoken. Ryan is a well spoken guy. He's smart. He's not a fucking white,
supreme,
supremacist or whatever. He's just a guy that's their fucking meme for Ryan. But I would love to actually talk to Ryan one day because I just think he's a smart guy, dude.
He's been on my channel numerous times. Probably like 30 times.
Is he fun to talk to?
Oh yeah.
Dude, I would.
But
love
I'm probably pissing him off a little bit, behind the scenes because we're challenging some of his cohorts and stuff. But
he knows it though. He knows he's part of the algorithm. Shit, He got excited when he got out of the Navy and fucking Jeremy offered him a job years ago, right? He's like, oh my God. Now he's like, dude, I'm running the whole sports channel here. I've got my own shit that I do every day, 3 times a day.
He got a silver play button for the sports channel in addition to his own channel.
Yeah. So, I mean, he don't need Jeremy. He don't need the fellowship. There's enough people that like Ryan that will support that dude.
Exactly. And that's what we're waiting for.
I would give Ryan money if he wasn't part of the fellowship, but I've never given that guy a dime ever.
I've given him $20 a month since July 2020. So that's 4 years this month. I just realized that.
That's awesome,
So-
though, dude. That's awesome.
No, and I've talked to him a lot, like personally and stuff too. And again, I like the guy. I don't think he's a bad guy at all.
He's not a bad
But
guy at all.
We've been saying for 3.5 years, like, dude, like, go on your own. When he did the Doomcock thing, you know, it showed that, hey, he's not afraid to shake stuff up a little bit and tell the truth. So, yeah, I'm really hoping it eventually comes to that. But we'll see what happens. And if you notice, if you watch his streams on Sundays, he really doesn't push that brand a lot, if at all.
Dude,
if at all.
He's so, and he's free from all the fucking pressure around him to be that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I do enjoy those Sunday streams with him. I just don't get notified when he's on. I probably should turn on his notifications to see it more often, Low Watermark, because I do like Ryan. If there's a guy that I care about in the fellowship, it's Ryan. Everybody else can go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Totally agree.
Yeah, he was the last
one. Odin's a piece of shit. Like Greg that streams with me one time replied to one of his fucking videos saying, "Hey, your numbers don't make sense on the box office return. So where are you getting the split from?" And Odin replied with some stupid comment. That guy's low IQ, his stupid pizza eating ass. He's like not even minor league. He's like low A in baseball league on that FNT stream. He's a piece of shit. I don't think Comics is a bad guy.
Nah,
but I think he's kind of like dumb, but I don't think he's a bad guy. But I think Odin is a bad guy.
He's like the guy. Like Comics is the guy that you always invited in high school because he was just fun to hang with, and he was like the, he was like the reliable ride home.
And he knows some comic stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but every time he opened his mouth, you talk over him because, and you don't mean to, but you just do. Like you're just like, oh, sorry, dude, I didn't mean to talk over you all fucking night. But he never tells you to shut the fuck up either, and he could because I like comics. I don't have anything against comics either. I don't. But he again though, Comics is trying to follow Gary with the algorithm chasing shit. Just the problem is nobody cares about comics, so his channel doesn't get the views and all that stuff. So I think him going on FNT is a favor by Gary because I didn't like they start FNT with comics. Wasn't he one of their first people there when it started? I think it was another guy in California with Gary. They were just doing podcast stuff, and then Comics was like the next guy.
No idea.
And Gary just kept him around, and it's too bad. He shouldn't be kept around. And Chris from what's his name? Chris Jesus Christ. Gore. He needs to get the fuck out of the fellowship.
I spaced him last night, by the way.
He needs to get the fuck out of the fellowship and go back to his independent stuff and quit being a fucking corporatist hater like the fellowship to get viewers. I like them more.
Quit taking those estrogen in, injections as well. That's just not a good idea.
He's just like Gary lopped onto his ass, and all of a sudden he started making content like they did, and it sucks. So what's his super killer stuff?
I just wanted to ask Mike and Tim and maybe Andrew and Sean. I don't know. Was Low Watermark here yesterday when we went over this?
No,
This is
he
Vito's
wasn't.
comic, Super Killer.
I haven't seen it.
I've seen maybe one panel that I guess he was showing off on Twitter.
He is now. Now he is, Dan. Now Gore's a grifter. He didn't used to be. Go ahead.
That's his
Andrew.
fault. Yeah.
Based on what I know, it kind of feels like a Deadpool ripoff.
Dan, do you want to come in the show, buddy? I'll send you the link.
Yeah. Blake wants to come into the show.
Oh, he does?
With his gorgeous blonde hair. Yeah.
I was looking over
I'll
some
send
of the
him a link.
art yesterday, and it's decent, but there's some stuff that I think is honestly been clipped and copied.
What is this, Jim? What is Super Killer? I'm sorry.
It's Vito's comic. Vito.
It's Vito's comic. Dick and Vito.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
If you look at I don't know,
Like all the tiles? You think
Like
they
all the tiles, if you look
get
at
a
these,
row? Yeah.
Yeah, if like these
like
whatever, ketchup bottles.
every corner has the same shadow on the tiles. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
You know, like these seats, the
The
coffee
same
pots,
shadows.
the
Yes.
cups.
Yep.
Yeah, hard to disagree with that.
And it's
you know
still
what I
not out.
respect? I respect the fact that we're looking at this like we are objectively at Ripper's comics as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
And I'm confused. Like, I don't understand. Like, if you
And
look
Jim,
at the
Jim, you supported this, right?
Oh yeah, I paid for this.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if this is just the, like, you see how around the bodies, how they're like almost like they were clipped out of something and placed on there.
Yeah, that's that's a very weird style choice. Like, I don't understand.
You know what
like,
that looks
it's
like?
meant
That
to
looks like
be.
remember those old,
Like shrinky dinks things or
the
something.
shrinky dinks things. Yeah, that's what they look like.
I mean, it's not
little
like
watermark.
it's only that one panel that's like that.
Yes,
I don't. I
think
don't
it's,
get it.
I think he kind of linked more into like, because he talks about a lot more, his anime influences. It's kind of like the weird chalky style. Like sometimes like the characters get like a little chibi and things like that. Because I've seen it like the way he does some of the things. It's kind of, he's mixing a lot of like.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff is drawn. I'm
okay.
They're glowing. Okay,
So they're glowing in the pen. Okay, so
okay,
cool.
Yeah.
Cap. That's
that
cool.
explains it.
It's something you gotta see. You gotta see it in color first before you can see it. Because I think the black and white's not giving it enough justice.
So is she glowing too? Are they both glowing?
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, so in most manga, like when they do like the glowing thing, like it's usually where like the background starts to fade out, fade out around them, not have this thick outline around them. Like that's not how it works.
Yeah, see, like the girl right there in the corner, like that chibi look, like big eyes, wide smile. It's like,
well, that's not really well, that's not really a chibi. Like that's her, like as a child.
Right. It's kind of like that. It's like a lot of anime influences in it. Like he's mixing a lot of different anime tropes into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like I'm a guy, my King of Justice comic is very anime style, so like I get all the references.
Yeah.
And but like the only thing that like is not that's not being sold to me is that it just feels like he's trying to make his version of Deadpool, and that's all he's doing.
Yeah.
Dude, every idea has been done 1,000 times, Mike. Like, there's no new ideas out there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I get that, but it's just really obvious.
Every once in a while, there's a new idea. I remember back when Eric Larson introduced the Savage Dragon way back when, and that's why when Eric July was like talking about how Chuck Dixon was saying, "Oh, Alpha Core just seemed like such a new idea to him." It's like, yeah, that's because Chuck Dixon was heads down doing the Batman Nightfall stories back in the day when Eric Larson introduced that idea first in Savage Dragon.
Well, also, Chuck Dixon wants a paycheck.
Yeah.
Well,
the best part about working for the Rippaverse is the checks they're on time. That's what he said.
Yeah, for now. Yeah.
Chuck
Mike,
Dixon's own words.
I have a question for Mike. With the Alpha Core. Okay. Which do you think Alpha Core seems to be most based on or inspired by, the DC Trinity or the Zod trio?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because for me, like I say the Zod trio because Solari is more like Zod. The woman with the
Well, let him answer the question, Andrew. Don't influence his fucking answer with your answer, dude.
Well, no, I mean I see what he's saying because you've got.
Well, you don't answer the question and then give your own answer.
You've got Braxwell, who's he's not mute. He just doesn't care to talk. I like to think that it's because he sounds like Mike Tyson and he's kind of embarrassed about it.
I think it's more related to shit on a shingle, in my opinion. Shit on a shingle is what.
I always thought they were more like a modern Three Musketeers. Not the guys with the swords, the candy bar.
Well, yeah, because they're brown. They wear all brown.
And they're got nuts inside them.
They have the creamy filling.
At least two of them.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's probably a combination of the two. I mean, could go either way. I just think what I find interesting, and I still have yet to do a video on this, is the fact that you've got such different characterizations of Alpha Core in Yaira and the Alpha Core book, and also in ISOM #2, which more matches Yaira #1, that it's almost like I'm looking at a multiverse just in the characterizations of these characters.
Well, Mike, they're not going to hold your hand.
But they're not. Yeah, and you're an idiot.
Slapping my hand.
Mike, you don't. You're an idiot if you don't understand. What the fuck is your problem? Like, you're the idiot. Like, if you don't get it, you're the dumbass. Sean, please write a book so I have to figure out what the fuck you even mean. 4 books in. Please do.
Yeah, it's quality control because you can tell Eric doesn't know his own characters. He doesn't know what they like or think, or like with Rexwell, like his tone is he wants to be Superman, but then he's not Superman at the same time. It's kind of weird tone. Solari has like this weird Superman feel to him where he. Like you can tell he's a model of Superman, but then at the same time he wants to give him different attributes that's not Superman. But to me, the Alpha Core has always been like, when I looked at them, the color scheme, the layouts, they always felt like Zod. Like they felt like the Zod crew. Like even if the colors weren't completely right to him, it always felt like that to me when I seen him presented. And I guess that's the hardest thing. Like with him, like Eric doesn't know his character, so he's just letting when anybody works on him, like, okay, do whatever you want with this character. Do whatever you want with this character. I gave you the basis of.
But Eric, he knows his characters. He knows his characters. Like they don't like disrespect. I mean, come on.
I wonder about because here's the thing though. I think the way that he's got things contracted out with his writers, like Chuck Dixon. Chuck Dixon turns in a script and he gets paid right away, and then that's it. There's no rewrites or anything.
Right.
And the thing is like if I had Eric's characters in mind the way that I think Eric has them in mind, and I got a script like that back from Chuck Dixon, I'd be like, you got to rewrite the whole thing.
Not if you're Eric, though. Not if you're Eric, because Eric wants that fucking book shipped on fucking time.
But I mean, if you looked at the document cards, Eric doesn't know what these fucking characters' powers are because the document guy doesn't know.
He wrote Solari's dialogue. He wrote Alpha Core's dialogue in ISOM #2. And when you look at how the Soska sisters write the dialogue, their vision of who Alpha Core is more in line with what his vision that he presented in ISOM #2. But Chuck Dixon just basically took the characters and went, wow, right in a totally different direction.
Yeah, and I guess that says more about Eric than it says about his team.
Right. Then that's going to create some continuity problems, Eric.
Well, it has because if you look at it actually, and the irony here is that it's a continuity break between ISOM #2, which Eric wrote, and then Yaira #1, where the
did he really write it, Mike? Did he really write it? Because I watched a ripoff verse video that said Kara wrote it.
But the Kara writes everything.
Moonface. Yeah.
I don't know. I hope. Well, I have a hard time believing that she's that terrible of a writer.
But dude, if Eric had a Bible, a lore Bible that he developed before all this started, and it's turned to shit this fast, then he is not involved with what's going on around him at all. At all. He just lets it happen and prints it. He doesn't give a fuck. It's not his product. He just wants to sell plushies, and he wants to get big names to put their name on the books. and say, yeah, Chuck Dixon wrote this. Yeah, Mike wrote this. Chuck or Bennett drew this shit. Ethan Van Sciver did a cover. Shane Davis did a cover, but he don't know what the fuck's going on around it. He's too busy on Twitter knowing that some fucking asshole is being a dipshit low watermark. We talked about that last night. He's talking about somebody on Twitter. Like, dude, why? Why do you know what some guy?
Well, remember the video he made months ago where he said, "Oh, Jeremy Griggs talked to me and said I got to stop doing that."
Yes.
Yeah. So here he is again. Have we talked at all about what 3B and XP Comics are about tonight? Because I just joined like an hour ago.
XP Comics, I promoted. Andrew's the first guest I ever had on my show.
Okay.
He has a great manga book. Mike reviewed it. He gives it like a 5 out of 10, maybe, right?
5.5.
5.5 out of 10. Because Mike wanted more development of the protagonist. And Sean from 3B Comics, he's 7 books in right now. He's working. He's got his campaign on Indiegogo. I'll pull it back up. It's called Cody Valiant. Him and his dad do it together, man. Him and his dad do all the artwork and the writing together. It's fantastic. And I want you to see some of this art that is in this. Should I play this clip or should I play one further down?
You play the one further down. It's,
the top one?
The top one is the campaign one, and then the one down at the bottom is like a little animation.
Okay, so let's get more. This is his dad's drawing, dude. This is not anything but his dad drawing this stuff. Look, and it's sci-fi.
I may have to reach out. Yeah.
It's a fun story.
Doesn't this look like a real person? This is his dad drawing every strand of hair.
Yes.
On all these characters. So let's get down here to this video look at these characters, man. Holy shit. And this is their 7th book into the series. And if you're interested, he's got digital versions. He's got Legendary Bundle, which is this book and the first book for the Cody series. Or you can go all in for $150, the collector's box, get all 8 books, and you're caught up with everything. It's a very low price for all these books. And this last book is over 60 pages, right? This this book here is 60 pages plus, right?
Yep. Yeah, 60 pages. So 60 pages plus. It's like my dad wanted to make something really big, give you as much bang for your buck. That's like the biggest thing. Like if we set it at a price like that, he want to make it give you as much give you your money's worth with everything we create.
So this is the one I should play here?
Yeah, that's the little animated one. This is the one that made my dad redo everything with Cody. Like
okay, here we go.
In the first.
Maximize it. Maximize it.
Well, I'm going to go bigger.
Katie had a weird thing with that too.
What the hell? Let's see. Copy video URL. Let's go to paste. And here we go. I'm smarter than Katie. I figured this shit out. And I owe Katie a lot. She's great. Here we go. Let's make this big and start over.
She-Hulk.
Can I get food? Here you go.
We're looking for the red-eyed Cody Valiant. We know he's in here.
I'm drinking here, Porky. Fuck off. I'll kill you guys some other time. You Onyx don't quit. I got your red apron right here. Hey there. I'll be covering my tabs.
Don't do that.
Make it better though. My turn.
Yep.
There's one little Easter egg at the end of it. It's like a little Easter egg at the end of it.
All right, so these are all a bunch of hitmen after Cody, right? This is the premise,
Yep.
right? They're all trying to
Yep.
kill Cody. Okay.
Yep.
Damn, Sean, do some voice rolls yourself. And
Yeah.
who's Felice? Is that your mom or your sister or your
Little
dad?
sister. Little sister.
Little sister?
Yep. Is right.
What the hell is that? Go back to your own franchise. Being a big.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love it, man.
I made that, and then we had a direction we was gonna go with Cody, and like my dad couldn't figure out where he wanted to go, and then because I was learning that from One Gun basically, because he's been teaching me animation, and
One Gun, yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he's just been teaching me animation so I can get better, helping flesh out our characters better, so we get a better idea of where we want to take them. I made that animation, and that made my dad redo Cody from the ground up in the 0 issue. And then
this is
kind of like Rooster Teeth.
Kind of, yeah.
So this is the actual launch trailer for Cody. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Happened?
Here, how about
Those,
that?
brother. Trust me when I tell you, I live for stuff like this.
Now this is all hand drawn by your dad, right?
Yep, all hand drawn by my dad. It's
Cody Valiant is not like any book I've seen before.
This is next level stuff. I mean, I've seen some of this stuff. I don't remember art like this in a comic or anything along those lines. It's different. It's unusual, and I'm digging it quite a bit.
Thank you. Okay, I want that.
When is this going to be launched?
Who were you talking to there?
I was talking to RJ, and on one when he RJ is a really big supporter of what we doing and things like that. I met RJ at one of the shows last year, and RJ is a big supporter of us. He early on just getting me more comfortable on YouTube and things like that. I've just been hanging out with RJ, Critical Blast, and the other voice was when I was hanging out with Pops. It's Rich. Rich is the other voice that you hear. He's he gave the biggest compliment to what we was doing that. He helped validate because he's oh my gosh, it's so different. He gave the best thing, so I had to clip it, and I use that for each teaser trailer now for when we talk about Cody. It was the biggest compliment. It's something you can't ask for. It just happens like that. It was
right.
We surprised him so much. He just gave us a really cool way to promote our.
It's like when your boss calls you and says, "Hey, this customer really loves your work, Tim," and you're like, "Oh shit."
Well, yeah. I mean, I got a shout out in our weekly Friday meeting, which kind of surprised me because I'm fairly new to the department. But I'll tell you this right now: other than my own channel, you're going to be the channel that I have my revelation on my creative project, Dave. So just be aware of that when the time comes.
Oh,
so congratulations.
Thank you, man.
But guys, I gotta dip out.
You're
It's
leaving
midnight
Tim.
here.
Tim joins,
yeah,
and you're
Blake.
dipping.
Yeah, Blake is rotating in for me in the bullpen here. So, it's been great. What?
Since we were sharing videos, I was gonna show a clip of, since you haven't heard of me, like I have a clip of my comic.
Send it to me on a X if you're on there, and I'll check it out. But yeah, thanks Jim and Dave and Low Watermark, Mike, Sean and Blake and Andrew. You guys have a great night. Thank you very much.
Take care, Tim.
Airlock open.
Tell your
Airlock
wife I say good night, and I miss her. Okay.
That's kind of weird.
I just got off his list. Oh man.
What's his Twitter handle?
It's
open airlock policy, I think.
I think it's Pollock's rule. It's United Spacers Alliance or at Airlock Open. Yeah, at Airlock Open. Yeah. Yeah, he's a great guy. How long have you been streaming with you or with Tim Liquid?
On and off, a few years now. Started on his show. I think just a bit over, maybe just getting over a year and a half, maybe. And but before that, I'd go on other shows with him, like some other we'd do like trivia shows and stuff, and he'd be on with
Star Wars stuff or what?
No, just like it was general trivia, general movie trivia, TV trivia, all sorts of things.
Really? I don't even know this shit exists, Mike. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's these shows where people come on and just do trivia. That sounds fun, Low Watermark. We should do a trivia show. Like, who's the boomers channel on YouTube? It's obviously us, right? Like, everybody here is over 40. Like, except for Andrew. Andrew's a young guy, right? Or Sean, you're young too.
Mm-hmm.
You're 32, right? You just turned 32 yesterday.
Yeah, just turned 32 yesterday. Yeah, I'm in the lower end. Still in the kiddie pool.
Yeah. Man, God bless you and your dad working together, man. That is, I just can't get over that, Low Watermark. It just makes me happy. It makes me happy as a human to know that father and sons get along that well, that they're willing to work together and create a product. It's fucking fantastic.
And things aren't as bad as society would have us believe. There are people who go out and live in the real world, do real things. Everything's not gone. It's not all woke bullshit or whatever,
Yeah. And, and not to sound mean, but like, Sean, you're an African-American guy, right? Your dad is. Yeah. And we're told that you guys have no chance. You guys are all fucked by the man. You like, just keep voting for us, because if you don't, you're done. It's really weird to see that you guys are working full-time jobs, coming home at night and talking every night about your books and creating stuff. It's fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, it's some things like, I've heard that like since I was a little kid. It's like I don't want to be a victim. I don't like that mentality. It's a horrible mentality to have, where you are constantly somebody in control of what you do. And I've never.
And they're constantly reminding you're a victim too, right,
constantly,
Sean?
Constantly. Like it was like just like culture wise and things like that. I've always hated that. Like since I was a little kid, it was like, why is all our stories about slavery? Why is all our stories about civil rights movement? And civil rights movement is important, and I've learned that, like all that type of things like that. But at the same time, it's like, how long?
It's just all in your face.
Yeah, it's like, dang, MLK.
That's not all you got, dude. You've got a bunch of better history than civil rights and fucking slavery. Yeah, I mean,
I've always said that, and then it's the same stories. Hollywood still puts out the same stories like this, and I didn't pick up on it until like, I think my breaking point hit when the last one they did. It was like 12 Years a Slave. When I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm done like this. I'm gonna just make some cool stuff, and then I'm gonna just go my own route. I'm tired of being the constant victim on situations that a lot of it is preventable, but a lot of people are so like brainwashed in a sense of like I'm a constant victim. Like
it's fear mongering.
It's not my problem. It's somebody else that's holding me back. But it's something I've always fought against. Like I never wanted that complex because it's a defeatist mentality, and I always I want to control my destiny. I don't want anybody else to try to control my destiny, and that's what.
Especially politicians who don't even know your fucking name.
Yeah, and I got tired of that. It's like I'm tired of being lied to. Like because initially, I was like a Democrat. Like initially, I was in high school. It was because pretty much everybody else was. Like,
young people are, yeah, until they pay taxes and they go, "Holy shit, what the fuck's the government doing to me?"
I was too young to really like understand like Obama's politics and things like that. When I first got to vote for the first time, I voted because he was black, and that was a thing. Like my first thing, it was first time ever voting and things like that. It was like, oh, I just went with crap. The second time, it was going into like the Hillary and Trump thing, and I was like, this is the first time I sat down, I took it seriously, and I wanted to like learn the politics. Like, okay, because my candidate basically was like, I like Bernie Sanders. Like when his first run, like when he was first doing it, I rarely sat down, like understood his politics and things like that. To me, it made sense. It made perfect sense. But I got to talk to everybody else. Everybody else was like, okay, let's vote for Hillary because she's a woman. I was like, okay, we're basing everything off of because she's a woman, not
their gender. Yeah, right.
Not her views or how best is just because she's a woman. And that really rubbed me the wrong way. And then I was like, okay. I sat out. I was like, nah, I'm done with politics and all this. Nobody's really taking it seriously. It's just playing around with different things like that. I never liked that mentality with the whole situation with that. And after that, I guess I'm more independent now. I don't care one way or the other.
Vote for the best candidate. That's all you can do, right, Jim?
Yeah.
Why has this guy got a picture of me on his fucking thing?
I'm the number one whole member of the gymnasts.
Oh my god.
But yeah, that turned me into independent in the sense of I was done. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go into this. Like, I'm gonna put all my energy into building this, like this business, this company, these characters. Like, this is the only thing I'm really passionate about. Like, this is what I want to put my true energy into. That's it.
Look, you guys hear me?
Yeah. You're a little. It's a little. You're breaking up a little bit. It's breaking up a little bit, Dave. Maybe change your Wi-Fi or internet.
Probably need to replug his mic in like I did.
No, occasionally Dave has to switch. He's got two internets.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
Say something.
My back.
You got a delay.
Yeah, it's like a weird delay.
Jim?
Still delayed.
What the hell?
Yeah, the audio's off. Like he's moving.
Yeah, your audio's off.
The audio is off. The audio is on delay.
I could play this video if you want, and you could play with it and try to fix it.
Jim, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's like, right, you see your mouth moves, and then the sound comes.
Yeah, it kind of is robotic. It's like a delay, and then it's robotic.
It's got some static to it, too.
Play the video.
No, except you know what's weird? I thought he had a cross on his belt, and it's not. It's a battle axe.
You're still delayed,
which is
Dave.
Really? Did you notice? Did you hear us talking about this at the beginning of the show?
Mm-mm. It's
Pause.
a battle axe, not a cross. Is that
He
what?
changed it. Yeah, he changed the logo from a cross to an axe, and you know it's because of the ISOM ministry saying.
Well, I noticed like the word ISOM or the logo ISOM wasn't on those long boxes he was selling. So
Yeah, but it is on the ad for it. ISOM. I guess you can do the ad, right? You could say this is an ISOM box. You just can't put it on the product itself.
I don't know how that works. I mean, a lot of times it is about the product and what's on the product and the copyright information that's written on the product somewhere, usually.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, man. It's weird, but he did have to change the cross on the belt to an axe. It's like a battle axe. Let me ask you a question. Can you say that? Let me ask you a question.
Little T can. I can't, but Little T can.
I'm just making sure I don't NDA myself.
NDA himself. Jesus Christ.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, come on, dude. That long trombone
Tim, can you hear
sound
me?
whenever he does that.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, it's like, dude, come on. That's joke's not even funny.
I know what the N stands for.
What the fuck is going on?
Did something happen with your camera? Did your camera get switched to Wi-Fi or something?
I don't know, man.
Because that's
I'm
what
not echoing,
last
am
time.
I?
You're not echoing, but your video is about half a second ahead of the audio.
All right, go ahead and play this, the video. I don't know. I'm
But
sitting
I don't
here
know
all
what
of a
the
sudden.
DA stands for.
No,
when he
right
says
now
that.
it's working.
You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting here trying to figure out what he means, Shane. What does he mean?
Hold it, Dave.
Okay.
Dave, don't go.
Yeah.
What else do
It
we
was-
have?
it seems to be working fine now.
I was ISOM 3 is
You're synced up again.
pencil and ink.
I'm just
It seems to be-
I'm on speaker. I'm on speaker. I'm not using my headphones because for reasons my headphones just stopped working. So go ahead and keep going. I'm good.
Yeah, no, you sound good now.
It sounds fine now.
Yeah.
No delay, no nothing.
It's
Fucking
done.
internet.
That'll start colors soon.
Oh, we missed that. Hold on.
I haven't mentioned. I mentioned ISOM 3 is pencil and ink's done. That'll start colors.
So, I swear, maybe I'm having a brain aneurysm or something. That about a year ago, he said on stream that ISOM 3 was already done.
He said it on a stream, and it's almost like I don't think he knew what he was saying. We've talked about this before. Like ISOM 3 is ready to go, and it's weird.
Because now he says pencils and inks are done, and it's waiting on colors.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, because he said Yara was done too, like a long time ago, like on Twitter. It was like a couple of tweets, like a few of the books he said was done. Like Yara was like 2 and 3 was in the can, basically. He was saying.
You know, I mean, it's possible too. It's quite possible that it was done, and then Kane and White saw it and said, "You can't put this out."
Right.
Maybe ISOM 3 had to be redone too then.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like maybe he said, "No, this is not acceptable." I mean, which would be great. You know, I want him to do good shit. I don't want him to put out shit.
Yeah.
I'll redo it. Keep redoing it until you get it right 127 times.
But why not? I mean, if it ain't good, fucking keep getting it till it's right. Dan, you don't release stuff that's not worthy of your channel, right? You make it to what you want it to be, and whatever you do is what you do. And if you're happy with it, you sell it. But Eric doesn't know what he's selling. He thinks he's just making a book and shipping it on time, and that shipping part is the worst and hardest part of his business, Dan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can get caught in like chasing perfection, but at the end of the day, like you once a product is once your project is ready to be published, like you have to
let it go.
Let it go. Like you could keep tweaking it forever, but then that's just you just what's the point of hiring that artist in the first place if you're just gonna spend more money to bring someone else in to fix it. Like that's the problem the mainstream has. Like they hire people that aren't qualified and ready for it, and they have to spend extra money to do these things. Like what we keep hearing about reshoots and everything.
Reshoots, the reshoots are crazy.
This is essentially the reshoots of comic books,
right?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like you can tell Eric is kind of just checked out, like with everything so far. Like after the whole Ison thing, he's kind of just checked out. He is just paint by numbers with the characters and things like that.
Yeah, because he made $3.7 million on the first book, and he goes, "Oh, I'll just keep doing it, man. People are keep buying my bullshit because I'm."
I don't even have to try.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm Eric July. If I say I'm releasing a book, these middle-aged white people will buy my shit all day long because that's what they do.
These
but that would be enough.
Middle-aged crackers.
Yeah, that would be enough. Like if it was just him making these things, like $3.7 million for like one or two projects would be enough to fund your books for your rest of your life. But he's not making these things himself. He's got to go out and pay artists because he's not the one that is really making these things. So he's essentially just a publisher that has to keep finding IPs to print. Like he's sort of like he's like an IDW, but with things no one's ever heard of.
Yeah, and then he has to be the smartest guy in the block and go rent a warehouse for $15,000 a month. Hire a bunch of employees at $20 an hour.
Yeah,
pay
and
for
usually as well,
artists.
especially in comics, like the people who are like the editors or the people who are the publishing arm of it, like they are the creatives themselves. So if push comes to shove, they might have to step in and do something. Like it's the same in the world of animation. Like if you're the art director or the animation director, and people put in things where the tweening's not right, or there's key figures that are out of place, you might have to go in and do that yourself. Like because you should have the knowledge if you're at that stage of at the company that's what it's all about. It's about building experience to get to the top, and you have the skills to do these things. But when you're just a person paying other people to do it, that's all you are. You're just relying on how much money's coming in, and when it starts dwindling and you've got all this overhead, that's when the problems really start. But if you're just an independent artist by yourself, the amount of money these projects have made is enough to fund your work for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
it should be.
Should be. Like I'm gonna not lie, Jim. After ISOM 1 came out, I would have just stopped. Like I'm down. Like I made $3.7 million on this stuff. See you later, guys. Next time we're gonna do something. We're gonna do plushies because I'm not really a comic book guy. I just made a book and you guys bought it. But he's fucking got sucked in hook, line, and sinker, Jim. Let's get back to this.
Soon.
Did he already cover Horseman?
I have 2 to 3 projects. Actually, there are active right now.
What does he say? 2 to 3 projects active right now? Does he know how many projects he has going on?
I don't know if I guess actively being done. And see, that's what's scary about this is when he does this, it's like there's so many queued up, he can't keep track of where and what and how they're coming out. It sounds like getting ready to be like an interstate accident. Like these things are just going to pile up like on I-40, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of stuff. Like he's just
And he's got other people's books he's supposed to be putting out too. He's got Jay, what's his face? Jay's 3PO, Drunk 3PO's book.
Drunk 3PO.
Yeah.
He's got Yellow Flash's book, right?
Maybe.
Is that announced?
I think that's still a maybe.
Still a maybe?
I think Yellow Flash is still looking for the best price. Tell you the truth. But I don't know for sure.
like green lighting projects. That's what he makes it sound like. I don't know if he is, because I don't know what creative teams he has that are available to him, because you and I told everybody not to work with him.
To do that. We sent our night letters out according to the Quartering and Yellow Flash and Melanie Mac. We've already put the good word out.
We've already sabotaged Eric's business before it even started by And everybody listens to us, Shane. We're two of the most influential people in mainstream comics. So when we sent out our night letter saying, bitches, you better not work with Eric July, everybody went, oh my God. Like the entire comic industry shit its pants in fear. And that's why we know for a fact that Eric can't work with anybody. We told him no.
Let me ask you this before you hit play. Okay, let's say he's got all these projects lined up, right? He can't even keep track of them. So many projects, and they're gonna two in the same month, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're drunk 3PO, or you're doing Ripicend. You're one of these creators getting ready to get in queue.
I hope Eric July
where
goes
the fuck
bankrupt
do you
over this
fit
shit,
in at?
Tim. I don't like Eric July at all.
I don't want him to put out bad shit, though. You know what I mean?
I don't care if he does, because it's just another nail in his fucking terrible coffin, Mike. He's not a good person. He's not a good person. If he was a good person, it'd be different, but he's not. He's a POS. Sorry, that's just how I feel about it.
You get in where you fit in, Shane. Get in where you fit in.
No, I mean, how's he gonna promote? I mean, I don't understand. Like, I mean, it seems like at this point you're giving him part of your money, so I mean, I don't even know if he can successfully run his business right now, much less help you with yours. Like, he's literally he's staring up like a thought balloons above his head, and he can't keep track of what he has queued up.
Yeah, and he's got so we know he's doing drunk 3PO. Theoretically, by the way, I think some of the other zeros who were gonna do this have backed off because the writing's on the wall. I think you'll see that there are some people who it seemed like were going to be using Ripicend who have decided that it's not such a great idea.
When is Nerdrotic book coming out, guys? I mean, Nerdrotic wrote a book. When's his book coming out? His autobiography about his selling meth to kids book. When's that coming out? Anybody know?
Did he write it yet? Or I thought he was looking for someone to write it.
Oh, no. He's selling it to publishers. Like, he's selling his book to publishers. And it wasn't...
I must be out of the loop. Because I didn't know.
I mean, what is that story going to entail? How a guy went from being a meth dealing comic book salesman to a
comic book store owner with green hair.
To what?
To a YouTube
successful YouTuber who is now on mainstream shows every now and then.
That hangs out with drunk or critical drinker on mainstream media shows. Yeah. So, but he's all against it.
Well, I mean, if it's a book about him going through recovery and successfully being sober and all that, I mean, that'll sell because that's people buy that shit.
It's scary.
Mike Lindell sold a shitload of books, and now he sells a bunch of pillows.
But Mike Lindell actually put effort into what he's doing, dude. Like I saw My Pillow commercials every 8 seconds on TV when I watch TV. Like, oh my God, if you watch CW or the WB, Mike Lindell owned that shit. Oh my God!
I'll buy one of your pillows just so you can put it over my face and put me out of the misery of watching your commercials.
Have you ever tried a My Pillow though, Mike Partika?
Oh yeah, I actually have two.
They're great. They're fucking great. You can wash them and all dry them, and they still go back to their form. They're really good pillows.
Yeah.
And his sheets aren't bad either. For the price,
well, the mattress toppers are pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, for the price. I mean, you can buy like the high end, for $500 a mattress toppers, but Lindell's $70 mattress topper is even better, and it's washable. Like his shit is so good. Yeah, Mike Lindell, and he's such a fucking happy dude, man. Like, he's probably addicted to crack again. Who knows? I haven't heard from Mike Lindell in like 4 years since Trump lost. I haven't seen a My Pillow commercial in years. Have you?
Mm-mm.
I just haven't.
I saw. I'm trying to think where I just saw one. They're having a sale, some kind of sale, the cheapest price ever on something like $20 for pillows and towels or something. Yeah, I saw something, some kind of. I can't remember where it was. I
How
just
often
saw
do
it.
you buy new pillows, Jim?
Every couple years.
Dude, I should probably buy them like at least every year. I mean, you ever like look at your pillows like, God damn, I sweat a lot at night. Like my pillow's yellow. Like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? And you sleep on that bitch for years. You're like, dude, I gotta buy some pillows. I have a Sleep Number mattress, you know, where you can adjust the fucking air pressure and all that stuff. Their pillows are really good, but they're not cheap. My pillow is the way to go. It's for the like when you walk through Walmart, you can buy a pillow for like $18 and it lasts you forever because you can wash it. Like, I don't know any other pillow I can wash. They're all too big. They're all too, you know, with weird stuff inside. But Lindell's stuff just washes. God bless him and his sister. They're smart. And that Minnesota fuck. He needs to get out there and did he run for office in Minnesota? I thought he did.
Oh.
Huh?
That's Jesse. You're thinking of Jesse the Body. They both sound the same.
No, but I thought Mike also ran
Buy
too.
my
because
pillow.
I thought he was running on the Trump. You know, I'm aligned with Trump.
I have
but
no idea.
Maybe not. He might not be able to because he's a felon. Isn't he a felon? Lindell's a felon. He went to prison, right? Lindell went to prison for drugs.
I don't know if he went there. I know
think
he had
he
a
did.
drug problem. Supposedly, he
would-
came up with the idea for the pillow when he was all cracked out.
In prison, yeah. Yeah, the commercials were everywhere. Yeah. I would rather buy a Lindell pillow than an Eric July book. Low watermark. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Jim.
You stupid. Obviously, Drunk 3PO is going to be the canary in the coal mine there to see how it works out. But yeah, you're right. Like the reason to do Ripasend is because like the only thing that Eric really has to offer, you know, beyond shipping, which you could hire anybody to do, you know, you could hire fulfillment service, is promotion. So what it really comes down to is if Eric has anything that's worth selling, it's what I do for free for people, which is promotion. So, I mean, would you pay Eric July $1,000 to be on his show for 1 hour and have him shout out your comic book campaign? Yes, you would. If he could do it sincerely and get people excited about it the way he did with ISOM, yeah, that's absolutely worth money. And I mean, that's something that you could do. Would you pay him to fulfill? Like, why? I guess if you're lazy to print and all this stuff. But the only real thing that he has to offer that other people couldn't do better or cheaper is promotion.
Yeah.
So, you know, if he's already like too busy, he's got all this other stuff lined up. And also people are, you know, being bludgeoned to death with like so much Ripaverse material that they don't want to hear about anything else. Even that goes away. Even that goes away, Shane.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Ripasend should have probably happened earlier for his needs. Like, I think like it's about 6 months too late. The shine's starting to rub off on this. I'm not sure he should. His timeline's off. Like at, you know, business advice. You know, hindsight's 20/20. But yeah, Ripasend, if he was going to do it, should have happened probably 6 months earlier.
A little bit, yeah, I would think so. All right, here we go.
There are Yaira 2's being worked on as well. Deborah's working on that. Jay Brown.
Why would you hire Deborah again? Just pay the inkers that redrew her work. Man, Eric, like, it took me a while to understand what Eric was doing, like, by denying that Deborah had been redrawn. Like, Kanan didn't do it. Like, they're saying Joe did it. Joe didn't do it. They're not even inkers, he said. And I went, and I didn't hear him say that. And then I listened to it again. I went, he's saying the inkers are redrawing her. I mean, that's what he was saying, which is what can happen. I mean, the inkers are usually like artists. They're pencilers too, but they're inking. And so the inkers, redrew her work.
For people don't know, there are some inkers that are such, artists on their own. Like where there's like somebody like Bill Sienkiewicz or Sienkiewicz.
They'll redraw you.
Yeah, no, well, DC. I don't know if you remember the vouchers, but there was a slot for layouts and then a slot for finishes. And finishes would be like you pay somebody their ink rate and a little bit more, and basically they take really loose pencils and they basically make them look like
They finish them. They make them look like their own artwork usually.
Yeah.
Kevin Nolan is somebody who inks with an eraser. You know, I mean, that guy's like, you give him whatever you want. Like Dan Jurgens would give him pencils, and they didn't look anything like Dan Jurgens' work when it was done because it was Kevin Nolan inking them and doing all the finishes and rendering.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's largely, but that's not what was going on here. The inkers were fixing the work, which is another thing that studio mates can do. They can fix your work for you, and they fixed Deborah's stuff, redrew a lot of it. It's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Eric was like, they're not guessing. They're not getting it right. Like, what do you mean, pencilers? They're not even the ink. Whoops. Okay. So that's what happened there.
Who just obviously finished up Horseman.
Horseman.
So he's hopping on Yara 2 right now for the colors. But there's some.
Wait, who did he say? Did he say Gabe El Taib? Who's coloring?
He finished up Horseman.
I missed it.
Right now, there are Yara 2 is being worked on as well. Deborah's working on that. Jay Brown.
Jay Brown is the colorist.
Who just obviously finished up Horseman. So he's hopping on Yara 2 right now for the colors. But there's some unannounced books that we have as well that have are near completion. They still have some work to do, but it's pretty far along. I feel like I'm missing maybe one more, but yeah, it's just constant work, bros.
Bros, constant work, bros.
Yeah, he doesn't really seem like he's having fun.
Bros.
If you have a business that's based on building hype for something to get people to want to buy it and get them interested in it, why the fuck would you have unannounced books that you're just going to drop on people?
Yeah. He's an enigma.
I mean, am I missing something? Does he think it's going to be like, oh shit, unannounced book? Especially when you're talking about releasing several books in August.
Well, where I thought you were going to go with that, building up hype. He isn't building up any hype in what he's saying, Eric, right here.
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't know when it's coming out. He doesn't know how many he's got. There's a couple unannounced ones, not quite sure when they're. He's not building up any hype. He's not building up any excitement. So he's losing all around. He doesn't know what's coming out, and he's not exciting people for. What the heck, man?
Well, did anyone else notice the post they were putting out about Good Ying, claiming they only had 100 left of this cover or 100 left of that cover?
No.
Yeah, like they said, like the C cover, the foil cover. They supposedly have less than 100 left, which I guess I could go look and see what it comes up when you type it in. But because they had their numbers, remember, for cover A, B, C, and D, and then DZ Unlimited. Like I think A and C, they're claiming to have less than 100.
Now, are they claiming that to
Well,
get
that's
people
what
to
I'm
buy
saying,
them,
like-
and then suddenly they're going to have? Oh, there's more.
I don't know. I mean, the
We
only way to
found
know
some
would
in
be
the warehouse below
to go
watermark.
to their website and type it in and see if you can order more. How many it'll let you order. But
yeah,
because that might be another reason he might be upset is maybe he got figured how many more he needed, and he's like, oh shit, I should have ordered more, that way I have to sell. But I don't know. I mean, the only other thing would be that, like, oh yeah, get more printed and then just say they found more or something happened, or to try not to claim it's a second printing.
I don't know.
Making comics.
No, I mean, it's all just like fucking Eric July, hibbity jibbity, sounding depressed and shit.
Why does he always do that with the music?
The
Because you don't care. He makes a lot of money in super chats. You don't give a fuck.
Like Chuck Dixon would be better. Shane Davis would be better.
I don't know, like horror comics. I get what he's trying to do, and DC will do this every now and then and try to say, "Hey, this is the Spectre and our horror superhero or something like that." It's like I get like the spin just to make it sound like it's not another like Rip-a-verse book or something special about it. But like, I've seen only a little bit of their stuff and caught tons of hell for even watching it and having an opinion about it. But like that, their stuff is what I guess you would call torture porn. Like it's not scary. It's
it's just horrible. It's like that. This is horrible. This is like the worst of humanity. That's who they are. Let me read some super chats. Gem Power for $2 says Big Booty Doc, and then
This is the cover.
yeah, I could actually. I forgot. I am an ordained minister, Shane. I am capable of performing marriage ceremonies. Did you know that?
With people in the chat, don't they have to be like visible in front of?
This is the EVS cover for Shane's Inglorious Rex 3.
Really? That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what you get with the friend rate.
Total advertisement, like 10 minutes of fucking selling shit.
For us to get like the forums and stuff
Cover
live.
like
Like I
that,
said, we
you
got
get, like,
kind of
yellow
got an
flash,
audience
dodge
spread
the
out
bullet.
between different places, but definitely our really enthusiastic guys are going to be members, right? And you get access to those forums, and it's going to be fun to see kind of all of y'all chat and shit.
Those magic forums.
Holy shit! What happened to him? that's like 2 ex-wives and 5 mortgages or something. Like what
Just going through his head there. Yeah, like what's going on, man?
What happened? I thought he paused, but no, he's thinking.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
I can't wait for us to get like the forums and stuff live. Like I said, we got kind of got an audience spread out between different places, but definitely our really enthusiastic.
Oh, the forums. He's going to open up message boards because this is 2003 and not
Mike, who the
he's gonna
fuck
open
is
up
he
a message
talking
board
to
chain.
about this? Like,
So he-
who's telling about the excitement in multiple places? Like, man, what is this conversation in his own head? It's weird. Like, come on, Mike. Get into Eric's brain. Tell us what he's thinking.
Maybe he thinks Twitter and YouTube comments and other people's that it's all different places where people are all talking, and he wants them all to be in one place. That way, he could silence the people who
Well,
he
what's
doesn't
funny
like
is
what they say.
I actually put out a little short where I was looking at I was looking at his Rippaverse website, and there was a place there where you could leave a review of something, and I was like, oh cool, I can leave a review. And so I went and tried to leave a review, and it said no, you have to have logged in. And I was like, oh man. And then I realized, wait a minute, I'm a customer, I bought stuff from their site, I can log in. So I logged in, and then it was like, okay, well now I have to be a Rippaverse member if I want to be able to leave a comment. So I would have to pay him $5 a month for the privilege of leaving a comment or leaving a review on there. And I looked at his books wherever they had the chance to leave a review. Nobody's commented. Nobody's left a single comment, even positive ones, on any of those places where you could put a review.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think Eric is like
delusional.
Delusional is one, but I don't think he realized that he's actually tapped into everybody I think pretty much everybody knows who he is now. So it's no new customers he's going to get out of it. It's like he's been on Fox News. He's been in a lot of different arenas already. So he's already as big as it's going to get in this space when it comes to like comics. And as far as he's expanded so far out that he's like it's nowhere else to go. It's nowhere. It's kind of like the Netflix thing. Like it's only so many customers. It's going to eventually peak. Like everybody either knows or that's going to back you or has already backed you. He has no issue with visibility. Like he's everywhere. So it's strange. I think he like pretty much tapped out. So the whole idea of like setting up forums and things like that to get people talking about his stuff, he's running out of options.
What would he be inviting at that point?
I don't know. It's weird at that point because it's like everybody knows who you are and what you do. So now it's like, why do this? It's like he's got to come up with something new, something exciting, something to get people just talking.
You mean the whole Rippaverse revamped website that people can go in and just have a party together and
yeah,
it's like a gaming chat room, whatever, dude.
The first thing that pissed me off about that new website was I go there and it says Gooding, hero, inventor, and the tech-savvy genius. I'm like, okay, according to the rules of English grammar, who is the tech-savvy genius? Because it's not Gooding.
Right.
Like, what the hell? You know, can they not even have somebody who has a cursory knowledge of the English language edit their website? And it's still up there. I even told them about it, that it was there. It's like, just fix it.
You asking for too much, Mike. You asking for too much.
Fix one thing.
They would have blocked you on Twitter if they knew your Twitter account, but you're banned already on Twitter. So,
God. Yeah, it's funny. When I was blocked from Twitter, I want to say I had about 5 or 6 different Twitter accounts. And that may be why they banned me, is because they suspended one of my accounts, and then they saw the other ones and said, "Oh, he's trying to get around our bans." And like, I wasn't. I never used any of those other Twitter accounts. One of them I even created by accident because I was on one of my other email addresses that I was entering in stuff where I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing, so I accidentally created another Twitter account that I never posted under. But they nuked like, I think 4 out of the 6, so I've got 2 left, and one I just use to watch stuff, and the other one I don't use at all.
Well, you could put a appeal in now, and you'll more than likely get
reinstated. They deleted my account.
Oh,
they outright deleted it. I appealed 3 times. I said, look, can you at least just give me the tweet that I offended with, and then the policy that it offended against, because that's what it says is they're supposed to give you in their own policy. And all they would do is send me back a form letter that said, well, we could ban whoever we want for whatever reason, and you're never getting your account back. Like, really?
Wow.
And then they just deleted my account altogether, so I can't even make appeals for it. And that's fine. I mean, I could either try creating another one, but I don't even want to. It's like, I want to know what is the real recourse for people like me. Because, you know, they let Alex Jones back on, and his stuff actually caused people to get death threats. Nothing I've done has ever approached that. If they'll let him back on, you know, they should let me back on.
Yeah, Mike, the Twitter felon.
I've seen your reviews, Mike. You're pretty sketchy, dude. Like.
He wants to get all the fans together. He's got fans; they're all over the place, and he wants to bring them together. It's not
they're
that
confused. That's his problem. The fans are confused. They're not consolidated into one place. And you know who had a message board? You know, Warren Ellis, and look where that got him. You know, it's like
it wasn't so good, was it?
No, it wasn't. It didn't work out for him in the end. You know,
how weird, man. Okay, all right, cool, do it.
Guys are going to be members, right? And you know, you get access to those forums, and it's going to be fun to see kind of all of y'all chat and shit.
You think so, Eric? You know, I honestly, you know where they like to chat is on, like, right here, like in the chat next to your videos. They sometimes they'll leave messages for a video, but you think they're going to go to a message board to discuss you?
You missed what he threw in there, though. Like, how important are these fucking memberships? You're trying to build something to sell a membership.
That's what this is.
He said you have a membership, you can go in there and chat, and it's cool to watch you guys chat. You're literally going to build a forum to put behind a paywall just so you can see what people think about your books. And you're probably going to have mods in there timing people out or kicking people out if they write that this book is shit.
What about people who just post Eric is an N-word over and over again? Because, I mean, that's going to happen, you know.
That'd be great.
I mean,
wow, dude. So that's what he's saying. I missed that whole thing.
Membership.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Like he was just like, he's trying to build value for his enormous $50 a month. Used to be $100 a month Mac memberships. You're a mid Mac, you're a super Mac, you're a mega Mac, you're a big Mac. Wow, that's what that is.
I bet you Little Mac only gets to post once a week. Mid Mac gets once a day, and then like Mega Mac or whatever will be like, you know, as much as you want.
That would be cool if like there was a certain tier. Like, this is what I would do if I were Eric. Like, I would say, okay, for $50 you get to be a Mega Mac. For $100 we unlock a perk that allows you to say the N-word in my forums. So, you know, most people who say the N-word, Shane, it gets blocked like automatically, or something else will pop up there instead. Yeah. But if you pay $100 a month, you have the N-word pass. What do you think of that for my forums? Would you do it, Shane? Do you think that makes sense to you or no? I think people would pay that. Some people would. Not me though. I wouldn't because I like. There's no way I want to say the N word. People are saying, yeah, but it should be $50. All right.
You know, a lot of people would, though. I mean, to be honest, a lot of people would. I mean, we put our face out on the listen. Hang on, but follow me on this, guys. We put our face on the internet, like our name, our face.
Yeah.
No, but a lot of you guys behind avatars got weird names like Wooden Shop. Probably pay more than $50 for the N-word pass.
Well, I mean, look, if I did that here, if I put like fat and gay, and words like that have all been blocked. In order to call me fat or gay, you will have to join the channel. Okay, so $5 a month, and it unlocks the fat and gay words from your super chats. Why couldn't we do that? That just makes sense to me. And so, all bad words and slurs and everything like that get unlocked, and you get free speech, but for money. See, it's like free speech. It's free, but it ain't free. There's a cost to it. There's a price. There's a social price and a financial one to say the N word. In these message boards, which is all anybody wants to do. I mean, you go to any like 4chan, any of these things, all anybody wants to do is say slurs. It's the whole thing.
I mean, it's the internet.
Yeah.
I need to know what this dramatic pause he has, or he has a brain glitch. I got to see like what exactly led him into that.
I don't know, Shane. I just want to know why he has an N on his hat. That's all I want to know.
Me too.
What?
I want to know
Hold
too.
on a second.
Like,
Here
what
we
the
go.
fuck is that N?
Get out between different places, but definitely are.
No, wait, hold on. I want to start over from the
guys
beginning.
Going to be members.
Because I did not catch what he was talking about here. He's like, I can't wait to get the message board going, but it's because you bought a membership. Okay.
And I can't wait for us to get like the forums and stuff live. Like I said, we got an audience spread out between different places, but definitely our really enthusiastic guys are going to be members, right? And you get access to those forums, and it's going to be fun to see kind of all of y'all chat and shit.
Why? You're never going to go, Eric.
Eric's like, what?
Theorizing, have fun, kind of. Yeah, I mean, I agree.
That was a
I'm
long
with you right
pause,
there.
Shane.
Enthusiastic
A long
guys
time.
are members, right?
I think he thought of all the N-words.
And it's going to be fun to see kind of all of y'all chat and shit.
Okay, 16, 17, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's
7,
reading a chat.
8,
He's reading a chat,
9,
Jim.
10, 11.
Theorizing, have the fun.
11 seconds. It's an 11-second pause.
Yeah,
Shane.
he's
Quite a bit.
Well,
He's
he's
reading
contemplated,
watermark.
what that forum's going to look like and how he's going to police it.
No, he's reading, guys. Be fair.
I didn't see his lips moving though.
No, but he was reading.
Yeah, because he went right on replying to what he read. So
Right. Let's be fair. Yeah, he's reading.
yeah.
And how much work that is.
There's no possible way. Like, I would get Andy Andro to police it. You know what I mean? Like, put these guys to work. Make them do something. Like, your job is going to be to nanny the fucking, Eric July forums. That's what you get to do with your life. That's what you get to do with your life. All right, hold on.
I mean, I agree. I'm with you right there. I mean, I think that's why a lot of the Riververse works the way that it does, is because yes, we have pros, but it's very definitely like myself, who have been a fan, an actual fan of comics my entire life, and not just like the I think people tend to look at it differently depending on what interests you, right? Like, I came from this from like a purely fan perspective, right? My introduction to comics, it was not, hey, I may have aspirations, but I didn't go into getting into comics like I wanted to draw, like I wanted to write, like I wanted to. No, I came at it from, I just like this. I enjoy this as a medium. And I think a lot of people that share that perspective, that's the part of the fun. It is that aspect. I think Western storytelling's got a little weird because, and it's not exclusive to comics, but the more information dump approach, and I'm not. I think that's appealing to creators.
What?
What is he even talking about anymore?
So what Eric is talking about, like, some things like go into Eric's head like criticism, and they stay in his head and they bounce around there. And now he's saying that comic books that tell a story and that they give you information about the character and his motives and who he is and maybe what his superpowers are, etc. like that. Some people like what he's calling info dumps. He calls those information dumps, and that's a flaw of Western storytelling that Eric just doesn't get. He doesn't get, like, well, let me lean like Eric is. Can I do this? I don't think I can get on the screen like him. I don't get why, like, people, these info dumps, it's like Western storytelling is fucking weird. It's weird, Shane. Shane, is it weird?
No. But the fact that he's saying like storytelling is a flaw of Western comics is like,
yeah, it is. That's really weird, Shane. It's really weird. You're right. I'm sorry to cut you off, by the way.
I mean, and keep in mind with what he said, he's trying to sell you Western comics.
Western comics.
No, I mean, no, but technically, he's not out here saying I'm making manga. The guy's trying to sell you Western comics.
I know.
And he's saying like, you know what I fucking hate is when somebody doesn't know what the hell they're doing, but and it's a good talent to have.
Yeah.
Like you're really watching Eric catch up with him in real time. But when the person comes at you like they know, but the art of bullshitting, like you're really watching a guy bullshit his way into comics and out of comics at the same time because it's eventually catching up with him. I almost want to hear him say that again.
All right, let's hear it again. I like it. I like when he says weird stuff that I don't understand. But then I realized like the way his brain works was like a monorail, and he's got a one-track mind. He does not forgive slights, and then he tries to reframe things that were effective insults against him in new ways, and nobody was expecting it. All right, let me hear.
Like I wanted to write. Like I wanted to. No, I came at it from. I just like this. I enjoy this as a medium, and I think a lot of people that share that perspective. That's the part of the fun. You know, it is that aspect. I think Western storytelling's got a little weird because, and it's not exclusive to comics, but the more information dump approach and
Shane, it's an information dump. You know, Western. It's not just comics. It's just all of Western storytelling and stuff.
Yeah. The hero's journey is an information dump. The hero's journey is an information dump. Like
I told you, that's what he meant, dude. That's what he was talking about. He's like, I just enjoy it as a medium. There are other people who just want information dumps. Shane.
Hold on, Jim.
He is retarded.
Hold on, Jim.
You understand that? Like one.
Way to go, Liquid Blake. On top of it. Oh my God. like during the stream, that's why I do appreciate when F&T was really like when I was watching it and these meme guys would make a meme during the stream, like 2 minutes later, Liquid Blake is like, holy shit, these guys are amazing. Just like you did. It's like you just do it. You know how to do it. Like I go, how do you do that? I have no idea how to do that stuff. But do you use AI for anything? Like, do you use anything for AI that you do, Liquid?
No, I've messed around with it a little bit just to fuck around with it, but no, I've never used it for anything in my projects or any of my work. Even just like fuck
making
around
a thumbnail.
Stuff. Yeah, like I'll just do it myself.
It's like you have to put a lot of information in it to actually interpret what you're thinking for that thumbnail. It's not like your brain's going like, I need 10 words to describe it. I've done AI stuff before and go, no, we can't even do that. It's against policy. Like what? Like I want to do a thumbnail low watermark for a short I made with Nick Rekieta talking to Cody on the Vegas Strip with two ladies of the night, and it would not accept it. It would not accept it. It was like, oh, that's derogatory statements.
Yeah.
What? Ladies of the night? Like that's a thing. That's a profession in some countries. You can actually be a lady of the night and get taxed on your income in France. That's a thing. What the fuck?
Ladies of the night. To what the music they made.
Oh, dude. Cody told us on a stream one night that Nick Rekieta wanted at 6 o'clock in the morning wanted to hang out with hookers, but they were toothless.
Oh, missing teeth. But yeah.
As
if Nick would hang out with street hookers who were like, $20 hookers or something.
In Vegas. On the Vegas. Yeah. In Vegas. Yeah.
Well, they said
I don't think so.
I thought he said they were in the lobby of the MGM Grand.
Right.
Yeah.
But Cody took the higher road and went to bed. Cody took the higher road. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a fever dream because he drank that that massive proof whiskey that Nick brought for him, and Cody's just downing it like it's just shot after shot after shot.
Yeah.
And he was out of it.
It was the barrel seagrass stuff. Yep. Of course. All right, let's get back to this.
When I say that, I know it sounds mean, but he is retarded. Like people are saying, you know what? Like the criticism of Eric. And by the way, the idea, like Eric's like, why do people say I can't take criticism? You're still dwelling on this. The criticism of Eric that is very founded is that people who read his comics come away with no understanding of who the character is, what his motivation is, why we should care, and just simple things like it's a superhero comic book. In the first 100 pages, it'd be great to know what the character's superpowers are. But Eric doesn't bother to tell anyone that, and he's like, and then he insults people for going, I don't understand. Hey, it's just the first issue. What do you want, an info dump? What do I have to hold your hand? Do I have to write it with a crayon? Do I have to like spoon feed it to you? It's like, no, it's just nobody understands what you're talking about. And that's a fair criticism of his comics. And he's still angry. He's still like, man, the Western world like is not for me. Like maybe I belong in the Middle East somewhere. You know, my style of storytelling is more akin to the fucking Taliban. And maybe I should be over there with those people, just making these strange, vague stories that don't really add up, or with characters who are motivated by petty revenge and stupidity. And nobody knows what their powers are. Can they fly? Well, they can't fly, okay, but they do train their body to do things, okay, that normal men can't do, but we don't know what that is. And you know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe Pakistan is where Eric's stories would be well received. Shane,
yeah,
you think that's a possibility?
Oh my God,
you think Beirut? They might understand what Eric's talking about. Like the Western world is not for Eric, evidently, Shane. When it comes to this medium that he just likes to, enjoy.
So. Well, that bothers me for a little bit because I don't know if he's trying to say lean into the manga type side because it's trending and selling really high volumes right now.
They know how to tell stories.
Well, they still do they still tell information. You do understand the characters. You do understand good guys do good things, bad guys do bad things. But he took a shit on the 3-act story. He took a 3-act story structure and called it an information dump. I mean, like it's just the average person understands conflict. They understand resolution. They understand these things. That's how they perceive. I mean, those things are things that it's just a principle that people look for. And if they're going to donate their time to fictional, non-fictional, a movie, a comic, whatever, they want to fill those things, or they wasted their time. They should have went to one of those things that do that. Instead, he's like, yeah, that's for losers. That's an information dump. You don't need that, kids. Like the fuck is that? It's not an information dump. It's not a documentary. Like they felt you gave them an appetizing story. They liked it. They felt there's things that you need to hit on in the story for a consumer to walk away feeling that their time wasn't wasted.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, if you don't do that, they're not going to come back because again, like when you tell a story. You want to have a hook in that story, right? You want to have something that makes you, you're like, whoa, I identify with this guy, or I'm interested in this character because, in some way I relate to him or I understand him at least. And
in a weird way, he's saying you guys, the readers, are the problem, not me. I like comics, and I just said I'm going to write comics. Never in that did you say I'm going to learn how to write comics. That whole step was allowed.
And I resent
used to learn.
I had, when Hunter was little, we had a thing where I was just like, I'm going to teach you how to play baseball. And he would say, I don't want to learn. I already know how to play baseball. So we never really learned how to play baseball. It was, that's kind of like Eric's attitude. Like he doesn't want to be taught anything. He resents the idea that somebody might know how to do this that he doesn't like, or that, he will make him feel bad, steer his audience into not believing his critics, which is all this is. He's trying to find the way to make them reject what they heard about his work. Look at how thoughtful he is.
I'm not. I think that's appealing to creators, right? Then more appealing to creators than it is audiences. Not to say that audiences don't have there aren't audiences that are into that type of shit. I think
Eric thinks that properly telling stories so that people have enough information to enjoy the story is appealing only to the people making the stories, not the audiences. Eric is, look at his face. Like I can't take Shane. I can't do it.
This is how I feel after about 2 minutes into a video too, Jim. I'm done.
You're getting where I'm at with this. I'm
pissed off now. I'm pissed. Looking at his face, looking to the side as he's like pretending to be. I'm pissed off.
No, he's not even trying to pretend. He thinks he can.
Oh God.
He thinks he
can.
So angry.
He thinks he can turn on his YouTube channel and convince us what people like in a story, and that we're wrong. You don't like it? Well, you just don't know what you like. Let me tell you how you should think and accept. And now I'm going to blame it on creators. The only reason these stories are written this way is because of the creators. Write them that way. The creators are writing stories this way because it is what most people look for in a story. And it's how story is, however old. I don't
know what it is. No, the thing about it is that Eric has no fucking idea how to tell a story, and the people that do, he sees as elitists who are telling him what to do. And Eric can't stand that because Eric sees himself as an elitist. So there are people who actually know the craft of storytelling that are telling Eric July that he's wrong, and he hates those people. So he defines them all as creatives, who he feels like that's an unattainable status for himself. Creatives are people that I hire. I'm the genius here. And there are people who are saying basic storytelling structure. No, that just must be some sort of creation of these elitists. It's not what I do. I'm a unique fucking firebrand of a creative who makes stories. I just like the medium. So I'm just people who are telling me that my stories have to make sense. That's a construct, a new construct of the elitist Western world. Now, if you can go some other place, I'm sure there are other countries out there somewhere else where, they don't care. The stories can be vague. They can be oblique. They can be silly. They cannot make sense. They can lack character and motivation. They can just kind of be completely vegan and offer no information to the readers. And that's where I'm coming from. That's my culture. It's infuriating that he's sitting here saying this shit, just coping with the fact that he doesn't know how to tell a story and refuses to learn. He thinks that's some club that he's locked out of. So fuck that club. Eric, it's not a club. It's a skill. It's just a skill that you can learn. Storytelling and story structure is something that you can read about and learn how to do. It's not a bunch of elitists who, you resent, who are telling you that you're doing it wrong and therefore they must be torn down. You can learn how to tell stories, Eric, and when you do, it'll be very liberating, just like when you found out that toys can only be made in China. When you found out that you were unable to make toys here in the United States of America, you said that was really liberating to your brain because now you could do anything. If you learn how to tell stories, if you learn what story structure is, if you learn that, it's not insulting. Readers aren't insulting you or themselves by saying they need just a little bit more information in order to follow the story. If you can just accept those things, it's going to be so liberating to you, just like the idea that you need to make shit in China. You're going to realize you can do anything. But until that day, you're going to sit there with this look on your puss, being resentful over people who know how to do something that you're trying to do. And as your business does this, it's like it would really help if you could just fucking tell a story. It really would.
You know what? I don't know anybody that has ever worked in comics or worked in Hollywood. Not that I know a lot of people. I worked around Legendary for like 3 years. I've never heard anybody attack basic story structure ever. I'm just saying, I've never heard anybody go out there and do what I just watched him do. I don't know, because you realize there's basic rules, right? Conflict, rising action, conflict, resolution.
Give me a second here. I will say one of the things that I think they're not taking into account is that when it seems to me like one thing Eric didn't understand when he was writing ISOM #1 is that even though you've got a book that you plan on releasing in 3 acts, like, part 1, part 2, part 3, if you're releasing a single book to represent part 1 of your story, that's kind of like, George Lucas releasing episode 4 of, Star Wars. You want that to be a complete story in and of itself, too. And that's where some things got lost with ISOM #1. Because if you look at the beats that are laid down by ISOM #1, one of the things that Dick Masterson referred to was that book Save the Cat. I had never heard of that, so I found an author who was talking about the Save the Cat story structure. And that is a structure that ISOM follows practically to a T until you get to the halfway point. And it's like, okay, so he's following the story structure, but only halfway through because that's where the book breaks. And what I don't think, when they're complaining about, this isn't telling a story. Yeah, it's not telling a complete story because ISOM #1 in Eric's mind isn't supposed to be a complete story. It's supposed to be the first half of the story. But you still, if you're smart about the story structure of your parts, you're going to make each part a 3-act story in and of itself.
Yeah, but Eric doesn't know how to do that because he never wrote anything in his life.
Well, okay, Mike, you've read ISOM 2, correct? So
that's a shit show.
Okay, but what part of ISOM 2 connects to the fucking story of ISOM 1?
See, here's what I honestly think happened. I'm probably dead wrong about this, but here is what I think happened. I think that ISOM #2 is actually ISOM #3 originally, because the way that it's built, it looks like he decided, if I can make ISOM #2 into a springboard for more characters, the way I did ISOM number 1, that's going to allow me to push more characters early on, because otherwise people are going to have to wait for ISOM number 3 to come out for me to introduce Gooding and Bloodruth. If you look at the ISOM Gooding Bloodruth story and just kind of encapsulate that feels like a separate issue in itself. And then the Lincoln Eusebio and Darren part, that feels like it's kind of just shoehorned in to give some sort of continuity.
I just didn't see any continuity in any of the storytelling, really, in any of them, because it seemed like he would start a story and then there would be a break where there was something that had absolutely nothing to do with anything just thrown in there with the Norfolka or with the fucking Shungite guy. Even the
Norfolka thing, granted, Norfolka was just basically, here, let me throw another one of my properties in here and I can, springboard off of that later. And the only thing that I think has kept him from doing Norfolka is just the fact that he hasn't got or he can't do that in parallel with getting all the ISOM stuff done.
No, he just released a new music video with his band. That's Norfolka. His band is Norfolka. That's what it is. I mean, every character is an insert for Eric. Like, he's the music guy, and Norfolka gets her powers from being on stage, right? They're on stage, and that's when they become their strongest power. What the fuck, dude? It's so retarded. Everything's retarded in the report.
There's actually hear me out here. There's actually a little bit of cleverness to that idea. People worship rock entities.
But
they
not
they
the guys.
worship
The guys
bands.
on stage, it's their job, dude. The guys on stage, it's their job. They just go out and they play.
No, but I'm
and-
talking about what the fans look. The fans worship these people. And just think about translating that worship into divine power. It's kind of an interesting concept if you think about it. I have no idea if that's what he's going for, but I just picked that up from what you said.
Well, that's what he said in the book, or in the document cards, that they get their power from being on stage and playing live.
Really? Because I didn't see that from the I didn't see that document card.
Oh, dude, I read them all. They're awful.
Okay.
They're awful.
That's
but
funny.
hey, guys, it's time to go. It's 5 hours,
Okay.
19 minutes in. Hey, Liquid, thanks for joining. Andrew,
No worries.
thanks for joining.
Yep.
Mike, hey man. Hey
Thanks for
Sean,
having
great
me.
to meet
Oh,
you, buddy.
when are you doing the Justified stream?
Okay, so in 2 weeks, House of the Dead will be over, and then we're gonna start the week after that.
That's
you
House
wanna
of the
join-
Dragon, you mean? Or?
Yeah, House of the Dead. It's awful. It's terrible. They got 2 weeks. And here's the problem. They're probably going to throw some giant battle in there to make us go, oh my God, that was awesome. But you can't waste six hours of my time. 6 hours plus, because this episode this week that I just watched was 70 minutes long. Tomorrow is 67 minutes. And then next week is 73 minutes of this shit. So this week will probably be the big battle, because reasons. And
Well, that's what
final
they
week-
used to. That's what they did with Game of Thrones. Always
Right.
was the penultimate, the
Yeah.
episode
And
before
then
the last episode
week
had a
will be
big
a bunch
battle.
of women crying because all the people that died, and whatever. But in 3 weeks we'll start our Justified.
Okay,
review.
I've got Hulu, so I can start watching that along with y'all.
Okay. All right. Anyway, Sean, great to meet you, buddy. Anytime you want to join Sean and promote your book, hit me up. I'll bring you on anytime, dude. That's what we do here.
Cool. Thank you.
Anytime.
And I'll be doing that review of the Natural Lights pretty soon.
Yeah, can't wait.
Low
for that.
watermark.
Yep.
I know you're tired. And thank you for joining, buddy.
Glad to be here.
There will be no stream tomorrow. We did not make our $50 in super chat tonight. Tomorrow's a day off, so I'm going to go to a toy show and hang out with my wife all day. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Let me play my long outro that Low Watermark hates, but I love it. See, I get to bring my dog on.